All right. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? How you doing? I hope you are all having a blast. Yo, I'm back again. Your troublemaker Uncle Beno, the one and only coconut head brother. The brother with all the swags of an African man. Shout out to all my African brothers, wherever you are, home and abroad. You are the true and the real king. But remember, you are not king of the jungle. You are the king of a household, the king and brother, as well as father to beautiful children. All right. Hey, I see my Habiba too. Yeah, I got you, mommy. I got you, Habibat. Good one. All right. So we're gonna have this conversation, ladies and gentlemen. If you are all ready, I'm super pumped to have this conversation with y'all. First off, we need to understand how did we get here. So we had a very long show yesterday, and as the spirit direct towards the end of the show, I don't know. I think it's Abby and Chokes. Yes, Abby and Chokes. They were the one who took us down this road. Oh, is it Abby? Not Abby. Oh, it be like saying Dr. Adama. Somewhere along the line yesterday, we end up talking about dating, and we spoke about preferences and the expectation of dating African men or woman. And then when my sister Abby and the Chucks hop in the studio, oh my, the conversation veered away from Auntie Yinka. And my baby Abby was like, Uncle Ben, we got to do a separate show on this topic. And to think about it, that's a very interesting suggestion. And I'm like, okay, let's do it. So that's why we're here. You're welcome, everybody. Oh shit, let me share the studio link because this is gonna be a very interesting conversation. I'm sharing the link right away for those who want to hop in. I'm just gonna lay the groundwork and then we can get it started. But for context, what are we talking about today? So, as you can see from the thumbnail, today's topic is about what African / Nigerian men and women expect on a date. The honest truth. Why dating don't lead to committed relationship. All right, I'm from the old school, and being somebody from the old school, a Gen X for that matter, and for somebody who believed that man shouldn't date a woman unless you have good intentions. All right. All right. My baby Simbi is in the building. So I believe, oh, CC is here already. Mudaron. Today gonna be hot, yo. Okay. Let me welcome everybody so we can have this conversation real quick. Simbi, what's up, mommy? How you doing?
Hello, Uncle Ben. Good
Yeah.
evening, sir.
Good evening,
Happy
Simbi.
Wednesday. How
Yeah,
you
happy
doing, sir?
Wednesday to you. I'm fine. I'm trying to survive. I'm trying not to be the usual coconut head uncle that you know. But no try me. I feel still lose my temper.
But Uncle
All
Ben, you're
right,
not wearing a hat.
and
Okay?
when you see say I no wear hat, may you know say I ready for bass goes be that. Yeah. Because the only problem where I get now my bald head. So people feel yab me with my bald head. But once I show you the bald head, that's to tell you say nothing where you go do. If you do me nothing. Okay. All right. Let's welcome our people, Simbi, before we go into this conversation. Are you ready? Let's go. All right. Comfort
Hi,
Adagri.
Comfort Adabri, welcome.
Yep.
She's the
Yep.
first person on the show today. How you doing, sis? Welcome.
Yeah. She's always on the
Luke,
leaderboard. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Luke,
Let's go.
welcome, Comrade Luke, our politician. Hi, AJ, welcome.
All
Hi,
right.
Abby, good evening,
Yeah.
welcome.
Abby is already in the studio. I think today go get killer go. This one where Abby and Sissy done there already. Eh? Make everybody just no
Whoa,
try me.
Uncle Ben, relax.
I
You
don't
don't have
they fear.
eyes very close to
Where
you.
Abby and Sissy done there already. Eh? They not even wait. Make I lay the foundation first. They don't already come with punches. Say what happen now. All
Uncle
right,
Ben, I don't
Uncle
think so. I
Emeka.
think it's out of love.
Okay, okay. Let's go. Uncle Emeka, you welcome, sir. Uncle Emeka, please, you will need to help us in this conversation. We need experienced uncles, Uncle Emeka, Uncle Patrick, and all the men in the building. You have to join this conversation. It's very important that we get your point of view. My Sissy in the building, and I see Messi Ajine. Welcome, Messi. How you doing? All right, all right, all right. Please hit the like, hit the like, hit the like. Let's get this show started. I know I'm wasting our time at all because this one it go hot small. Let's go, guys. All right. So today we quickly want to consider what African slash Nigerian men and women expect on a date, the honest truth, and of course why dating don't lead to committed relationship. Now, as simple as this topic may sound, it's a real big deal, and a lot of people are going through it. I see frustration almost all the time on the internet, and if you think it's unique to Nigerians alone, na lie o. It's everywhere. But I'm more concerned about Africans, so I'm
So upset
just gonna play a couple of video just to
man.
lay.
The two of us shows outside.
So I'm starting with this one from Ruga. Ruga is a Nigerian artist. But first, let me recognize my guest.
There, just like there's high demand here, there's high demand there also. So we have
CC, what's up, mommy? Welcome to the show. How you doing?
Good. Is it morning there for you? Good morning, good afternoon.
Yeah, it's still about 8 minutes to 12, so it's still morning here.
Wow,
Yeah,
exactly for you.
are
Good
you
afternoon.
ready for this, mama?
Of course, I love relationships, love, anything like that. I'm here and setting my
Eh,
women on the right path when trying to hook a good man. So yes, I'm ready. Sibi, my love, how are you? Good afternoon.
Hi,
So
Cece, good evening. I'm doing great. So happy to have you here. This segment is not going to be complete without you.
Thank
Welcome.
you, honey.
why are you only concerned about setting up your girls to find good men? Why don't you also think about we
Because
your
I'm a
brothers?
woman first, so I'll always have women in mind. But yes, my men too. I have a son, so for the boys out there, for the men out there, it's also really important for them as well that we set them on the right path in terms of women, what we expect, and men to behave in the appropriate way to snag the right type of women for themselves and not end up with Yinkos Pepe and Helen shouting Pascal Pascal up and down. So
No, not yeah, Yinka is not Yiku's Pepe. Oh. Yiku's Pepe is our own sister here. Oh. That Yinka is Yinka Tiesin. Biko.
let me be careful. Not our Yinkers. That Yink anti Yinka. So yes, to avoid
Okay.
all the crazy people out there, we need to make sure that we're setting all our boys and girls on the right path. So yeah,
All
this is
right.
my heart. And I have a
Okay.
girl and a boy, so it's important to me.
All right, Cece, you're welcome to the show,
Thank
Mama.
you.
Thank God bless you. Okay, my baby sister Abby, fine girl to the core. Abby, what's up, mommy? How you doing?
Hi, Uncle Benno. Good evening. Hi, Cece. Good evening. Hi,
Hey
Sibi.
Abby.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, happy honey.
I'm
Welcome to the
good.
show.
Thank you.
So, Abby, what's your expectation for today's show?
I'm a bit concerned. I haven't prepared. I just know that it's going to be hot. So I'm excited. But I just know that this topic is one of those ones, right? So that
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to the show. Here to give my 2 cents from my perspective.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's it.
All right. Thank you for coming, my
Acknowledge.
sister. God bless you. Okay, Dr. Adama. Dr. Adama, why are you this early in the studio?
Ben,
why,
I don't know. You have me on a timer. You have a particular time you want me to come in.
why
Is that it?
why are you so early in the studio? I think God beg you. See, as I do like this, I never chop. If I never chop, what did they pepper me?
Well, greetings to Abby, Cece, and is that I can't see everyone clearly. Is
As
that
we have Uncle Emeka in the building,
Uncle
and of course,
Emeka?
my
Yes.
baby girl,
Greetings to all
Cindy.
our viewers. Please click on the like button,
Yeah,
share, and you see the dollar sign next to the comment. You can click on that and support this channel, please,
yeah.
because it takes a lot to put this show together. So we appreciate anything you can use financially to support us. With that being
God
said, Uncle
bless.
Ben, did you have a lovely night? I did.
Oh, of course I did. It was
Okay,
fantastic.
that's good. I'm looking forward to today's show because I think our viewers and we panelists as well, we'll all have a lot to learn from. So I'm an open book.
Yeah,
So I'm looking forward to today's show. Thank you, sir.
excellent. All right, all right. Thank you very much, Uncle Emeka. How you doing, sir? Good afternoon over there in Atlanta. I think you people call your side
Yes.
Atlanta. Atlanta.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of echo in the background.
Oh, check your device. It's
No,
actually
it's not
clear.
my device. I can hear it on the channel.
Okay, that was when Dr. Adama was speaking, but we can hear you clearly now.
Okay.
You're welcome to the show, Sha. So,
Okay.
what is your
All right.
expectation on this topic, sir?
The studio and the panel is full already. You know, welcome Real Farm, Comfort, CB, Luke, Princess K, Mercy K, Sanusi,
Everybody.
AY, Abby. Today is gonna be hot too. So I'm just gonna try and play my role as as an elderly person.
Yes, so
Just
as
like
our
Sissy
elder
said,
statesman.
I have a daughter, I have an adult daughter, and I have an adult son, and they are
Yeah.
both single. So I know what they are going through, and all kinds of advice that they come, to me for. And the best we can do is to make sure that our children turns out to be not just productive citizens but responsible citizens too. So that's the angle I'll be coming from.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right. You all heard it. Now let's get into this conversation. Let me just lay the groundwork briefly. So, some of you would have heard me say this, that I thank God I'm married already. Oh, by the way, shout out to my beautiful sister Abby. Abby, take money. Welcome us to this show. God bless you, Abby. We appreciate you. God bless you. Your pocket go full. Money no go run away from you. Lie. Odogun will locate you, my sister. Simbi, give Abby Odogun prayer.
Ide.
Oh yeah, Odogun
Ah,
prayer. I need pounds. That is about 25,000 naira. You think say easy? Let me pray for
no,
my
it's
Abby.
not easy. Hello, happy honey. I pray for you today that the man of your dreams is going to locate you. No more
She
heartbreaks.
don't find
And I
am
also
already.
pray that your
Amen.
and I also pray that your bank accounts, multiple, I know you have multiple of them, they will increase in Jesus' name, my sister.
Amen.
I
Amen.
pray for you.
Yo.
Wherever you step your feet, you will possess that land in the mighty name of Jesus. And I pray for
Amen.
Amen.
you, men. Men will see you, men and women. That's what I actually mean. Men and women will see you and favor you. You know you're very beautiful. God bless you. Thank
Oh,
you
I
so
know
much.
that's right. Amen. Thanks, my sis.
Mhm. Thank you. All right. Now let's get into this conversation. There's no much to say, but I just wanted to point out a couple of things. As I was saying earlier, I'm so fortunate to have gone through these stages back. I think about 30 years back. And before I found my wife, around 22 years, that's when I've dived into all this dating drama and all that. And back then, to be honest, it's kind of very, very easy to find love. It wasn't as crazy as it is right now. And that make me felt sorry for all the young folks who are currently on this dating scene. Dating is no longer what it used to be. Okay. And if you happen to be an African, a Nigerian, and you live in the diaspora, the dating world is wide. Too many craziness going on. Now, because ladies outspoken about it, if you go to TikTok, you're gonna feel like, oh, the boys out there, they are cuckoo, they are delulu. Because the experiences those ladies shared on TikTok is gonna make you frown at a couple of things. And don't blame the ladies. I've also seen many young men turn on the camera and they will start spewing rubbish about dating a girl, about what they expected, what the girl did. It's all messy. And thank God Uncle Emeka actually pointed out why having conversation like this is very important. Myself, I have a Gen Z right now. My sweetest baby girl is 17 years old, and my second baby girl is 13, or she's gonna be 13 shortly. And when me and my daughter we talk a lot, my daughter is like my best friend because she's like my replica, stubborn head like myself, straight shooter, very lovely girl. So she's always like my paddy, like I'm grounded with her. My daughter and I, we can talk all day long, we can laugh, we can do a whole lot of shenanigans and all that. So she's open with me. And anytime we talk about, whenever we have conversation about relationship and something, I know she's still young. And thank God that I even wake up, because back then at 17, in our era where we're growing up, at 17, you can't have that kind of conversation with your dad. Who born you? Where you they come from? Abi Uncle Emeka they lie. Now they not born you well. Back in the days. But now, thank God, can I say I'm now woke? I don't think I'm woke, but let me just say,
Can I say I'm now woke?
Uncle Emeka is listening on another device. Uncle Emeka, anytime you come to the studio, you will turn down the volume of the other device. But can you hear me,
No,
sir?
I'm not. Though. I'm not.
Eh, so, Uncle Emeka,
I'm
before,
not.
can a father have conversation with a 17 years old about boyfriend, love, relationship, and everything back in the days? Hello, Uncle Emeka.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Wow.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. It's just the feedback.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Well,
Oh,
I think it has you when you say way back,
mm-hmm.
what what period are you talking about?
I'm talking about in the 80s and early 90s in Nigeria and most part of Africa, that you can hardly see a father having relationship conversation with their teenage daughter or young adult. It's rare back in Nigeria and most places that I know. You father and daughter don't sit down, then they start talking about boyfriend, who you be. It's usually, I'm from the Yoruba anyway, so what the practice mostly is, before you start having that kind of conversation with your parent, you would have been done with your study. Maybe you don't finish university before, if you know bring husband at that time, they go begin, they ask you, say what's wrong with you. But growing up, no, all the concentration is study, go to school, face your study. Well, you can't talk to your dad about relationship. So that's what I'm saying, sir. In the 80s and the 90s. Can you hear me, Uncle Emeka?
No,
Okay.
It was not common, you know.
Yeah. So
I can
that
hear you
was,
for some reason. I don't know why it keeps echoing.
I see what you do. Just go out and come back again.
Okay, let me
Yeah,
do
it will fix it. Just go out and come back again. Or I will put the link in the WhatsApp, because sometimes if you come through the live chat, it might not give you what you want. So if it happens again, I just drop the studio link in our backstage. You can
let
use
me
it.
go out. I'm on my laptop, and that's the only device I have.
No problem, sir. Just exit and come back again. It will fix the audio and the speed. All right. So I have this conversation with my daughter all the time. When my daughter says some things, it makes me worries. Like, I think I remember one time when I just threw it out, just simply like that. She was around 15 then. And I'm like, hey, girl, if you're gonna bring any husband to this house, you better make sure you bring a boy who is okay. Don't go and get me one boy who is sagging, who draw the jeans to to, to his knee. And my daughter was like, Dad, no, I don't want to get involved in those craziness. And I'm like, my brain go down. What are you talking about? Really? So then I engaged her in another conversation. And then that's when she broke it down. And all the things she was telling me, those are the rhetorics you get from TikTok. Those boys, no, don't you see how they behave, Dad? They ain't serious. No, they just want to smoke weed. Yeah. I'm like, then I start telling my daughter, now listen, baby girl, people are always going to do what they want. Boys will always be boys. But in the midst of all those chaos, there are still good boys. The thing is, you're going to have to know what exactly you are looking for. So I said, for instance, now you are in school. Boys will always be boys because it's a mixed school. Look around your school and start taking note. The boys that you know, the boys that you guys are playing together, how many of them come from two parents' home? What is their grades like? What do they do? Are they involved in extracurriculum activity at school? Do they have issues? Do they go to the principal every now and then? So you get to see the boys that don't get into trouble that much. They concentrate on their study, they are into athlete and all other things. Now, those are the type of boys that are potential good boys. But the boys you're gonna see frequently, the one that the names will be trending, the one you're gonna hear a lot about, even in your school, are either gonna be the one that gets into a lot of trouble, the ones that party, the one that it seems they have freedom, they are enjoying life. But here's the thing: those boys don't have people who mentor them or guide them at home. Their parents, if they are lucky to be from two parent home, their parents are probably working around the clock. And if they are from a single parent home, it means either their mom is working all the time. So mostly those are the type of boys that raised themselves. So they are already having too much freedom and they lack guidance. But you see the ones that when teacher said, oh, no talking, they don't talk. When teachers say turn in your assignment, they turn it in, and they get involved in all this and they are keeping good grades. Those are the ones that are being checked at home. And it does not necessarily mean that those kind of good boys are raised by two parents. Sometimes a single parent home can do the same job. It's all about mentoring and guidance. So I now give my daughter an example. I say, do you see how you can't just go out whenever you want to go out? You have to take permission. You see how you will tell me, Dad, oh, my friends are having a birthday. Can I go? And then I start questioning you. Who are these your friends? Where are they having the birthday? What are they going to be doing there? When is the birthday? When are you guys going to be through with the birthday? I'm dropping you off and I'm picking you up. I'm going to hang around. So you see what I'm saying right now? So it took her a while, but then she began to get it. And guess you what? The first boy I ever saw that came home to check on my daughter, he came with a flower, and he's a black boy. The mom brought him. He brought the flower. I was in my garage, and the guy came, and when he saw me, he said, "Good morning, Mr. Ajut." He bowed a little bit. Immediately, my brain goes down. This is an American boy. He's not supposed to bow when he's greeting me. That's not American thing. Usually, they can say hi, or some of them won't even greet you. Many of the black boys in America, they won't even greet you. They just come, "Hi, can I see blessing?" You will be shocked. So this one came, and he bowed. He said, "Hello, Mr. Ojud. I know tomorrow is blessing birthday. I just wanted to drop this flower for her." Now, I was shocked. It's the first time I ever see anybody come to my house. But the bottom line is, it shows that my daughter listened to what I told her. My daughter now automatically knew what she's looking for. She's still young. She may change tomorrow, but I'm just going somewhere with this. And that is why when we talk about dating in diaspora and even in Nigeria, in other parts of Africa, there are things boys and girls are looking out for. So if you put yourself in the dating world and you don't know what a boy is looking for in you as a woman, it's not going to work. If you go out there as a boy and you want to date a girl, you should know her expectations. You may not know everything, but you need to know the basic expectations. So if you can meet those basic expectations, there is high chances that the relationship will work. And that is what we want to discuss right here and now. So briefly, let me just tell you this. There are just 5 basic things I penned down that Nigerian men expect when they are going on a date with a woman. Number 1, respectful attitude. Now, what constitutes respect to each person might be different, but generally, a lot of Nigerian men, they expect respectful attitude when you guys are going out on a date. Men want to feel respected, not insulted, not belittled. It's about tone and not submission. I have seen a lot of our African ladies right here in the US, and many of them on social media, when they start talking, they can't differentiate between respect and submission. This is a date. You are not in marriage yet. From the get-go, from the time the boy asks you out, he expects certain behavioral pattern from you. And respect is number 1 to Nigerian men. Whether I like to hear them or not, I'm going to say it. Respect! Oh! All right. A Nigerian man also expect good vibes and feminine energy. Sisi, no be feminine. She na feminine, I be feminine. How na they pronounce it? I don't take grammar, confuse me.
Feminine.
Feminine. Feminine. Koshilo. Me pronounce it the Nigeria way. So, a Nigerian man expects you to bring good vibes and feminine energy, all right? The man also expects you to bring engagement and interest. If a guy asks you out for a date, from the moment he's summoned the courage to ask you, if I say, "Hey, Sisi, we've been talking for a while. I think you are such a beautiful woman, and I don't know what your plan are for this weekend, but would you mind if we can just go out this weekend? Maybe we can just hang out." Now, if you are a decent African woman, I will tell you this now for real. A serious-minded Nigerian man, we have to work in his brain. He would have practiced how many times or how he's going to ask you out several times in his brain. So for you to know he put some work into it. Now, the moment he said that, before you reply, bear it in mind that this guy has some expectation, and engagement and interest is key. So the moment you open your mouth, either you want to accept the date or you want to reject the date, bear in mind that engagement and interest is key. So how you accepted the date or how you reject it It matters. All right. So another thing, Nigerian men expect attractive but modest style. When you're coming for that day, you got to be modest. I see ladies nowadays, when they are invited for a date, some of them dress as if they are going to a club. Remember, appearance matters. So if you are going out with a Nigerian man, how you come to that date, your dressing, the way you prepare yourself, it all matters. It's part of what he's looking for. And number 5, shared values. And I think this is where me and my sister, we start getting into it yesterday. Shared values. Are we going? We're going on this date. You already accepted. We're gonna meet on this date. Now that you're coming, do we have common values? It starts from picking the date center or the venue for the date. Like I said yesterday, somebody like me, I'm going to ask you. When I say, CC, can you do me a favor? Let's hang out this weekend. I'm asking, and if you say, are you asking me out on a date? I say, yes, CC, I'm asking you out on a date. You know, when you say, okay, that's interesting. All right, we can do it. For somebody like me, what I'm going to ask you next is, I'll just thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate this. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. If you don't mind, do you have any preferred venue for the date where you like to go specifically? Now, that is when shared values comes in. You got to be careful when you choose your venues, because choosing the venues will tell a lot about you. There are situations now where in Nigeria, even here in abroad, a lot of black men see many black ladies as, I don't know the terminology you use, but you know when somebody get long throat, people where they hungry, people who try to take advantage of going on a date, to go to a restaurant that they know is above their pay grade. That's how a lot of boys, black boys, see girls nowadays. So if you're gonna pick a venue, bear in mind that that is when shared values comes in. So are you choosing a high-end restaurant or bar, or are you choosing something reasonable and still luxurious and still accommodative? You know, a venue that looks very good for a date. Because now, for somebody like me or other young men out there who might have my own type of mindset, when I'm asking you out for a date, I am not saying I should be bankrupted because we are going on a date. I'm expecting something moderate, but at the same time, I still want to impress you. So, if you choose a date where a plate of food costs maybe about $60 per plate, and we still have other places where we can get good value, nice venue, fantastic restaurant with class, and a plate of food is $30 there, and you choose the place of $60. Remember, we are buying 2 plates of food. We're gonna order wine. We're gonna order some other things. You know, maybe my budget for the date is just like highest $250 to $300, which is still considerably a lot of money in America. Let me tell you right now, there are few men that can take you out on a $300 date in this America. If you live in America, you can testify to this or say no. If you see a guy who is willing, if you even see the one that is willing to spend $200 plus on just first date, no say the guy is a big boy. Many of these boys out here, their budget is below $100 at times. And that is why you see videos of women saying, I ain't going to no Cheesecake Factory. I ain't going to no coffee house. I ain't doing no coffee date. I ain't doing no that. He gave me a date. You know, many of them can't afford anything above $200. And to many of these black boys that we have here right now, if they spend $200 on you on a date, you must be a queen. So if my budget is like $300 for this date, and now you're choosing a venue that's gonna cost me like $600, $700 for just one date, that is where shared value comes in. Now our values have clashed. I don't know if I'm making sense. Now, on the other hand, what do women expect from a date? Because I don't want Sissy and Abby to jump on my nerve. Make I talk with my own self. Respect and politeness. So if you are a guy, please listen. If you're taking a girl out on a date, respecting her is key. Hello, men, listen up. Respecting a woman when you ask her out for a date is key. Politeness in your tone. How do you speak to her? No rude jokes, no pressure, no masculinity. Just be a complete gentleman. This is where CC will say, what is that grammar? Chauvinistic, I'm going to be that one. Where you open car door for a girl or something.
Be chivalrous.
I can never get that. I can't get that into my brain. I call it chauvinistic all the time.
No, chivalry. Be
Okay.
chivalrous.
So this is where you have to behave like a gentleman. You have to treat her like a princess. Give her, let her feel special for going on a date. For those of you African brothers that you are abroad, I know going on a date is not our thing that much in Nigeria, but here in abroad, taking a girl out on a date means a lot. So I've seen a lot of African brothers, when they ask a woman out on a date in this abroad where we date, they will just look at, let me just take her out. You know, when they are coming, some of them don't even bother to look in their car, to clean up the car, to go watch your car. It's part of you respecting the woman. Clean up your car, get air freshener, you know. And look, I can go on and on. So bear in mind, respecting her and politeness is key. How you talk to her shows you respect her. Saying thank you. When you ask her out and she's like, I'll think about it. And then you apply some pressure and she finally say, okay, let's do it. Please, brother, say thank you. Say thank you to her. That is a sign that you're respecting her. In fact, it go shock her. A lot of ladies in abroad, they know they tell them thank you for anything. Oh, you want to be that special guy. Just by her accepting to go on a date to you, tell her, oh, thank you. This means a lot. I promise you, you won't be disappointed. Now, a good girl will start thinking, oh, wow, I think this one is different a little bit, you know? Also, a girl expects meaningful conversation. They expect meaningful conversation. Many of you men, you don't have a plan where you're going on a date with a woman. You don't even know what you want to talk about. Some of you, you just go with the flow. It's giving madness energy. It giving, you are not composed. You are not ready for this shit, man. So prepare. Go to her Facebook page, her Instagram page. Look at what she's interested in. What does she share? What did they post? Sit down on her social media profile. Keep scrolling. Check. See, just figure out. You want to know as much about her as possible. Then you can come down with the idea of, okay, what's going to be my talking point? I don't know if I'm making sense to you, young men, but it is what it is.
Ben, clapping for you. Well done.
Oh, it makes sense. Oh, thank you, Sissy.
Yes, definitely.
So you need to come up with meaningful conversation. Talk about your values, life goals, not just your salary or car. Many of you, all you want to do is when you ask a lady out on a date, every time, did you know I'm into this business? Did you know? No, those are crap. Listen, majority of the lady you're going to ask out, they're already doing great. They are career women, professionals. They make money. Forget that shit. She just want to have good time with you. So think of something that will show her you are intelligent. Think of something that will show her that you are a very interesting young man, that you deserve her time. Okay. Number 3, financial leadership. Yes. Many expect you to pay for the first date. Okay. Not because she's broke, but to see if you are generous. Now, listen, I've always said this as an African man. I know yesterday when we were having this conversation, at the point, I think my sister Sisi was saying, oh, after first day, second day, third day, fourth day, maybe in the fifth day. I will tell you this right now, as an African man and as a high valued married man, let me tell you this. As a man, do not ever expect a woman to pay for dates. It doesn't matter whether you are going on 10, 15, 20 dates. The only time you allow her to pay is when she's the one that said, you know, baby, you've been working too much. I just want you to relax. I'm taking you out this weekend. I want to spoil you. I am ready to spoil you this weekend. If you see that she's so optimistic about it, she's original about it, she just wants to spoil you, then allow her to spoil you. And don't forget, always show appreciation. Listen, you can spend $1,000 on a woman on a date. A woman can take you out and spend $100 on a date. Bros, value that $100 as if it is $10,000. There is a reason for that. So you continue to thank her, appreciate her. And even as you're talking to me right now, as you're listening to me right now, ask yourself, any woman don't take you out on a date before? Let's just be frank. Has any woman walk up to you and say, oh, because of the way you treat me, you've been my boyfriend, you're so nice, I think we get together, I'm taking you out on a date. They don't do it for you before. Now that a sister step up and say, oh, we've gone on this date, I've seen how nice you've been to me, I just want to spoil you. Why don't you just appreciate it? It takes ingenuity. It takes a woman with courage, a woman with understanding, a woman that truly values you and respects you to some extent to volunteer to say, I'm taking you out. So whether she's paying $50, even if that taking you out is breakfast, appreciate it. My madam do that all the time. You go carry me, go chop all this breakfast where I don't even understand, where I know the belly food, they go fry egg. High hop. That's why I hate high hop till tomorrow. You don't carry me, go high hop. They will do that pancake where they put like egg, slice, bring one tea. I eat and finish, I'm still hungry. But I will still be happy and be smiling. Are they happy? At least, you know, it's easy. Your wife wake you any morning and say, babe, you know what? We're not eating this house today. We'll go do breakfast. You know, me, my belly is sweet. It shows at least. Madam, she say, this guy is worthy of this. So please, my brothers, when a woman take you out on a day, it doesn't matter how much she spend. Don't compare. Many of you weary guys these days, you are always comparing all the time. You know, when I bought her birthday gift, I spent $1,000 to give her birthday gift. Did you know when it was my birthday? Yeah, she only bought something. I think it's just about $60. So yeah, weary, why are you a man? Be happy she did that. Person will spend $60. Later I go spend 100. Later I go spend 1,000. I go okay. I don't want to show anybody. Anyway, number 4, good grooming. Many of you guys, when you are going out on a date with a woman, you don't even know you have to look good. Listen, she want to brag. She want to show her friends. Somebody took her on a date. If she's so into you, she want to take picture with you and show people. So you have to dress good. If you not get clothes, go buy clothes. Dress well. If you don't know how to knot tie, ask people to teach you how to knot tie. And if you want to do casual, make sure the shirt you have on is a quality shirt. Don't go to JCPenney and Walmart. Go to great shops. A good shirt right here in Austin, a quality t-shirt start from $60. Fantastic one, you are looking at $120, $150. Get it for a date. Okay? Use deodorant. Many of you guys, you are a madman. You don't even know you have to use roll-on, do everything. Spray yourself. Buy expensive perfume. Don't know. Because many of you are missing out on great ladies. Me, as I did like this, I thank God say I'm married already. Every freaky day, I they see better marriage material. I they see girls. Look, I have some sisters that they've spoken to me in the past when they were looking for man. And when I talk to them, I usually tell them, forget it. You are a marriage material. Not stress yourself. Soon your husband go see you, go pick you up. And they are married now. These are people who knows me. Every day, I see many beautiful marriage material young girls. And you, where you never even marry, you can't even see them. So, spray perfume, brush your teeth, make sure your hygiene is top notch. Women, you see, women, they behave like juju at times. There are some cologne you will spray. From the moment you open the car door, she enter. You come inside like this, you want to begin drive. She will perceive it and she'll be like, oh, yes, I love this. Sometimes after the date, when you drop her off and she no kiss you, now the way you appear, now make her no kiss you at times. We go talk from now to tomorrow. Some of you will not hear. All you keep on saying is, oh, these are broad guys. No, they are white. They are why they can come. You just don't know how to be a man. It's as simple as that. You have to prepare for a date. Look, I'm a nonsensical dresser. I'm not good with dressing. But anytime I'm taking my wife out or she's taking me out, that is when and at that time I go on zip new suit. That is when I go know where I drop my shoe. Me, street boy, me, I can wear any shirt. I go where I want to go, I don't care. But when I'm stepping out with my wife, I want to look good just because of her. So it's the same thing on a date. So please, good grooming is important. And finally, number 5. When you take a woman out on a date, from the first date, you want to make sure you have clarity of intention. Some of you take a woman on a date, you don't even know the direction you are going, self. As a man, all you know is that I'm going to spoil her. I'm taking her to this hotel. Oh, we're going to this fantastic restaurant. I will show her I got money. I'm sure I'm ready. At the end of the day, you go to that date, you do everything. She can't even pinpoint your intention. All you are doing all day long is giving her stupid sexual compliments. Where we say, if you carry her, come your bed. Women are smarter. Great women, all these educated girls, they are smarter. The moment you open your mouth, wow, you are on a date, how you do is, oh, you look sexy. I'm looking at you. You see those cleavages? Oh, that's so attractive. I like the way you eat. Your lips, oh wow. Those can only impress street girls. Girls will not get direction, or girls will just want to chop your money. But a girl that really want to get serious with you, everything that comes out of your mouth, everything you say, it has to show intention. And it comes down to what is your conversation around in that date. I rest my case, ladies and gentlemen. So let's start this conversation. Let me come back to my panelists. Oh my God. Let me put a break here first. Jesus. All right. Sisi, Abi, Uncle Dio, and of course, my Adama. Uncle, let me share the link again. It be like Uncle Emeka, no forgetting again. Uncle Emeka, I dropped the link in the backstage. I'm still sharing the link here for anybody who want to be part of this conversation. Please give us a like. Give us a like. Please like the video. All right. Like the video. All right. First off, Sisi, let me start with Abby and I'll come back to you, Sisi. Abby, do you have any problem with the 5 things I just spoke about right now? Is there anyone?
I know. Take your flowers. You said all amazing stuff. You haven't said anything that I do not agree with at all. At all. So, honestly, even with the difference in generations, this is what we're asking for. This is what we're asking for. Just come correct. Be intentional. Yeah. No complaints at all.
Oh wow. Uncle Ben, no. So I'm not a traditionalist after all.
I mean, to be fair, if you think about it, what we're asking for is actually a traditional man. Because I think only a traditional man will understand the value in providing, will understand the value in protecting and in professing, as they say, the 3 Ps. But at the same time, like Sisi said yesterday, you have to be willing to evolve. Being a traditional man does not mean that you're now misogynistic, or there's it's about balance. Same way I'm a feminist, but I can't say that I don't know my role as a woman, or I don't know that
Yeah.
there's certain things that I have to approach with femininity and grace, and so there has to be balance. I always say that a lot of times when women say they're feminists, what they actually are practicing is not feminism. They actually just hate men. So that's the thing. So yes, traditional man by all means, but there has to be balance. So yeah.
All right. Thank you. Sissy, you want to add anything to that before we get into the firework?
I think Abby said everything that I wanted to say. Uncle Ben, you've spoken perfectly. All the points that you made, 10, 10, 10 across the board. So well done. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm learning from you people, Gen Z now.
I'm not
Why
Gen
too much?
Z. I'm millennial.
You are Gen Z. You behave like Gen Z. Okay. Okay. Now let's get down to the main conversation. So I'm gonna ask this question and we address it round and then we move on. Sissy, as a woman, what are your 5 key expectations from the moment a man asks you out for a date? And how would you choose a venue?
Okay, I think my points, or the points that I would say, they're very similar. They're almost identical, to be fair. So for me, obviously, respect and courtesy would be number one, I'd say. For a guy, you want a man who is going to treat you respectfully from the beginning, that he initiates conversation, even in his approach when he comes up to you. I'm not one of those women that are here saying women shoot your shot. I'm not for that rubbish. Stop shooting your shot with men. Let men be men. So that one, I'm not on that table. So when the man initially approaches you, come correct, come respectful, be courteous, be a gentleman. It sets the tone for how the interaction is gonna go. And for me, I know when a guy approaches me, when I was in the dating space, when a guy approaches me, I can tell already what his intentions are from his approach, right? As probably will most women. So definitely somebody who's respectful, being courteous. And then I'd say, like you said, the grooming, the presentation, that is a must. My friend used to laugh at me. I have this thing with teeth, right? If you meet me, I have very white, straight teeth naturally. I don't do whitening and all this type of weird stuff. I have very good teeth, right? So I have this thing where I don't like when a guy does not have good teeth. It just hurts me personally. And my friend used to be like, oh, you shouldn't just be turning down this guy because he has this teeth. I'm like, no, that for me is a no. So for me, it can be teeth, but for other people, it can be other things, right? How you present yourself. You should be able to present yourself in a way that shows that you know how to take care of yourself. If you cannot even brush your teeth, you can't scrape your tongue, you don't put deodorant, how on earth are you going to take care of me? Sir, you're already showing me that you don't know what you're doing. You can't even look after yourself, right? What was the next one? I'd say financial initiative. That is a must. For as much as women claim, oh, feminism, like Abby said, all that is just crap. A lot of these women just are man haters. They have problems with men, and they've just jumped on this bandwagon, which is really against what men should be doing for women naturally in order of dating and relationships, right? A man should be a provider. I will stand on that 10 toes down. So if you're asking to take me out, you want us to go out, you want to court me, you want to take, you want to start dating me, I expect you to be able to pay for the dates that we're going on, right? I'm sorry, I'm not the type that will be reaching in my purse, pretending, oh, I'm going to pay. I'm not going to. I'm not paying. It's not even a thought. Okay, that may seem arrogant, but it's also about picking the type of men that being selective of the type of dates. I don't go on dates with every single man that asks me for a date because I don't want to waste my time. Right? My dating is intentional. So I know the man that I've spent time talking with, he's already the type of man that he's not going to ask me to do 50-50. I know already he's going to have all those things patterned and everything on the date is going to be on him and it's not an issue. Okay? So that's already. So financial initiative, that's very important. All women, if not, I would say most women, if not 99.9%, maybe minus anti Dr. Adama, want a man who is going to pay on the first date. Even the ones that pretend, oh, I'll pay, but then they'll be bitching to their friends, oh, he made me pay. I can't believe he made me go 50-50. So why were you offering to pay? If you have a problem with him accepting and taking you up on your offer, stop doing that nonsense. What
Okay.
the other one?
All right.
Intention, like you said, intention, and I think
Yeah.
security. If you're going to date with a guy, I think it's important for the guy to make you feel secure, to make you feel safe, right? I have this thing where, like, if you're dating somebody, you're walking, and they say a man who is aware. There's this thing on Instagram where they're like, married women are walking with their, or women in relationships. When you're walking with your partner, as a woman, your mind is completely switched off. You're not thinking about the exit. You're not thinking about the dangers because that man has got you. So you need a man who is like, he's in tune with the security for you and making sure that you're safe. If he takes you on a date, let's say he doesn't drive, you meet at a location, is he the type of guy to be like, listen, let me put you in a cab, let me send you to your house? He's not going to make a big fuss about paying for you to get home. He's going to call, he's going to check up on you. Oh, did you get home okay? Not these type of men that they'll take you on date. When the date is finished, you'll go home, you will not hear from this guy for like 1 week. I'm just like, really? And then they'll call you, oh, hey, babe, I was thinking about you. Really? I could have been pied under a bridge the day, like a few hours after you left me. You didn't check up on me. You didn't even make any accommodations to make sure I got home safely. For first date, especially, maybe some women are not comfortable with a guy dropping you to your house. Fine. A guy should be sensitive to that and not insist on, oh, let me drop you home, knowing that he doesn't know you that well. And you may find that uncomfortable and may not accept, but you still want him to make sure that you're taking care of him, put you in a cab, get you an Uber, get the Uber or pick you up in somewhere, or suggest, okay, I'm going to pick you up. Let me pick you up from this location. It's around where you live, somewhere that he's just thinking of your safety. Things like that. I think those are the main points that I can think of for myself. And for me, men should be chivalrous. Okay, chivalry is not dead. I think
Chivalristic. Men should be chivalristic.
chivalrous. Okay, that
They
just
must
means
open door for you, right?
being a gentleman. When a woman is coming, open the door, pull out her chair, make sure that you take initiative to maybe like order or suggest things on the men. All of that is sexy to me. I love that. When I'm with my man, I don't want to be thinking about anything. I love that. Open the door, car door. I don't step out of a car door when I'm with my man. He comes and opens my car door. That's just me. That's what I like. That's what I love. When we're walking on the side road and the traffic is on the right-hand side, he makes sure he stands on that side. He's not making me stand on the side of traffic where a trailer will come and pull me into the road. So things like this is just, I don't know. Some of these qualities are dying with the breed of men that we have growing up, but I think those are things that women still appreciate up to now.
Cool. All right, you're gonna get hot now. I'm bringing others into this conversation, but before I let you go, let me put you on the spot real quick, Sissy.
Yeah,
You
go on.
stated everything you expected from a man while you are going on a date. Tell me 2 things you're gonna do for that man when you go to for that date.
Hold on. What I'm going to do for him when I go on the date?
Yes, at
I'm
least 2
going
things
to.
you
I'm
expect
going to.
that you are bringing on the date.
I'm bringing my good vibes. Okay, my intellectual conversation, and also understanding and trying to understand what it is that he wants to do with his life. Being an attentive listener, maybe encouraging him or understanding what he wants for his life and having the discussion with him. I think those are all things for a first date as a woman that you can bring. I'm not coming with the finances off the bat, no, but I'm going to be an attentive listener. I'm going to be in my femininity, allow him to lead, allow him to direct the date, and just bask in my femininity. That's what I can do as the woman on the date. What
Okay.
else?
I disagree with you a little bit, but let's keep it moving.
Okay.
Abby,
Hey,
uh,
yes, Uncle B.
I agree. I already saw your chat, so I take it that you agree with everything Sissy said. So I'm just going to put the same question to you right now. If you honor a man by agreeing to go on a date with him, what are you going to do for the man? at least 2 or 3 things you can do for the man just by honoring him, because that's the way me I see it anyway. I don't ever say like,
Exactly.
oh, I'm
You just
taking her
said
ass.
honoring him. You just said honoring him. That's it. What else you want me to do? It's a first date.
I need you to go in details because
No,
here,
you
no,
literally just
no.
said I'm honoring him.
How would you honor him?
Look at Chucky's comments. You just said I'm honoring him. That is, I've actually decided. First of all, I'm not going on a date with you after 2 hours of speaking to you. So it means that I have given my time. I have given, like Sissy said, energy. You guys don't understand that there are many women out here that you're not even comfortable speaking to. For you to even approach a woman, well, I would like to think that men are approaching women that are worth their time as well, by the way. So for you to even think that, oh, I'm going to approach a woman to invite her on a date, spend my money, my time, my resources, people don't understand that money comes back, time does not come back. So it means that I have spent a
Yeah.
couple days, a week, whatever, chatting with you to begin with, and there's been some sort of consistent communication. That is me already giving something. So for me, a first date, mind you, I'm guessing in that talking stage, you guys have gauged each other as well. Intellectually, I've seen that you have a good sense of humor, and vice versa. I've seen that you are not AAN, is it AN? But you
Yeah.
are, yeah. I've seen that you're the right man, on the surface for me to even honor your date. I don't think women should be doing anything. I'm so sorry. What do you want me to do? Is a first
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
you want me to put my hand in my bag and say I'm splitting the bill? You want me to come to the date with flowers for you? What do you want me to do? So absolutely nothing besides just looking cute,
All
coming
right.
with my intellect, my beauty, and my good vibes is enough for a first date.
What do you call good vibe?
Good vibes is just like Cece said, just listening, being positive. You know, Uncle B, have you never sat across the table from someone and they just feel off? That is bad
Mhm.
vibe. Someone that just comes open-minded, happy, willing to listen, willing to contribute to conversation. Men take that for granted. There are many women out here that cannot hold conversations. So the
I
fact
be
that I
no
can hold
person.
a conversation is good. It's good news. And we're good to go. So yeah.
Yeah. My sister Abby, no verse. If you see me laughing, I'm not laughing at what you're saying. Is this other real fam in the chat? They are
I know, I
they
feel
are
it.
No,
something
but
else.
Uncle Ben, can I ask you? Could you tell her? Could you tell us what you expect a woman to bring on the first days? Because you keep saying you don't agree, you have a pushback. What is your pushback?
Okay, we're gonna get there. Let's take some comments. Simbi, are you here?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Simbi, don't let me shout to I because
I'm
I don't see
here.
this place one hot now. Okay. All right, take this comment.
Okay.
Why? I
So
don't know what I do you. All right, go ahead. Go
Messi
ahead.
AY. Hi, Messi. So I'm sorry, Mes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
She's saying not this what you're bringing to the table. Oh, Uncle Ben, don't upset me this afternoon. I just, I was just saying I agree with you today. Stop it.
Oh, shout out to Sister Chiye, Sister Natu, everybody in the building. I see you, UK Brown Sugar. Shock is back. All right, all right. And I see Sister Marion. Sister Marion, shout out to you,
The next one.
troublemaker. But I say this is where Wahala we start. Okay, okay. To answer that question that I asked Sisi and my sister Abby, I'm gonna move on to Uncle Emeka and Uncle Dayo, just to gauge the conversation so far. Uh, Uncle Dayo, hello, sir.
Hello,
So,
hello, sir.
uh,
How
Uncle
are you,
Dayo,
sir? Yes,
fine,
sir.
sir. I believe you've listened to our sisters, right? And I just asked them right now. Please, everybody, we're just trying to learn so that we can do better in our relationship. So please pay attention. Uncle Dayo, as a
Yes, sir.
man, if you take a woman out on a date, or she looks good, she bring good vibes and everything, are you expecting her to at least bring something that is more like a takeaway from you from that first date?
Now, basically, I'm trying to understand the millennial and the Gen Z because
Yeah.
their own dating culture is completely different from ours in those days.
Mhm.
So, and I like the way you have already analyzed everything. Everything you said cuts across every generation because those are just the basic things to like look out for and to be prepared for. Now to answer the question, a high value man will not expect anything from the woman on the first date. All what he wants is to get to know the woman first, get to know the lady first, get
Mhm.
to because this is actually about the first time you people are going to get to talking together one on one without distraction. But what a high value man will not expect a woman to bring to the table is what was really bothering my head because I know some of this our Gen Z stuff on the
Yeah.
first date they are coming with a friend or two. That's a no. How can you say you are going on the first date with a man and you are coming with your friend or with your sibling for what? Nobody's talking about that. Number two, I don't expect to take a lady out on a first date and then afterwards she's asking me to do takeaway for her and for her siblings.
Poverty, poverty alleviation date.
Uncle Beno, see, these things are funny, but it happens. It happens. And don't tell me they are trying to know how wealthy you are. Even though I'm Dangote, my first date with you, I don't expect to buy you takeaway for anybody. It does not. See, that is an off thing for me already. Number three, when you're with a date, I mean, when you're coming to a date with a man, as a lady, I expect you to bring everything that Sissy said on point. Even Abby too, on point. Come with your good vibes, come well dressed, come in a way that will be very, very appealing to me. Now, when I say appealing to me, you must understand what I want and what I like. If you come with all your cleavages showing, I may be put off and I may get a wrong impression about you. Come neat, come clean, come modest, come, come, you just come smelling nice and smelling good. Come like a lady. Give me the lady's vibe, give me that good aura around you. Let's have pleasant conversations. Let us laugh, let us joke, let's get to know each other because first it's all about knowing each other, knowing who you are, knowing who I am, introduce myself to you, and then introduce yourself to me. Then from that first date, we will know whether there will be a second date or maybe that's the send-off party. That's where it
Okay.
is.
Okay. Thank you. That send off party is where I'm going to when I ask that question. I know many of my sisters, even in the chat, they don't even get where this is going. So I like how you end it with send off
Uncle
party.
Ben,
Uncle Emeka.
can I just address something that Mr.
Wait,
Guy?
wait, 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 wait. I won't give you that.
Not to be bad. It's not
You want to
something
play
bad.
African politics now,
No,
Sissy?
it's not something bad. It's not something bad. It's just
Okay.
this comment. I think you made it yesterday as well, or somebody made it yesterday. I think it was maybe Mr. Brown Sugar Chuggy. When any to all the men, open your ears and hear me very well. Any woman who is genuinely interested in you, a woman who is genuinely interested in you as her potential date or her potential boyfriend, potential husband, let me tell you this, she's not going to be bringing her friends on a date. Any woman or any girls who are bringing an entourage to a date, that woman does not rate you. She does not like you. I don't know what men don't understand. You are just an option for a free meal for her and her friends. They don't rate you. They don't like you. So if you see a girl saying, "Oh, I'm coming on this date with my friend so and so and so," just know in your mind, she doesn't rate me. End that, lock that situation off. That girl is just using you for free food. I guarantee you, I know this because I've got friends that used to do this when we were younger. You'd say these men as takeaway, as free food, as Mr. In the UK, we used to call it bupsing. It's called bupsing. You'd bups a guy. all these uncles or these older guys that you're not really interested in, but you know that they're so hungry to go out with beautiful, fine girls. You just call them and be like, "Oh, hey, I'm feeling tired. I really want to go out. Is it okay if I come out with if I come out with you?" You'll get the guy interested. The guy will be like, "Oh, come, let me take you for food. Oh, baby, bring your friend, bring your friend." She'll carry all her friends because they're coming and they're laughing at you. They're just collecting food, collecting takeaway. Men, be sensible. Any woman who's me, as I'm selfishly interested in my man, I can't be taking my man who I'm really interested in with my friends. For what? Be for real.
Okay.
Be for real. So
Okay.
yeah, let me just put that out there. Any woman that's coming with entourage, that woman doesn't rate you. Please lock that situation off and stop being used for free food. That's all.
All right. Uncle Emeka, would you expect anything from a woman on a first date? Not material or anything, but at least something to take away from the date. Would you expect anything, sir? Hello, sir. Uncle Emeka, can you hear me? Oh, okay. Maybe Uncle Emeka stepped away from his computer for a while. All right. Just to answer your question, Dr. Adama, if you look at the bottom part of the tabling, I included why dating don't lead to committed relationship.
Okay.
Going on it.
Can
Okay,
you
go
hear me?
ahead. I can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I'm still having a little problem with the echo, but I'm gonna go ahead and talk.
All right, sir.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think we have to look at it from I'm looking at it from a different angle. What precipitates a first date? You met somewhere before you asked for a date. In other words, can we meet again? Let's say, for example, you met in a public place, maybe at a family gathering, at the park, or even in the club for the Gen Zs. And you are vibing over there and you say, okay, can I see you again? Blah, blah, blah. And she might say, are you asking me for a date? You said, yes, I am. Now, when you are going on that date, you better be prepared. I made a statement yesterday, and some people said I was throwing stones. For you to go on that date, make sure that you have enough in your pocket. And that was what I was referring to, that if you are not financially okay, you have no business trying to date. And me personally, and I try to imbibe that, in my son. If you go on a date, you have to be a perfect gentleman. You go, if you're going, you better you open the door, you get to the restaurant, you pull the seat out for her to sit first before you sit. You order food. At the end of the day, you pay. And you take her back to her place or her parents' place, walk her to the door, and don't expect anything, because what I find out from Gen Zs is that they're taking you on a date and they expect everything to happen that night. It doesn't work that way. That's where parental training comes in, because that's their generation, and they talk among themselves. I'm just giving specific the men.
Yeah.
I can, come back to the ladies later, but no, I don't expect anything other than to have a good conversation. I go from the date. If you decide to push it further, maybe to a movie, or if it's a weekend, to a concert, regardless of how the night ends, all expenses is on you. That's my take.
Thank you. Thank you, Uncle Emeka. All right. So basically, why I asked that question is this, because we got to move fast now. I see many girls nowadays, they make this mistake. When a guy asks them out on a date, they simply assume it's all about them. And that's usually come with a sense of entitlement.
Yeah, I can hear
Please.
you, but like I said, we're still echoing. Can you hear me?
No problem. I can hear you. You've already spoke your
No.
point, sir. There is a delay. I think there is a delay from your system,
I
sir.
can hear you, but I can hear you, but
There is a delay from Uncle's computer.
I can
All
hear
right.
you, but we're still echoing. I don't know why.
Don't worry, Uncle. You've already made your point. You are hearing me. I think. Oh, I see what's going on. You are listening to me on YouTube. Your YouTube is way, way back. You may have to fast forward it to where we are. That's why it's good to listen from the studio, not from YouTube. YouTube is a little bit slower, but in the studio, you will hear me in real time, sir. All right. So I see a lot of girls make this mistake. Please don't take it personal. Some of you might actually learn one or two things that will really work for you from now on. When a man asks you out for a date, you are the queen, you are the princess, everything is all about you. But always tell yourself, even before you went out on that date, before you go out on that date, always tell yourself, what can I give this man to let him know that I appreciate going out with him, and to probably makes him remember that this date is kind of different. You remember when I told you that when a man asks a lady out for a date and she said thank you, and when a man asks a lady for a date and the lady say yes, let's go on the date, and I said the man should say thank you to that lady. Everything we spoke about so far is about what makes you different from the rest. That's just it. That is how people find their wife. That's how they find their husband. What is that thing that makes you different from the rest? So when you go out on a date with a man, yeah, you are the princess, you are the one, everybody, it's all about you. But remember values. Remember you are special. Think about what you are going to offer him that shows why you are different from all the rest of the girls. It's not sex, it's not money, it's not material thing. For me, stuff as simple as figuring how to make him feel special, it goes a long way. Stuff as simple as complimenting him, it goes a long way. At the end of the day, even saying thank you, I had an amazing time, in fact, you blew me away, I don't see that coming, it goes a long way. These things, when it comes to African men, Nigerian men in particular, you see that small
So
extra thing.
Uncle Ben, I'm sorry for interrupting
And let
you.
me
Are you
finish.
saying
Let me just
no? Hold
finish
on. Are you
this.
saying all these are going to happen on the first date? You're saying first date. I just want to make sure I'm understanding your flow. These things are happening the first date, right?
On the first date, did I say anything that is outrageous now, Dr. Adama? Is it a bad thing to compliment a man on the first date, Dr. Adama? Wait, no wrong go. Wait, Dr. Adama. Is it a bad thing to compliment a man on the first date? Is it a bad thing to tell a man thank you? Maybe when he pull up, he open car door for you. You enter, the car is neat, everything is fine. He's behaving like a gentleman. Una reach restaurant, everything were cool. Is it a bad thing? Is it too much for a lady to tell a guy thank you when you go out on the first date? Is that what you are saying, Dr. Adama, that it shouldn't be happening on the first date? Is that what you're saying, man?
What I'm saying is this: a first date
Mhm.
determines a lot of things. There is something D Crown said. D Crown said it's either going to be a send off. A first date is when you find out whether you're into that person. I don't have a problem with saying thank you. I had a lovely dinner. Thank you. I enjoyed this thing. But
Okay.
when you said honor, there was something you said about honor. That part is where I want you to kind
Look,
of break down. What do you mean honor? If I'm not feeling your vibe, I should be honoring you. Is that what you're saying?
no,
I don't
no, no, no,
understand.
Dr. Adama, let's not take it to that route. I'm not talking about people who go out and have crazy dates these days. This topic means a lot to me personally, I won't lie. And the reason it means a lot to me is because I've seen a lot of our black sisters and Africans, they cried a lot because of this relationship thing. Let's just be frank here. I don't know how to pretend or lie about things. A lot of women who are single now, many of them cry at night. Many of them have pains. They can come out and say, I'm good, I'm fine, it's okay, everything is okay. They carry regrets. Let's call it what it is. So for me, it breaks my heart. I said something earlier that when I deal with single women, even here online, I talk to a lot of people. When I talk to a single girl, a single woman, from that interaction alone, I can tell you if this is a wife material or not. That's just me. And if the person get close to me and we start speaking deeply, and I get comfortable that I know, okay, if I tell this person truth, he can take it. I'll start telling you the truth. And once you start fixing it, you will just hit bam. Right here now, a lot of sisters that watch our show here, many of them we spoke privately in the past. They have the same worry about how will I ever find a husband? Ultimately, and when I follow that, I just say, look, you know I'm married. I'm not going to lie to you. Even while we are talking, I've asked some questions, I've said some things. I listen to how you respond. I already know that this is a wife material. I don't know why she's worried. Your husband will find you. And I give glory to God that some of those sisters, they are married as we are speaking now. Some of them will even see this video. They can testify if they want to. So, Sister Adama, let's forget these guys, both husband, men and women are doing. This is the reason why some women are still asking themselves this question to tomorrow, and some men like, God bless me, I got everything. Why can't I get my own man? And you see some men too. And they'll be like, I don't even know. What's wrong with me? I'm successful. I got good job. Why are these women coming and after a few dates, they dump me? A lot of men, they won't say it out. But they are asking themselves the same question. What is wrong about me? And then when they see other men that marry fantastic women and they're having fantastic time, they will still be asking themselves, okay, look at this one now. He don't even reach me for level. And yes, see the amazing woman where he marry. What is wrong with me? We have this problem. If we don't start to address it, it will continue. See, everything starts with a date. If you look at the last part of our this thing, why come people go on date and it never end in committed relationship? And like Uncle Dayo said, that first date will determine whether what we are having there is a send-off party or we're going to come back again. So we all said this now. A man should treat a woman right. You should do all these things. Make her feel special. Perfect everything. And then I asked that one simple question. What are you giving him in return? You don't even have to answer us here. But as you're listening to us discussing this now, if you're single, either as a man or a woman, just marinate about the talk. Think about this at your own corner. What are you giving that guy for that date that you went out to? The date is cool, it's fantastic, he's a gentleman, he treat me right, he's chivalry. Sissy go kill me with this chivalry. He's chivalry.
Chivalrous. No, he's chivalrous.
But at the end of the day, what do you give him that even when you are home, you know deep down inside your mind that he's going to call me, we are going on a second date? That is the point. I've said it over and over again. Dating, committed relationship, and marriage, it's all a game. You need to have a game plan. How do you win? So that's the question. Is it too much to tell a man thank you on a first date? Is it too much to compliment him? Is it too much to be a little bit vulnerable to say, wow, you actually surprised me today. I don't see that coming. And I think you are an amazing man. If it's so hard for you to say that, Auntie, you are not ready. Well, let us move on to another part. Anybody want to add anything? Cici and Abi. Yes, sir.
I want to say something, please. There's something that Cici said in the comments, which I really liked. She said, after the date, if she likes the man, she will tell the man that she will not go to bed until she has confirmed that the man got home safely. To me,
Yeah,
see, on a first date, That is romantic. If you tell me that on the first day, and I will know that yes, this it tells me volumes about you. It tells me
Exactly.
see, words like that goes a long way, because if a lady said that, oh, thank you for the dinner, I had a blast, I enjoyed myself, and you drop her off, and then she tells you that, oh, I will not go to bed until you confirm to me that you are safely back at home. To me, you have in fact you have won me over. But some
Exactly.
girls, today is my day. I am the one here. I am the topic here. I am. Come on, babe. Come on.
See, so these are the issues. Little things, minor things, means a lot to every individual. Mind simple things. Now, I'm saying this because of my African brothers and my African sisters. Yesterday, we spoke about the framework that I developed about understanding Africans when you meet them abroad. What category do they belong to? And yesterday, we all agreed that you should try to be in the middle, which is the NA, Nigerian American. And if you are in England, you should be in BA, British, in BN, British Nigerian. All these things goes a long way. You cannot be in the middle as a woman if you don't understand the African man mindset. You will just end up staying in the AAN. And I'm sorry to break this to you. Both African men and women, they despise anybody who fall in this category of AAN. Whether it's a woman or a man, they despise whoever fall in AAN. Let us all be honest. We see sometimes women will say, African men, they don't know how to treat women. I'm going to marry Oyibo, I'm going to marry this. Many people they recollect. Not be all those are marry Oyibo relationship, not be all of them sweet. Let's call it what it is. So, for us to solve this problem of not finding love, not being able to treat each other right, we need to work towards being an NA. So, let's move on with another aspect of this conversation. Abby and Sisi, any pushback on that so far? That at least there should be compliment. Any pushback?
No.
Yes, I do. Sorry. Okay, Sissy, go before me.
No, I said for me, I think I get what you're saying. I think it's important for a woman to at least kind of be present as well and be attentive in some aspect. But I think there's a fine line sometime in over, I don't know how to say this. It's like over complimenting. Sometimes how I'm gonna put it is there's some things that you should do in a in the dating stage, right? Like taking out a woman on a date. There's some things that are just standard. You're doing the bare minimum. You're not doing anything that's extraordinary to be getting like praise and celebration and all these fireworks and stuff. Like, that's the only thing where I feel like sometimes it's like, okay, you're complimenting a guy. Oh yeah, you look this, you look that. Yeah, that's true, but the date should be about the woman as well. I understand complimenting the guy, fine. For me, I'll say if you're really into the guy, check up on him. Me personally, that what I said, I'm not saying it just because of social media. That's genuinely what I do. When I like a guy, I'm always concerned, like, okay, he's like, taking me home. Obviously, this is somebody I'm talking to. I don't do blind dates or meet somebody and then go on a date with a person I've spoken to for a while. So I'm comfortable with you dropping me to my home or close by. So I will always check up and be like, please let me know when you get home, and I'll wait so that I also know that the man got home safely, right? I'm not gonna do that for every guy. If I'm not interested in you, you got home, okay, we had a good time,
You made the point, Mama.
yeah,
That's a good one.
that's just it. But I
Abby,
mean,
yeah.
Okay, so
Sorry, Abby, yours.
Uncle Beno, I think that life can be easy, but people just often complicate life.
very true.
If you're a man, you cannot tell me that you don't know that a woman is into you. There's a difference between pursuing a woman and just giving yourself headache over a woman that you just met. A woman that likes you is going to give something back. It would not be some long winded chase and all of that stuff, right? So I do think even with the compliments, for instance, The man has to, of course, compliment us. That's how it works. And you're going to say something back. You look nice. Oh, you don't look too bad yourself. They're just little gestures. I think people, more adults, need to be about the little things. And I always say this about men. Men, a lot of men have money. At least where I'm from, a lot of men have money. So a man can always splurge, but will not remember details about you, will not remember, which is what Uncle Benno actually touched on that at some point, where you go on someone's Instagram and you find out little things about them, you know, just to impress them. That's the same thing a woman has to do. A woman has to remember some detail about you from the week you guys were speaking or something. I personally, when I'm dating a guy that I like, I open my notes folder and I write some things down because I don't want to forget. And then obviously when I get used to them, those things stick eventually. But I write things down because I want to also be a thoughtful person, right? So I think that men or people in general need to look for the little things, because a lot of people can do grand gestures. If you have money, what's there in a grand gesture? You can even pay somebody to plan the dates for you and all. But it's the little things that make you know that someone likes you. I also wanted to say something to women. Once a man knows that you are just interested in bare minimum, it's over. It's over. You will never get any grand gestures. You will never get any gifts. Even sorry when they offend you, you will not get. So it's very important for everyone to keep their standards, men and women. Men only date women that actually like you. Only date women that actually like you, you know. So that's what I have to say.
Hmm. Hmm. Women. All right. Now let's talk about budget. What should be a minimum budget for taking you guys out on a date? Sissy. Sissy. Sissy is okay, maybe she's busy. Abby, what should be minimum budget to take you out on a date?
Okay, so Uncle Benno, I'm not a budget babe. I did say something in the chat earlier on in the show where I said when you're going to someone's Instagram as well, right? And you're gauging. I know that this happens a lot with Gen Z social media where they say stuff like, you go and meet Badi, and next thing you're wondering why she wants bone straight wig, 2 million naira. I get it, right? But generally, I think people should gauge what people see as enjoyment or what people like, right? Like since Dr. Adama said yesterday, she spoke about Nobu. There's in the UK, we also have the likes of Novikov and all sorts, all the same range. A lot of these restaurants are located in Mayfair. So when you hear a restaurant is located in Mayfair, you know that you're spending quite a coin. But I don't think personally, as much as a good life connoisseur, I travel a lot, I like to have fun. I don't think a date is the place for me to show that my favorite tequila is Azul. I don't think, honestly, I think there's a time and place. Even if I can afford it, which is why I kind of like slightly disagree with Dr. Adama from yesterday, where it's just like, yes, I can afford £400 champagne, but
Mhm.
I don't think a date is the place, even if we both can afford it, except that is what he's bringing by himself. I'm also a woman that is wary of men not over investing in me because I don't know what I can give back yet. So I want it to be a level playing field where it's, look at me, let me look at you. No, it's not going to be a coffee shop, but mid range where it's about talking, getting to know each other, seeing what our energies are like. And then we can now start to maybe invest emotionally or whatever else. But I don't agree that a man should even come and be taking me shopping on the first date. I don't want such gestures in my life because guess what? I don't want a situation where I'm not able to reciprocate. So let's just come as we are and do the right things, not bare minimum, thoughtful, but sweet. So that's how I am.
All right. So you don't have specific budget. All right, great.
I just want it to be
Dr.
thoughtful.
Adama,
That's it.
Sissy, are you back, Sissy? I think Sissy is kicked out of the studio. Hey, Sissy. I think she's kicked out of the studio. Dr. Adama, are you here?
Yes,
She's
yes, I'm listening to you. Yes.
okay. If you have
Mhm.
to advise young men and women, should they have like a budget for a date, a first date or something?
I'm going to pick it up from where Abby stopped. Um, I don't know what you mean by a budget. Like, know who you're dating and the kind of person you're going out with.
Mhm.
Like you say, there was a comment Mr. Dyer made about women bringing their friends, and Cece said, if you're dating someone and she's coming with all this entourage, she's not dying to you. When it comes to budget, I would say have that conversation and tell that person this is where you want to go. Or if the person asks, where would you like to go eat, and you know you're dating someone who cannot afford, or wherever you would like to eat, they cannot afford it, I would say be reasonable and go with something that you both will enjoy and they can afford. So that's what I would say when it comes to budget.
All right, absolutely great. So, Sister Chinye, Simbi, can you read this chat real quick? Okay, let me see if you
Okay,
pull up.
so
This.
Sister Chinye is saying $300 to $400. That's a question mark at the end. That's
Huh?
not even a wedding. Did you hear me, sir?
Read it again, make I hear. Yeah, I know, it be like say my ear no clear. Well.
$300 to $400. That's not even a wedding anniversary dinner. A first date. I don't know about that. Well, I don't know how much things cost in Canada.
Okay, I think she's replying to troublemaker Misty. Shout out to you, Misty. So I think she's replying to Misty. What did Misty say?
Okay, so Miss is saying, I think it depends on where you live. If you are in
New
if
York?
in New York, Toronto, or
Toronto?
Vancouver,
Yeah.
better have $300 to $400 on you, especially if it's a downtown. If it's a
Restaurant.
downtown restaurant.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Otherwise,
average
average restaurant
restaurants
will
can
charge
charge
$150.
$150.
Okay, that's a good one. Now let's shift this conversation to another thing real quick. Is it what should be a better place for a date? I saw a conversation in the chat earlier on when somebody said, I'm not going to go to a club for a date. What is a good location for a date? As far as I'm concerned, honestly speaking, I'm not too big on this date. Well, maybe because it's not my generation, but let me just leave it to you guys. Abby, what are good locations for a date? Must it always be restaurants and all these hotel and everything?
No, so I've recently, I would say post COVID, most of my friends and I started to get creative with our outings. And as much as I love restaurants, I love to try new restaurants out, I love to travel. We've also started to get into activities. We find that what happens with activities is that you get to know people more, even including your friends as well. You get to interact, you get to know your friends' strengths and weaknesses, and most especially, you can actually hear each other. A lot of these restaurants with certain ambience, you can't even really talk. Like you almost cannot hear each other. Club is absolutely no. I can't remember the last time I went to a club. It's just not my scene. So I think that with what you said about doing a little bit research on your person, going through their socials, I like to go read people's tweets as well because it also lets me know a lot of men tend to move crazy on X. So it lets you may know if men are RAP apologists and all sorts. And I know that this is not the man for me. They tend to share those sort of thoughts or like thoughts like that on X. So my go-to for research on a man is Twitter or X as it is now, because they show their asses more on that app. So I would say if you do a little bit of research, I know that I bought presents for partners because I just went to read what they said somewhere. So do a little bit of research, can tell the sort of person that they are. There's some people like galleries, some people like bookshops. There's all sorts of things depending on the sort of person that they are. I think just be thoughtful. It doesn't have to be a restaurant. And yeah, there's lots of TikTok videos. Watch and you'll find lots of locations. It doesn't have to be a restaurant. It doesn't have to be a
Okay.
restaurant. Yeah.
Can we go to church for our first date?
Uncle Benno, obviously within reason. Within reason.
Are you serious? Are you serious with that question now?
Yes, now. Can't we
Within
go to church
reason.
for a first date?
We should go to church on our first date.
Remember I
What will
said
you? What
want
would hold on? What will you call that date? Fasting
It's
and
a
prayer
date.
services dates, right?
It's a date. It's part of shared values. A man
no
can
Uncle
never
Benno. I just said,
Ben,
I
why
just
are you
said
like
that
this? If
you
I start
want
now, you
to.
start started.
I said you just want to be in a situation where you're able to actually talk. You're able to actually get to know each other. How feasible is that in church? So
We
that's
can
what we say.
talk
It has to be
as we
within
get.
reason.
Wait to hey, you guys will soon understand where I'm going with all this thing. No,
Maybe
I
we'll
said
understand,
something.
but
Okay, I said something here one day. Dr. Adama still there. Oh. I like that energy. Oh. We go do am now. I said something here one day. I said, look, that man, that real man you are looking for, the man that will change your life around, the man that will treat you beyond your expectation. If it's a good, well-raised, well-brought up African man, you can't tell how he's going to show up. Now, when I say, can we go to church for a first date? It sounds bizarre, right? It sounds so crazy and out of place. But what if you just give it a try? This
Uncle
guy?
Ben.
No,
No,
no, no,
Uncle
Uncle
no,
Ben
no,
is
Ben.
no.
not going on. No, Uncle Ben, can I answer my
Go
own
on,
side
go
of the
on, go
question
on,
of where
go
is the
on.
place to go for a date? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I have as you know, I have a 24 years old in med school. For my daughter, when I see her go on a date, her first date she went with her boyfriend. She went to Top Golf. You know where Top Golf is? She likes that. She went to bowling. She likes bowling. She went like these are things I'm talking about my daughter. If it
But
was to be
that's what I'm saying. Sorry, Dr. Adama. That's activities. It doesn't always have to be food. An example, exactly. That's my point.
Right.
Activities.
Go ahead. Dr. Dama, oh yeah. Dr. Dama, your line cut. She don't receive phone call again.
Uncle Ben, that's why I'm talking about activities.
Yeah.
Some people like activities. I've gone on a pottery, pottery, like making clay pots and vases and stuff. I've gone on a pottery date before. I've gone on a baking, like a baking event kind of thing, dates before. It doesn't always have to be food, right? It's fun, it's engaging, you laugh. It gives an opportunity to actually check each other's personalities well, you know? So it's nice to go on activity dates as well. In fact, for me, when I think about dates, I always say one setting should be food, like restaurants, another setting should be activities. Because I want to be with someone that is fun. So not
Okay.
every day,
Absolutely.
you're just
But
proper. You want to see that your partner can be fun too.
okay. Oh, good. But
Uncle Ben.
you, yes, sir. Let's confirm that Dr. Adama is still here. Dr. Adama, can you hear us? It's like you receive a call or something, man. Dr. Adama, you can come back in. Oh, be like say she's kicked out of studio or something. Okay, okay. I think she will come back. Uncle Dai, you wanted to add something real quick?
Yes, sir. Now, let's not forget something here. We are talking about first date.
Mhm.
You can have other dates. You can have all those other dates that can go anywhere to catch fun. But first date basically is where both of you can talk. I don't disagree with going to church for first date, but the question is, will you be able to have time for the one-on-one discussion you want to have? Church date can come before the first date or maybe after the first date. But you must have that time. Anywhere you can go, that both of you can be left alone to talk, to have a heart-to-heart conversation, and to maybe have some fun, like eating or drinking or doing something that will not really distract you from, because the purpose for first date is to get to know each other. If you can do that in the club, which I know you cannot, so be it for you. But I
Okay.
believe the best place for first date is in the restaurant. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Dr. Adama is back. Dr. Adama, your network went out.
yeah, a call came in, so it kicked me out. I'm sorry
Okay,
about that.
okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Abby was doing a pushback. She was trying to say something.
No,
I
no, no,
didn't
no.
quite
It's
get
not
what
the
she said.
pushback.
I
She's
wasn't
supporting
pushing
what
back. I
you were
was
saying.
Okay.
supporting you about
Yeah.
Huh?
what I was supporting you. You said your daughter liked top golf and places like that, and I
Yeah,
was trying to
bowling
say
and stuff like that.
yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
was saying. That's an example of an activity.
activity that you
Date.
can do.
Yeah.
So, Ben, when you say church, and let's say someone like me now, at my age, I'm in the dating this thing, and I meet a man and he say, "Will I like to go to church?" Ben, I will tell you yes, because at my age, that is something I will enjoy. But if I was my daughter age and you want to take me on a first date and we both like outdoor activities, like something we can connect, like game, I like competing, and that person as well. I was I would like for us to pick a place where we can compete, enjoy quality time, talk, strike conversation, and stuff like that. So I agree with you in the church part. If it's someone in their 50s, late 40s, I agree. Or even people in their late 30s. If you're dating someone that is very conservative, religious, they like everything gospel, it may work. But I would say to you, like I said, church, why I thought about it when you were saying, I said, okay, if I find myself single at this age I am right now, and a man says, okay, let's go to church. We have a prayer service. Would you like to join me? And then I'll say, sure, why not? So that's what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you very much. The lesson I
Hey,
will.
Uncle Ben. Sorry, I was on a call.
Okay,
I'm back.
where is Sissy?
I'm here. I'm here.
You are back now, right?
I'm back. Yes.
Or you go recharge to come and fight.
No,
Sissy,
no, no. Yes.
will you honor first date to meet in a church? Will you honor that? Why are you laughing? Bad woman.
You should.
Bad woman is laughing. Why are you
Since
laughing?
I
I like the way
had
you
to think about that
responded.
because I don't want you people to think that I'm one devilish person. But no, I'm sorry. I just feel like because for me, there's this connotation with people that try to be overly church. It's like
God bless
you're
you.
already
Red
putting me
flag.
off. You're already putting me off because I feel like you're trying to. What are you trying to prove? Like, oh, first date in a church. Like Mr. Dio said, there'll be other opportunities to go on a church date. Okay,
Yeah.
that is, I'm not against that. If you invite me, oh, we're having a church program, like I'd love you to come, and then maybe you go for brunch afterwards, or you go for breakfast or whatever. But for a first date, I would just feel like you're trying to act like you're one godly person, and then they're the ones that will be moving mad. So for me, that
So
would
okay, see, so
only
what if it happens to be a pastor that you're dating?
you can never be a pastor. I wouldn't date a pastor.
Abby, how about
All
you?
right.
Abby, what if it happens to be a pastor? No,
I
oh,
can't
man,
date
what
a
you say?
pastor now. You don't know
I
that
wouldn't date a
what
pastor.
dating a pastor means is that you're a pastor's wife. You don't know the
No.
expectations of a pastor's wife. It's not for
Yes,
everybody.
you're going to be a shepherdess. What's
Eh,
wrong
yeah,
with
it's not for
that?
everybody.
No,
It's not for me.
no, it's not for
It's not for.
me.
I still want to wear bikini in Mykonos.
Absolutely. I want to shake my tongue on a yacht in
So I'm not
Dubai.
doing that.
I'm
Yeah.
not doing it.
Period.
Blood of Zachariah. Anyway, for those who want to learn, this is what I would recommend based on that question about if you're gonna honor a date at church. You need to know that there is something about Africans that we don't want to agree on. African men don't ask you out on a date. Real African men that is serious about finding a wife. That is why sometimes age matters too. Real African men that is serious about committed relationship. When they ask you out on a date, it's not for fun. For women, it's for fun. It's for, oh, I want to get to know you. African men won't ask you out on a date if he doesn't have a plan of getting to know you better or trying to put you on what did they call it when somebody want to examine someone. Like he's like you are coming for a job interview. I know you're not going to understand this with my people, but let me just be honest with you. Many of the African men that I know and the way they behave, when they ask you out on a date, they saw something special in you. They are not going on that date just for the fun of it, especially when they are at certain age, 35 to 40. Most African men that I know, if they want to get under your skirt, preparing for big date or something won't be the main thing. But once a man is taking his time, listen to this video from beginning if you miss it. Once you see that a man is putting more effort, even the way he asks for it, he's showing you respect, he's being polite, is actually treating you like a woman. African men go on a date for a purpose. So now, if they are younger or something, from their body language, you will know their intention. So please, I say that for you to know that some people who are from like my generation, if it's a Gen X, and he's thinking, I really don't get where this guy belong. Let me try. Before he asks you, oh, can we meet at the church? Maybe we can just do service together. Please, when somebody asks you a very weird request, especially in this dating thing, what he's asking you to do is not that bad, but it looks like this is not the norm. My sister, get smarter with it. There is nothing wrong with accepting to go on a date in a church. What matter is, what do you offer? When he said, let's go to church on a date, did you also ask him, oh, yeah, that sounds good. It's great. But after church, where are we going? I don't know if I'm making sense to you. After church, where are we going? Now, if you say, oh, it's your church, we go church, we do praise and worship, then say, this is a complete madman. But if you like, oh, sounds great. I haven't been to church in a while, but I like the idea, we can actually get to worship together. But just for me to know how to prepare after church, where are we going? A man who is serious, that offer of let's go to church is a temptation. He just wanted to read you, just to figure out how you are thinking. Now, once you tell him, oh, yeah, that's fine. After church, where are we going? Now he'll be like, oh, wow. So this guy is really not like every other one. Oh, after church, where would you like us to go? Anywhere. Just tell me, it's your day. You are a princess. Wherever do you want us to go? I'm just telling you from my own African man wisdom. If the request is strange, process it a little bit. Don't do Gen Z. Don't do, which kind of person be this? Bushman. No. The question I see people ask several times is, how come now these bad girls define husband? And the decent girls, they don't define husband. Bad girls go into the dating world with the mindset of playing the game to win. Good girls, you go into dating world, you are being too serious. Everything is like you have a standard to measure everything. If it doesn't fit into this, it must fit into it. Doesn't fit into this. Oh no, that's why I'm not doing it. I'm just saying. I'm talking about Africa. Simbi, you want to say something? I hear Uncle Ben.
No, it's me, Abby.
No,
Uncle
that
Ben,
wasn't
I'm
me.
sorry, I disagree with you.
Okay,
I don't
let's have
really
it.
think,
Let's have it.
I don't think that women should go into dating with so much like mind gymnastics. Like, it's too much to think about. Oh, the reason he's asking me to go to church, I now have to like pretend that I'm a good girl to see where he's going. Like, I'm so sorry. Come at me direct. Let me come at you direct. What's all
Exactly.
these games about? One.
Exactly.
Secondly, Uncle Ben, I want to ask you a question. Do you not think it's odd that you go, let's say you go to a particular denomination of church. I go to another denomination of church, which is what happens most of the time, except we met at church or a church program. Do you not think it's odd for me to expect you to leave your own church to come to my church on the first date? To me, in a sense, is already asserting a weird kind of dominance that I don't like.
Okay.
You know, my church is already, to me, is some sort of red flag towards the not too bad, but almost tilting towards control that I don't like. You know, I don't go to your church now, except it's something we've spoken about while we were talking on the phone before going on the dates, where it's just like, oh, I have this church program. Oh my God, I like that person coming to minister at your church. Then it's something where it's like, oh, this girl is interested in this person. Now, presentation, you can't come to me and say, oh, we're going to church on Saturday for this program, blah, blah, blah. However, what you can come to me and say is, oh, remember that church program? Maybe we can go. And then afterwards, I've set up lunch at this really nice restaurant. That is a good approach if the girl is about that life. But don't just come and say we're going to church to test me. Test me as what?
It's not. Oh, you're not getting what I'm saying, my dear.
No, it's
It's
a
not
test,
a
Uncle Ben. That's
test.
why I even put in the comments. What
Please,
is that?
please
It's just about
understand where I'm
presentation,
going with this.
Uncle Ben, because it's not a bad thing for someone. Like I just gave you an example. If you come and tell me that Simi Dakolo, I don't know who performs, but Simi Dakolo is coming to perform at my church. Oh my God, I really like him. Fair enough. It makes sense because the girl has already shown interest. But don't just present it as coming to church. Now tell her we're going for lunch afterwards at this very nice restaurant that serves oysters, and I know you really love oysters. That is a nice presentation, and it's something that can be appreciated by that lady. That's why I said in the beginning, it's not about how expensive or extensive the date is, it's about how thoughtful it is, and it has to be
Okay.
well tailored to the person.
I just want to
Okay.
say
I
something.
got.
I just want to
Thank
say
you.
something for our viewers listening to us. We appreciate you guys. Could you please click the thumb up, like, share, please? Click the thumbs up, like, and share. Uncle Beno, you know one thing I know about you is you that is saying church. I don't see your church being your first date. Why do you like starting this argument? When we, the sisterhood, now start, you said we want to break the table. Have you ever taken a woman to church as your first day? Sir, answer the question, yes or no.
Actually, church is where we usually start dates back in Africa. In some places. Now, let me make something clear again. You know, I've said this several times that when we come here, even though we are cashing crews, people are learning. And some of the things I'm saying is for the benefit of those who will rewatch it again and then try to figure out the wisdom in this thing that I'm saying. The reason relationship are not leading, we are not having committed relationship these days, especially in the diaspora, is because of all these standards. Dating, this is the expectation. This is what it should be done. This is how it should be done. And in all of this, we are missing one critical aspect of dating and relationship when it comes to our own African community. It's almost as if we are forgetting that we are Africans first. And that is why it looks as if there is no wife outside there is no husband outside there. And yet, people are getting married every freaking weekend. This is just for people who wanted to understand where we're coming from. First off, we are Africans. Let's not forget that. And because we are Africans, I want to ask a question to drive my point home. Look at this question on the screen right now. Is dating African/Nigerian's culture? Originally, let's be honest, is dating our thing? And I'm going somewhere with this. Forget all this. Oh, he's so educated. Oh, he's a Nigerian guy. Is this? Is Ghana? Is that? Is that? Many of my brotherhood don't really believe in dating. Many of them don't believe in dating. And these brothers, they are amazing husbands. They are great fathers. Go ask the women that got married to them. Originally, when we talk about dating, some African guys, many, not the one you raise here in Western world though, that grew up in the dating culture. Many African guys that they were born, raised in Nigeria or some other African, they come abroad or something. They did not grow up in this dating culture. Some of them believe by taking you out on a date, they are doing you a favor. Some of them believe that taking a woman out on a date is like additional pressure. And when we started this show, I in my monologue, I explained what a guy should do if they want to take a girl out on a date. And you can see how stressful it might seem. Many African guys don't really buy into this dating culture. Let me tell you, in Nigeria, where I come from, this is not factual, but I can tell you that 80% of men who take you out on a date want to get under your skirt. the way our brain is programmed, taking you out on that date is like easiest access to get under your skirt as fast as we can. African men that really want to marry you originally is really looking for a wife. Dating is usually not part of their plan. I don't know if I'm making sense to you, but I'm just saying it. If you have this understanding, then you are better prepared to know how to handle a date with an African man, especially Nigerian man. I don't know if this thing makes sense, but I just wanted to put it out there for some sisters to consider. The Nigerian men that you see who truly understand all the standard of what dating is all about, these are the ones that study the school in Western world. They attend university here. Some of them understand it in Africa now. Those that are fall within Gen Z and the late millennials, some of them. But originally, for African men, dating is not part of our culture. Dating is Western. And as an African man, as a Nigerian man, the way we approach a girl we want to have committed relationship with is far different from how we approach a girl. We just want to hit it as long as she allows us to hit it. I don't know if I'm making sense to you, but do you have any pushback on that? Is dating Africa/Nigeria culture? Let's go round. Cece, you want to start with that?
I would say it's not, but then courtship, I
God
think
bless you.
is. So then if it's not our culture, then the narrative that we should be putting out here, or you as the candle bearer for the brotherhood, you should be advising your brothers to get their money up, get themselves together, and start looking for wives. When you see a woman that you like, have your shit together and propose marriage. That should be your next step. Stop all this, cut out the middleman, all this dating thing. Women are always going to accept proposals. 99% of women want marriage. That's what we're looking for. We're really not out here for endlessly dating, endlessly doing situationship, endlessly doing talking stage. If a man approaches a woman and she's ready to get married, she'll accept that proposal. So I think you should start educating your brothers to start getting their money up, package themselves in a way that they are showing that they're responsible financially, emotionally, so that when they're stepping out there, they're only looking for wives. They're not looking for girlfriends. They're not looking to get their leg over. They're not looking for quickies. They're coming out here off the bat looking for marriage. I think then the dating game will change, because I think men are the ones that dictate how all of this goes. Okay. As much as we want to say it's women, it's men that will dictate how it goes, even in the dating, even in the marriage. So you guys need to put your best foot forward. And a lot of you men are not putting your best foot forward. You're acting like princesses. You're sitting back, wanting the women to do everything. And then on top of that, you're still the ones that the women are running around that are trying to get married to them. So advise them. If they want marriage, let them come and be marriage material and start proposing marriage to girls that they see that they're interested in. The women are going to say yes.
It's not proposing marriage, Sissy, but I get your point. Abby,
you said that we're not doing dating again. So which from what? How do we get to marriage? You go straight. You see the person that you like. You say, "Hey, baby, I like you. I want to marry you. Let's get married." Finish. That's how it used to be back in the day. Or you go, you see the girl, you say, "Oh, who's
Hey,
the
brother
family?"
Ben.
Inquiries.
Yes,
Brother
sir.
Ben.
Yes.
You go to the
Yes,
girl's
sir.
family and propose marriage.
Brother Ben.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Listen, listen. I think we have to. Your question of whether dating is part of our culture. I think we have passed that stage. We can't continue to try and live life the way our parents did that. During their time, they have arranged, marriages and stuff like that. And that's why a lot of people in their generation, they actually do, suffer in that marriage, but they will not tell you. Dating is very important. That's how you will know who you can relate with or end up spending your life with. So I don't think we'll have to look at dating from our parents' point or era. That's the point I'm trying to chime in.
Yeah, it's actually not what I'm describing is not like looking at it from our parent era. I'm just simply talking about the African man mindset. You see a lot of young African men my age and under now, and you will think that, oh, this person is in abroad now, he's supposed to know, say, now like this thing they be. And then when you get closer and you get to know how they move, then you'll be like, this is kind of strange. I wasn't expecting this. But if you don't know their mindset, why? Look, we can, okay, let me put it this way. I think many of our African sisters in Western world, they have their own expectation with respect to everything about men. But our African men have different expectation, and those two doesn't meet. And that is why we pull up this framework yesterday, sir, about knowing who you are dealing with. If you are dealing with an NNA man and you are talking about dating, if he agree to take you on a date, he believe he's doing you a favor. If you are talking to an NA man, yes, he might do his research and say, oh yeah, this dating, no, this is how I get to know this woman. Look, I think somebody say in the comment, how do you get to know somebody if you don't go out on a date? In Nigeria, mostly, you get to know a girl simply by how much you guys are communicating. You talk, you call each other, you meet once a while, and then before you start going out. In abroad, you decide to get to know somebody, you start from dating. In Nigeria, you start from talking. You can even you maybe have been talking for a month or 2 or 3 before you guys finally go out on a first date. Uncle Dayo Shemoparo, who is there? Simbi, is it a lie? You are in Nigeria unless you just want to play to the gallery, Simbi. In Nigeria, is it not talking that comes first? Talking, get it to relate over a period of time before you go out on the first date? Yes,
Uncle
sir.
Beno, if you are talking about Nigeria as at now, you are very, very correct. You have to talk. You will talk first and foremost to a particular stage before you can now agree to go out on a date. And I think it applies everywhere also. Even over there in the Western world, you cannot meet somebody and then you must have had some kind of a discussion also before you can now agree to go out on a date with him or with that lady. If you have not talked first, talking is the first stage before dating. You must talk. But in Africa, everything you said so far in Africa is correct. But I think we are now adapting also. We are also like adapting. So it's not as if it was like during the time of our former generations and all. Thank you.
All right.
Ben, I want to push back.
Go ahead. You're free.
Okay, so 2 things. Firstly, I think that you have overcomplicated dating. And I understand why. It's because of the recent expectations. Nobody's saying take me to Novikov. Nobody's saying take me to Noble. That's not, always the case, right?
I don't even know where Nobu is. What are they doing at the Nobu? Where be Nobu?
Because that's the restaurant
Because
that
all you know is
Dr.
pounded yam and a
Adama
foreign
said.
roll. It's not, you won't know what Lobo is.
If you don't want to go to African restaurant with me, Auntie Elo Joko, go ahead, Gary CB.
Yeah, but Nobu is Japanese. Nobu is Japanese. Anyway, what I was going to say, what I was going to say is that Uncle Ben, I grew up in Nigeria. I came here after secondary school. I was about 14. So you are not going to gaslight me about the things that happen in Nigeria. Even in secondary school, the boy that likes me used to buy me like a Sarah and Gala and would just chill in the corner. That is a date.
Oh, so like I said, Ghana is a date.
That is a date. That like a Sarah and Gala.
Why do we now have to prepare all this ceremony because we are going on a date? Why can't we just buy Gala? Why can't we buy Gala? Buy sweats, sit down for one corner along the street and talk.
Uncle Ben, there are still women that start out relationships with things like women that start a relationship with go and cook for a man and eating the jollof rice that she cooks in his house, and they still get married. Everyone has their standards. That's all I'm going to say. So I don't want you to overcomplicate it based off of the standards that we on the panel are saying. There are people that actually do the bare minimum things for dates, right? And it's okay. In Nigeria, even if you went to Unilag or Unizik or any of these universities, doesn't mean that you didn't have dates. Even if he's taking a babe to that Mama Puts that sells food, that is a date. I don't agree that I don't agree. No, it's for their standards, by their own standards. So I do not agree that Nigerians don't date. It's not in our culture. And personally, I don't like when Nigerian men tell me things are not in our culture, because wearing suit and tie is not in our culture. Yes.
No, you won't win in that case. Let me tell you, you can't win, Abby, because Ben is a minister of culture and tradition.
No, Wahala, I'm here to fight him, because you guys like to pick and choose what suits you whenever it suits you. You wear suit and ties. That's your culture. No. Why are you not using keke in America or in UK or Canada?
Why are you using washing machine? Every time he's always in the laundry room. Yeah, then you come and tell us he can't fold
washing machine is not our culture too.
No, if you can evolve in other things, be willing to evolve. That's all I'm saying. All this is not in our culture. Does not. When I was growing up, like I said, it's small boys that liked me that year, like a Sarah, what's it called, meat pie, all those things. That's still a date based off of the standards. That's what I'm going to say. I'm sure that secondary school kids now, when they go on dates, I don't really have any secondary school kids around me. I'm sure their own is probably Nando's or whatever. Their own standards is like Nando's, maybe KFC, all of that stuff. It's still a date.
Okay, excellent one. Thank you, my sister. Thank you. I like the fact that Abby is the one that actually break it down better by saying a date is a date. It really doesn't matter like that. And that standard thing, ladies, make una work on it. Now, I got to round up. If we're going to continue, because there are several aspects of this conversation we have not dissected yet. We have not spoken about what happened after the date, where una come out to una reach house for the first date. What happened from there? Second date, what's supposed to happen? Third date, what's supposed to happen? So, but let's start wrapping it up so that I can leave. First off, let me ask you this. What should be the primary purpose of first date? Maybe my brothers can learn one or two things from that. Hey, cool mama, how are you doing? I see Sister Chi and Misty. Everybody they are throwing grenade in the chat. I see you guys, but I'm not going to pick battle with anybody today. Quick question. What is the purpose of first date? They don't talk again, no. Say. No baton.
The purpose is to establish.
First, can I say before I serve what I'm saying? For me, the purpose of a first date is to see if there's any one, am I physically attracted to you? Two, the communication, how you speak on the phone, and when you see the person in front of you, how is the communication flowing? Like, is this someone, am I that into you? I'm getting to know you. I think the first date for me is I'm going to be watching your body language. Like, I'm going to be looking for a lot of things. So I think that's what the first date is all about. In regards to when you say when we leave there and we go home, are you talking about having are you talking about Nakademus when we go home? Can that happen on a first date?
You are the one suggesting that too. All I'm asking is, how should the first date ended? How should it end? The first date.
If the first date,
the wrap up activities of the first date. That's just what I mean with that.
Okay, for me, let me speak for me, because what I've done. For me, my first day with my husband, it ended, we had sex, and we are still married. So I'm not against someone having sex the first date. A lot of people will come online and say it's a lie. Oh, I can't do that. Oh, it doesn't listen. It doesn't listen. What do you? I'm someone, I did me, and I'm saying mine. For me and the man I'm married to the first time, we were intimate. So I'm matured enough to say that. And quite frankly, whatever anybody's opinion is doesn't move me, because at the end of the day, I'm doing me, not you. So thank you.
He shocked you. You know what I'm saying?
I expected nothing less from Dr.
You are bad pride. You are as a minister of tradition and culture, you are a wayward pikin. A very wayward human being.
I'm not shocked in the slightest. Good for you, girl. But please, this is not the advice for
Sissy,
everybody.
Uncle Ben,
It
no.
doesn't work
Uncle
for
Ben,
everybody. Please.
let's
Uncle
get Sissy real quick, please. Sissy,
okay.
your take real quick because I'm rounding up now. Your take. First date, what is the purpose of first date and how should it end? What are the activities that should end first date? In 1 minute,
For
Sissy.
me, the purpose of it is to understand and set your expectations, really to understand if this person is looking for, are they just looking for something casual? Are they looking for something long term? Not that they're saying that, oh, yes, you're the person that I'm going to be with, but what is their hopes of just being out in the dating pool? What's their end goal? You need to establish that on a first date, right? And then also compatibility. I think we've spoken about that. Like Dr. A said, when you speak to somebody on the phone, sometimes when you meet the person face to face, I've had that before. I spoke to the guy, everything could be great, you'll be vibing, and then you meet the person, you're just like the vibe is completely off, right? So it's also about compatibility. And for me, the main one is just setting your expectations, understanding, do you guys have the same values, core values? Do you want this? Are you aligned in terms of what you're looking for? In terms of just being in the dating sphere at the moment, are you both looking for a relationship at the end of it, hoping to get a relationship, not necessarily with each other, hopefully, but is that what you're looking for in the process of dating? Or the guy is maybe, oh, I'm just seeing how it goes type of thing, or I'm just, I'm going with the flow, as these useless men like to say, I'm going with the flow. But then you can tell he wants to waste your time, then okay, this is not the person for me. You don't need to entertain the person any further. I think those would be the two things. How it will end, I think, listen, like Dr. A said, for some people it works. Me personally, I'm not sleeping with anybody on the first date. I don't care how much I like you. I don't care how much the attraction is there. I just don't think I think it's techie. It's dicey. Men will always be up for sleeping with you on the first date, whatever, right? But as a woman, I feel like sometimes if you do that and then you don't get the man at the end of it, are you going to be okay with it? So whatever you're going to do it with your full chest, but be prepared that it may end in heartbreak. He may just be using you. He may just slam for the night and then he's not going to call you the next day. Are you prepared for that? For that letdown and that disappointment. So sometimes it's best not even to put yourself in that situation. I think just end the night with, thank you so much. I had a beautiful time. If you did, even if you didn't, just say, oh, thank you so much for your time. I had a really great time. And then, hopefully we can see each other or whatever. If you like the guy, like I said, if the guy drops you home or he makes an effort to make sure that you got home safely, just check up on him and say, hey, let me know when you get home safely. And then follow up with him in the morning if maybe he slept up or something, just to say, oh, I had a great time. I hope you got home well. Thank you again, blah, 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 and check up on the person. That's the most that you can do. Finish.
So, how the first date, how it should be ended is for you, there should be no kerewa involved. Just
No.
appreciate the man.
Just appreciate
and
the man. If you're gonna
follow
have
up.
Terroir and the person's into you, it will happen. Why must it happen on
Right.
that night? I don't think it's necessary. And I will, and I
So,
don't really. I know Dr. A is just because these things happen. I know people are like, oh, I slept with the man, he became my husband. That is an anomaly. Okay, that is not the norm. You try
all
that.
right.
Trust me, it's not going to work out the same for you. It doesn't happen for everybody, and it's not the norm. So people shouldn't hear
Sissy,
that and think it works for them. No, I
Sissy,
don't agree with that.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, Sissy, let me put it this way. Don't mind Dr. A. Dr. A is just being sarcastic.
What do you
Yes,
mean,
you
Ben?
can.
Speak for
Just
It's not
yourself.
tell
being
I'm
him.
not speak
sarcastic.
for yourself. Don't what do you mean sarcastic? My man is listening to what I'm saying. Do you want him
You
to
know
tell
why?
you?
No, you know why I say Dr. A is being sarcastic. She have
Uh-huh.
not told me. She haven't told me her love story or anything. All she said that in like most 5 times on our show here, and I think I can figure out the rest of the story. She said she met her husband in the OR during the operation. He was sweating. She cleaned his
No,
face.
she shot
All
her
that.
shot. She shot her shot.
Okay. Now, what that means is that Dr. A has been seeing her husband, even though they've not started anything. They walk. She have been seeing that man for a while, and then after their first encounter, she still continue to see the man until brother turns around and say, "Wow, I think I like this lady. I like how she carry herself and everything." So, in other words, even before the first date, she has almost seen everything about him, and she know, I love this man. I love
He was already hot in the
the
poussoir. He
exactly.
was
So
hot.
it's not like, oh, this man you really don't really know. He acts out on first day, then he end up in bed. That's
Girl,
not.
you're such a
It's
wise
it's
man.
just
Why are you
being so
telling my
sarcastic.
story? Be quiet.
I'm sorry, but I know you're just being sarcastic about that. And because of young folks that we hear now, I don't want them to go and say, yes, she be, you see that doctor, she met her husband, they go first date. Kerewa. No, be so. When it happens like that, people usually they have get to see each other for quite some. In fact, the
There's
passion
an
is
attraction. There's an
already
attraction there already. It's
is
not like
there
they just met
already.
each other that
So
day and
it's
sex.
just that first date was like what break the whole barrier away day. Like they really feel like, oh wow, we gel, So don't mind my Dr. Adama, Nawala troublemaker. Now, Cece, I
Yes.
pull up this picture for a reason. Did you see this picture, my sister?
I'm seeing it now for the first time. Yeah.
You see it? Do
Mhm.
you like this yacht? Do you like the lighting, everything? You like
Yeah.
you like the yacht? This
Mhm,
is a
mhm,
private yacht, okay? It's a private yacht. So,
mhm.
Sissy, if I take you on a first date, or brother, one Odogun, Nigeria Odogun, take you on a first date on this yacht, first class treatment,
Hmm.
you want to say you chop wish. After the enjoyment, when this yacht there for ocean, you never can land. You want to say you chop wish, you no go do the do on that first day,
Why
Sissy.
must you do the do? Because he took you on a yacht.
I swear, Sissy, I go dump you inside that water.
I can swim. I'm a very good swimmer. I'm a very good swimmer, so I'll be fine.
Sissy, nobody you we know you are missing. Look, you never see Odogun way pass Odogun now. You go say, on the first day, I did
But
that.
why
If
do
you see
men?
better
Why do
Odogun,
men? Uncle Ben, but why do men associate doing grandiose things for a woman and then expect that the payment is sex?
What?
Why? It's like
Why are we chasing you?
it's like me taking
Why are
you
we
taking
chasing you in the first
it's like
place?
you taking me on a first date and
Uh-huh.
then me telling you after this beautiful first date you took me to a nice restaurant and then me turning around and saying, oh, my I start sending you my bill for the maybe my rent is £2,500. I say, oh, hi, Uncle Ben, I had a great night. Here's my bill for my apartment. Can you pay my bill? Can you pay my car note? It's the audacity. How do those two things correlate? The fact that you've done this grand thing for me, that is what you're supposed to do. It's your choice. If you want to go all out and think that the payment is sex, where's the contract that the payment is sex afterwards?
See, let's just bring it home. If you guys still want to continue the conversation, Simbi has access to the studio. He can run as long as he wants while I go to work. But let me quickly say a couple of things before I leave the studio. Sissy, remember what I said earlier, not too long ago on this show, that when it comes to Nigerian men and men generally, dating means two things. Dating means a lot to women, but for some men, the Nigerian men, women I know, some of them, dating is not really a priority to them. The only reason they are taking you out on a date is that dating make it so easy to get where they want to be. That's why they are, especially if you are mixing with Nigerian big boys, where money day. The reason we're taking you on a date and we are spoiling you, we are buying the wine, buy everything, is because we want to get to the promised land as fast as we can.
Okay, fantastic.
Now,
But that's not the reality.
now, on the other hand, if we want to take you on a date because we want a committed relationship, it's a longer process than where we just want to get under your skirt. That's just what I'm saying. So, but I'm not preaching that people should sleep with men on the first day or something. No, I'm just saying circumstances differs, okay, but let's just move on to other people real quick so we can we can wrap it up somehow. The question is, Abby, where's my Abby? Abby,
I'm here, sir.
what is first date all about, and how should a first date come to an end before we can even talk of second date? What is it all about?
I do think that first of all, prior to the first date, you've already spoken to each other, so you have a rough idea. So I think first dates, for me anyway, it also shows you that they're who they say they are. So you
Mhm,
get to see them in person. I
mhm,
also believe in sexual and physical attraction
mhm,
because I don't know why you wouldn't want to feel all of those things towards your partner. So I think it's also an opportunity to see that. That's assuming you met them online and you haven't seen them before, of course. I think it's an opportunity to see that that energy is there and you actually will want them in that way. And how should it end? Like Sissy said, he paid. So thank you for bringing me out. I appreciate it. I had a good time. Hope you had too. Hope you had a good time too. Like Sissy said, I'll also make sure they go home safe as long as they do the same for me.
mhm.
And the ball is in his court. I'm not the one that's going to reach out for a second date. Neither am I the one that's going to reach out to you tomorrow and say, "Good morning, princess." Are you a princess? How will I tell you good morning?
Oh
So
wait,
is it now,
so
yeah.
so
Is it
you are
not
saying
continue?
if a man wait to Abby, wait before we go enter one chance, me and you now. So you were saying if a man take you out on a date, he treats you right, and you vibe with him, everything is okay.
Yeah.
The next day, you're not gonna reach out to him. You wait for him to reach out to you.
Well, absolutely not. That evening, I've already told him thank you for a nice time. I had a good time. Hope you did too. He too tell me thank you, good night. The next day, what do you want me to do again? I should now wake up and say good morning, princess.
Yeah, no, I
Is it
disagree.
too
Yeah, no.
much? Is it
It's
too
too
much?
So
much.
what is your
What are we
obsession with
doing?
Yeah,
thank you?
so
What is your obsession
So
with
what's the
thank
man
you?
doing? You're
The
the
waking up
man
and
thank
is
saying
you.
the
good
one
What
that
is
will
the
morning.
reach
man
out
doing?
now or whenever he wants to reach out. That's his
You
business.
see,
But let me just
this
tell you
is
something. If you don't reach out the next day, you don't reach out on day two. You have gone. No,
You're blocked.
moved
this
on.
is
We have moved on.
this is
Mhm.
this is how you ladies complicate everything. Simple thing. You don't even know how to handle African men. We
I
cannot
don't
talk.
understand. I'm not your
Don't
mommy.
worry.
Handle you for what? I'm not in the position to handle you yet. I'm not your
No,
wife.
I should serve you on the first date. Kneel
I'm
down
giving
and
you
wash your
too
hand,
much.
my odogu.
I'm giving you too much privileges for
Mama,
someone that has
Mama five say is a gunner.
not earned anything.
Mama five, you are wicked.
This is why brown sugar is in the situation that she's in as well. You're
Right?
overgiving. You need to pace yourself. You need to do things at the right time. It's not necessary. If he messages you in the morning, good morning, hope you slept well, really had a nice time yesterday, you tell him the same thing and you move on. But like I said, after 3 working days like this, if you don't reach out to me, I'm going to assume that you don't want a second date and we move. Don't think you can come after 2 weeks, and say 2 weeks ago was nice. I won't
Okay.
lie on
Okay. Now, Abby, you are successfully triggered me now. We are not ending the show. The conversation is just getting started. I swear, along. The conversation is just getting
you said
started
they are
because
going to work now. What happened?
no, don't worry. My work.
This one is going to work. He can go to work and be talking in the platform. Leave
See,
Ben. We know him. Ben, we are
right
ready for
now,
you today.
don't worry. Oh, we are about to dive into that wahala we una define. We go enter the wahala together now. Simbi, are you here, Simbi?
Yes,
Set.
sir. I'm here, sir.
Okay.
I'm
Uh,
here. What are you
I want,
telling?
I want to hand over the studio to you right now. Don't worry. I'm logging it already with I'm logging in with my office laptop. I'm already here. Don't worry. So it won't kick you guys out. And then I'm also gonna log in with my phone so I can hear what everybody is saying before I drive from here to work. But this conversation is just getting started. Una they go where I no one go, and since una they attracted to trouble, let us do that trouble. No. Now,
I didn't
Abby,
even
I will
say
put
anything
you
wrong.
on a pedestal now. But before I leave first, let me just announce to you guys real quick. My baby Simbi is working on her show. Her show is Crazy Love with Simbi, Ladies Round Table. Simbi just verse. Simbi say, I know they allow her. They express herself the way she want to express herself. That I'm always doing brotherhood. That sometimes my opinion is always in favor of the men. No, we women, we want to have our own talk. I said, okay, what do you want to do? Simbi say she want to talk about crazy love. So give it up for your baby girl, Simbi. This is another show from our platform here. Simbi will be hosting our show right here on the platform. It's everything about love, everything about ladies. And to even shock me, when we are doing test running this morning, Honey Babe called in. My own Honey Babe, Honey Babe say yes. Uncle Ben, when we are trying to move the conversation started where Uncle Ben will shut it down. He will say, no, we will come back to it later. Simbi, let's do it. We will have our own show. So, ladies and gentlemen, to all the sisters in the Roof fam, this is your show. Your host is Simbi. I will be co-host at times if she invite me. I don't even want to get involved on matter self. Ordinary conversation where we they have now. You people won't let us talk. Not just the corner. So this is your show. Crazy Love. Simbi is going to be bringing issues that are trending on social media and some other critical conversations that you guys like to talk about as girls. It's your platform. We, the men, we can join you once in a while. If not allow us, if not say, we no come, we stay our own. So watch out for your girl, Simbi. Right now, we are just trying to work around our schedule and slot. My own show, Simbi Show. And of course, Trendy Tosi is also coming up with our own show, which is Trending News anyway. So when Tosin also start our own show, right now my baby girl is a little bit strong, but I know when she bounce back, her show will come up. We are working on the time because basically we have 3 set of audience here. We have our audience from America, UK, and Africa, generally Nigeria. So we are looking for a perfect timing. Right now, my timing is more like the peak time for now, but I'm not going live every day again. I'll be going live maybe 2 times a week, unless somebody like Auntie Yinka move certain way, and then we have to address it. So once we perfect the timing, your girl Simbi will be your host. Please take it easy with my girl. You know, she have learned a lot from me anyway, but she's just starting her own show. So if she say anything you don't agree with, please give my girl soft landing. Okay, we all learn in the process. When I started this show, I used to get emotional too at times. My could not head like now where I be, they tell me say she no fit go church. When I be say she no fit go church for first date, if not before I go don't enter you. So
Ben, I'm not even the only person that said that. Literally 90% of the chats,
I
the
I
panel
disagree with all of now. Nothing
But
wrong
you
with
said
going to church for a date. But anyway, please, when my girl is hosting, for those of you who are experienced host and co-host, people like Dr. Adama and Simbi, Honey Babe, majority of our refam people here, they are very good co-hosts. Please help me support my girl. Help her co-host when you can. It's mainly women topic, how to be better, what's happening in marriage and relationship. So just help me give my girl a soft landing until she become an expert. Now, I will promise you one thing. The way she they suffocate me on my own show, I swear, I will literally snuffle the life out of her. But see me, shout out to you, my dear. Are you ready for this challenge, Mama?
Yes, sir. Hello, Refam. Thank you all for the beautiful comments. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I love you guys.
All right. All right.
Thank
So
you,
that's
Uncle
my
Ben, for
girl.
this opportunity. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
I got you, Mama. I got you. 247. So Simbi will be working with my daughter most of the time. When she's live, I may not be around, but my daughter will always be in the studio here, helping her set things up. And the coolest thing is, you can actually go live on your mobile phone with StreamYard. The show we did this morning, if you get to see that show, Simbi and I, we did that show on our phone. It was mobile phone. I was literally sitting on my couch all through when we were doing that show. So thank you, everybody. Now, coming back to our hot topic, as I'm about to leave the studio now, don't worry, I'm joining right now. I'm already in the studio with my backup laptop, and I'm also getting into the studio with my phone right now so that I don't miss any part of the conversation. So, Simbi, I will yield to you and Dr. Adama and CC as well as Abby. I believe you guys can handle the show. But here is what I want us
Absolutely.
to focus on. We are talking about how should a date end. And so far, so hey, shout out to my boss, man of prestige. How you day, Baba? I see you, but when I was promoting my girl. Yeah, shout out to you, man of prestige. Thanks, Baba. I appreciate you showing up always. So, how should the first date end? And what should determine the second date? That's what I want you to help us address. And then we have Uncle Dayo and Uncle Emeka here. Please, I will not say glaze una no they forget say we did. Make una allow us to contribute our own too, because after all, without us men, you won't even have a date. Mm-hmm. CC, Abby,
Excuse me, Uncle Ben. I go. Hello, excuse me, Uncle Ben. I go on brunch dates all the time with my girls.
Exactly. I was just about to say
What are you
this.
talking about? In
What
fact,
is brunch
Uncle
again?
Ben,
What is brunch? Abby, what be this one again? What be brunch date?
She didn't say brush. She didn't
I
say
said
brush. She said
brunch.
brunch.
Brunch
You see
date.
that why I
Let
told
me
you?
show you.
Oh,
Uncle Ben, no,
Ben.
when we go out as girls, we don't penny watch, we don't pocket watch, we're not penny pinching, we're spending, enjoying. You see that $400 champagne that Dr. Adamatu spoke about yesterday? We order it with no hesitation.
Light work.
Unlike men, we
Firework
not
is
be
a good
wondering.
time.
We don't want you to
Yes.
call us hungry. We don't want you to go to your boys' chat to say,
You go, wait, Abby, wait. Lady, press button missing. Abby, you go on brush date. You order $400 meat.
I'm just
Brunch.
telling you that when we're out as girls,
what is brunch?
we don't watch pocket like that. We just enjoy ourselves.
But
But when you guys take us out,
wait,
we don't want
please.
you guys to say we're hungry.
Is brunch hungry date?
No, I'm just saying that we go on dates all the time as girls. So don't make it seem like we can't survive without men.
Oh, okay, wait. When girls carry girls out on a date, now it be brunch date.
No, it's post breakfast, pre-lunch.
Stop,
That's
Uncle
brunch.
Ben.
That's what brunch is. An example.
CC, Simbi, over to you guys. I'll the listen. Una no go confuse my generation. Go ahead. I yield for now. Hey, brunch date. Man, I take over. Bye-bye. I'll see you guys shortly. Make una continue.
Ladies in the house, am I lying though? When we go out with our girls, we actually
can
have
go
a
for
time.
spa, we can go on trips,
and we
weekends
spend
away. Hello.
You know? Exactly.
There's
But the
no
men always making
expectation
it
to
seem
put
like it's
out.
such a
There's no
big deal.
expectation for somebody to harass you sexually. There's no
Thank
expectation to
you.
spread your legs. You're going to be safe. You're going to be.
They will not go on
fly.
X. They will not go on
Compliments
X
on
and say you're hungry.
exactly.
And it's so relaxing. It's a way of bonding, connecting. You know, just laying your head. You know, just enjoying the atmosphere, the moment. So you know, of course, I'm not surprised. Uncle Beno doesn't know what brunch is. If it's this thing.
Atadama.
Yes.
Uncle Ben is just pulling your legs. He knows what brunch is. He's just pulling your legs.
Go ahead, Dikra. Yes, sir.
Please, I want to say something. See, there was something that and that said earlier on, and I really salute your courage. But I want to add something to it because we are talking about how should a first date end. Now, what I want to tip in here is this: whatever it is that individual feel a should be a perfect ending for a first date, it's just based on individual perception. There is no rule. There are no rules anywhere that say that it must end this way or that way. I've once dated a girl. Now, let me use my own personal example now. As a young boy, when I was still dating, I met a girl for the first time, talked to her in the afternoon. We agreed, and then we talked, and then in the evening she came to me, and we got intimate. And that experience has been one of the best experiences I've ever had in my life up to date, because I respect the girl and we were so close and everything went well. And then I've also dated some other girls that even 2 months after our first date, we've been calling, we've been meeting, it's still like nothing intimate between us. So to me, it should not be, oh, it must end this way or it must end that way. If the chemistry is right between the two of you from the first date, if the two of you felt something within yourself, you are both adults, you are free. And then if you feel like, no, I don't want to give in all that on the first date, fine, nothing wrong with it. But the way that first date ends will determine whether there will be a second date or that will be a send-off party. There's something also that I wanted to say here. After the first date, the very first morning or the day after matters. That is the first step towards another date or to the final goodbye. Let me explain. If you are sure that last night you had a wonderful time, if you are sure that you were into the guy last, I'm talking to the ladies now, you like the guy, it was okay, everything. Now, naturally, men are hunters. You expect men to come after you. Fine. But if he doesn't come after you, and you're like waiting, he's supposed to call. He's supposed to call. I don't think anything is wrong with you sending a text to check on him or anything. It's not as if you are playing yourself low. No, you are not. Sometimes men too want to know whether is this girl really into me.
Exactly, sir.
He wants
Sorry,
to know what
I want to ask a question. What's the benefit of checking up on him in the morning? Like, what is the benefits?
you're not getting it, Abby. Let me explain to you. See, when a guy has taken you out on a date, did everything he could do, thinking that, oh, this lady, I must have been able to make a kind of an impression on her. He may not decide, okay, let me wait to see whether she feels the same way about me. If the feeling is mutual, see, let us get off this eye horse. No, it must be the one that will come after me. It must be the one that will check in on me first. To me, it is childish. You know something, you like somebody, go all out, let your feelings be known. But if you don't, you may lose a high value married man there, man. You may lose a high value man, because men sometimes we want to know that yes, this person likes me the way I like her. And then the moment you make that move, the whole game will change all over again. Then it will start now dotting on you, petting you and all. But if you're like, no, I'm not supposed to do that, to us men, it's like a bad signal and we may be off. So what I'm trying to say is that there are no rules that say that this is the way you must behave as a woman, or as a guy that you must behave like this as a guy. So far, there is a mutual understanding, then the feeling is right. Both of you feel the same way about each other. Please stop looking for who to go first or who to go last. It doesn't work.
Okay, let me push back a little bit. Fair enough. But here's the thing about the difference between women and men is that in most situations, we kind of have a lot to lose at the moment based off of how a lot of men move, right? Whether it's being the fact that men are polyamorous in nature, all of these things. So for us, I think what Sissy was even trying to say is just having that safe territory, which is why I just asked you what the benefit is. Sometimes when there's no true benefit in certain things, it's actually safer to not do it at all. Now, you guys keep saying men are hunters. If you go to the bush today and you catch, I don't know, bushmeat, it's tomorrow morning. It's not the bushmeat that will come to you. It's still you that tomorrow morning will roast the bushmeat. So I don't even understand. To me, it's not a balanced comparison in that case, if that's what we're going to use. I'm not even saying that I'm not going to give anything back. Of course, I'm going to be replying, but you've taken me out. I've made sure you got home safe. I got home safe. I told you thank you. I had a nice time. And then in the morning, what am I supposed to do? Hey, just checking up on you, just to say thank you again for yesterday. This is another thing of rewarding men that give you the barest minimum and making them feel like they're giving you the world.
Absolutely.
And most of the time, it actually backfires. There's no need. And that's why I say about standards. Sometimes when you know that you're actually of value, you move in that way. Now, in
Abby,
another sense, sir,
you're not
Thank
getting
you
the
so
point.
much, Abby. Can I quickly
no,
say something?
no, I
Let
actually
me
get
explain something.
your points, but I'm also like, I'm broadening your point from our point of view. It's just unnecessary. Not that it is bad, it's just not necessary. That's what I'm saying.
Abby, can I be honest with you?
Mr. Dayo,
Yeah.
Mr. Dayo, please, I
Yeah,
have
thank you.
a pushback on everything you said, and I actually agree with Abby. I'm this kind of person. My love language is actually checking up on people that I love. This is not just about relationship. If I love
Here we
you
go again with this
and
love
you're a
language.
friend,
This love language,
or
language again.
okay, Uncle Ben, please just let me do my thing, please. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
ma. Motigbo.
Um, yes. So if I love you, naturally, I will check up on you, and I naturally, since I'm like this with my friends and family, loved ones, I applied that same thing to my relationship, and it didn't work out.
Thank you.
It's
Thank you.
giving you are desperate, or you're stalking me, or I'm supposed to be coming after you. Why are you stressing yourself? And then when you say these kinds of things online, people will be like, you did it with the wrong man. No, I don't want to be the one to check up on you the next morning if I was the last person to drop a message for you yesterday. Because a lot of men actually get this wrong. Um, they'll just they'll just conclude that maybe you have so much time on your hand, and then they might just feel like you're chasing them, which is not supposed to be. That's why I say, no matter how much I like someone, I'm never asking you out. I will never ask you out. If my charm around you is not enough for you to notice me and ask me out, then let's forget it. And I can I can uncrush you just the way I said crushing on you in a second. I don't know if that makes sense. So I'm not, if we went out on a date yesterday and I've checked up on you, oh, you got home safe, okay, that's nice, that's cool. I'm not checking up on you the next morning, because from experience it never works out for me.
Well done, Abby.
Thank
I mean,
you.
No,
it's
but
Sibby.
I kind of
You
disagree.
said
I
right.
kind of I disagree, and I'll say this why I disagree. There's nothing wrong with calling that person and checking on that person. Maybe this is my thinking, and I don't expect everyone to agree. Like Mr.
Hello?
Dyer said, yes.
So, you people are thinking that this checking up on a man is really a bad request or something, or a bad suggestion.
Uncle Ben is not bad. It's just that sometimes some men actually read the wrong meaning and take advantage of women like that.
But we
So
can't
And
use
they
the
yes,
become
same
every
and they
brush. But
become
we can
complacent.
yes,
no, but we can't use the same
yes.
brush to brush everyone. Some
No,
men
But
do
see,
take
Dr. Adama,
advantage.
Dr. Adama, remember what I said? I didn't say it was wrong, it was bad, or it was
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say anything. All I said is that it is unnecessary. So there's a difference between unnecessary and bad. You can do
Bad.
it.
Okay.
So
Yes, I
unnecessary means
do.
that he may go left or he may
It
go
may
right.
go right. It doesn't
So
have to
what's
go.
the best thing to do? Sit on the fence and let him lead. So me, I don't do unnecessary things. That's what I'm trying to say.
And I feel like sometimes when
And
you start, when as a woman
mm-hmm.
in the early stages, it's imperative for the man to set the pace. I don't know why men like to shift the goalpost. If you say that you want to provide, protect, and do all these things in the beginning, you are the one that should be setting the pace of, and the woman will be responding to whatever she's perceiving or getting from you, right? When I see that you're now interested, or I see that okay, his focus is on me, then yeah, I can be doing the thing like, oh, good morning, how are you, how was your day? I'll have that confidence to be able to do that. But if I know that you're just talking to me today, maybe after 5 days you've not called me and I'm here, oh, good morning, how are you, good morning, it makes me as a person, as the woman doing that, it makes me feel stupid, okay? And it makes you as the man, you become complacent. You're no longer going to step up. It's not everybody. Mr. Dyer, I get what you're saying, but you have to understand that in the process of there's a process to everything. And I feel like if men play their part, a woman who likes you genuinely, she will naturally be checking up on you. By the time you messaged her in the morning, she'll be checking up on you. Hey, how was your day? Oh, you had this thing at work. Oh, how did it go? Women, we're just like that. You don't need to tell us. But we can't do that for every Tom, Dick, and Harry that takes us on a date. Because, like Abby said, it's not necessary for everybody. I'm not going to reward you for doing the bare minimum. We've had a date. We've gone home. Everybody has slept. We've woke up the next day. People are living their lives. If you, as the guy, you're not going to put yourself out there to say, hey, good morning or good afternoon, blah blah blah, whatever the thing has been, to follow up, I'm not reaching out to you as the woman. It's not my place to. And I don't feel like women should be doing that. when it hasn't been established that this is your man. For what? For what?
Thank you
Sissy,
so much, Sissy. Thank you so much. Mr. Dyer,
Sissy,
you can go ahead now.
Yes, Mr.
yes,
Dyer.
thank you very much. See, let me quickly do a pushback on that. Every man that is interested in a lady will always go for the lady. After the first date, it is imperative for the man to check up on you the next day. No doubt about that. But we are talking about a scenario whereby, if for any reason you didn't hear from the man as scheduled, I don't believe there's anything wrong if you try to get across. Not because you are trying to unruffle the feathers, no. But we are saying that normally, as a man, after taking a lady out the first night and both of you had a nice time, you were good, and then the next day it's supposed to be done that will check up on, oh babe, how are you doing? Hope last time was okay for you, blah blah blah. You talk, you chat, and then you leave. Then from there, man is the pace setter. I agree, no doubt about that. But what Uncle Beno started initially was that in case the man did not get back, don't just get back and say no, he must get back to me at first before I do the talking also. Dr. Adamantu was trying to say something that it is not really necessary. Because why? See, when people normally take things for granted like this, is when they lose valuable things. Abby is saying exactly what an average lady out there would say, which is correct. No, it's not necessary. Why should I call him back? Why should I be the first person to send message? For God's sake, who is checking? Who is counting the scores?
No, Mr.
We've
Dyer,
got
I think we're getting our wires crossed. I think we were thinking that you
maturity
guys
has
were
not been
meaning.
met.
I think you
That's
guys were.
number
I
one.
think. I think we were thinking that you
No,
guys were saying
no.
after the
You are talking
date,
from the
the next
perspective. You are talking
morning.
from the perspective of men that take advantage of women. Not all men does that. Please
Thank you,
don't
Uncle
put all of
Dayo.
us with the same brush. Don't put all of us with the
Uncle
same brush.
Dayo, you guys offer advice. I said this to Man of Prestige the other day on his channel. You men that are good men offer advice from your point of view, forgetting that we are dealing with wearies in real life. That's just the truth. But you're offering it from a perspective of, oh, I'm a level-headed man, I look after my women, blah, blah, blah. But that's not the real world. We're talking from a perspective of, you think that I literally shared it on this platform yesterday, what I went through, right? And like I said, it's even a complicated story. So that is even not like even 10% of it, right? So imagine that a lot of women that speak like this have already been in a position where they've given a lot. They have cared for men that have not given back, for men that actually took them as fools. So this is not from, I said it yesterday, that this is a case of setting a standard to protect ourselves. It's to pace ourselves. It's not that we're playing some silly game. Because even you as the man that spent your money last night, if you feel like you've already started to spend your money on a date and stuff, and you don't think that you should message me in the morning, even you are not okay. Even you are not okay. What? Because think about it. You've now because the idea is after a first date, you have to have another date, right? That's the general idea. And then you obviously get into a relationship, engagement, marriage. So at what point are you going to say something that means, okay, we're most likely going on a second date? Is it still me that will say something? So that's the reason you continue the conversation. You have to continue the conversation because you're also the same person that's saying, I would like to see you again. I don't have
I
any
agree
room
with
for
you.
that.
I agree
Uncle
with you.
Dayo, can I say
Yeah.
something real quick? See,
Okay,
your
Salam.
Welcome,
submission,
Sister Nancy.
thank you. Hi, everyone. Sorry, I've been in the background. I woke up strong today. So,
Hope you're
every,
feeling well.
yeah, kinda. I'm here, still in my bed.
Okay.
So everybody's submission is right? Everybody like their own opinions. They are entitled to their own opinions, and there's nothing wrong with that. And Abby's last submission was what I wanted to say. You have to understand that people are different. So if at the end of the day, if by the next morning you didn't reach out or she didn't reach out, doesn't mean that she's a bad person. You have to give some people benefit of doubt. Some people have gone through some shit in life. Everybody doesn't just wake up and buy a bulletproof car. They buy a bulletproof car for a reason. Some people have been targeted before. Some people have been through that SIHT before. Some people have had family members that were quiet because of that and decide to get this thing. Like for me, that go for mammogram like religiously every year, and I show my family member go through it because of losing a family member to breast cancer. So when somebody sees me doing that, they're like, "You're doing that too much." But because of that experience and that trauma, watching my auntie cry and not being able to do anything, I decided to guard myself against that and decide to help others. So sometimes when you see people react a certain way, it's not because the woman is a bad person or she's not interested in that's why she didn't reach out. People are brought up differently. People have different standards, people have different orientations, people have different exposures. But if you as a man is the leader, if you as a man, as a teacher, you own a school and you are bringing this woman as your student, you have to give me a reason to come back to your class again. You have to give me a reason to enroll in your school again. You have to give me a reason to bring other people or refer other people. Do you understand what I'm saying? Recently, I went for a trade fair and I went to sell oil. And I gave some people, and somebody was trying to like down pay me. And I said, no, you don't have to down pay me. You can take one with you and go. If you don't come back tomorrow, I'm not the person that sells this oil. He came back the next day with his wife. I said, there's nobody that buys my oil and doesn't come back. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you have to give that woman a reason. So if you wake up tomorrow and call me, I feel like he's interested. I don't want to be the only person interested because men have this habit of once the woman starts doing too much, they take advantage of that. Or they look like, oh, she's so much into me. I think she's desperate. I think she wants to get married. I'm not into that. And so sometimes when you see some women holding back, they're not holding back because they're not interested. You have to make it a safe place for a woman to be able to do that. Because if you don't, bro, I'm sorry, I won't. After chopping how many breakfast, you want me to wake up and be doing boro boro boro? Please, I'll just be in my lane and be driving my 60, my 55 on a 60 lane, and there's nothing that was going to happen. So I think that's why I said everybody's opinion. There's nothing wrong in whatever perspective everybody is taking, but you also have to understand that you can't, just like you are telling us that we can't use the same brush for all men, you can't use the same brush for every woman. You have to give some people benefit of that, see where they're coming from, give them time to understand why they're acting the way they're acting. That's one of the procedure. I encourage us to read the book, Why You Act the Way You Do, because there are reasons to everybody's action. If she's not a caller, you gotta find out. Maybe that's not her, and that you should learn. That, okay, if she's naturally not. I'm married to somebody that is not a caller. I have never been. I love calls, but I can't do anything about it because that's him. Because he has worked in somewhere where I had to pick calls so many times that he doesn't like the sight of phone ringing, and you have to adopt to that. My mom one time was saying, "Oh, your husband doesn't call." I'm like, "Mom, your son-in-law is not a caller. Get used to it." And guess what? She adopted to that. So you just have to understand. People have different ways of communication, but as a man, you have to give a woman a reason to. This is see, Uncle Dayo, you and Uncle Ben. I know that you people are coming from another generation. This generation, Sorosoke generation, they are different. People have to open your eyes. These people know what they want and they are going for what they want, how they want it. It's either you take it like that or you leave it, but you can't force it down people's throat and be like, oh, you have to do, you have to. They don't have to. They really don't have to. People are understanding their self. Let me tell you, I grew up in the north. In the north, they have this culture. They used to make this joke and say that Hausa men are no romantic. You don't to care what their wife, they'll just say in Hausa that your husband is here, open, let him enter. This present generation of Hausa girls know. They know their body. They know what they want. They know foreplay. They will tell you about it, tell you what I want, how I want it. It's no longer play like before again. So if you see that, oh, this girl is doing this, she's spoiled. No, she just knows what she wants. So that's just it.
Thank you so much, Sister Natu. Mr. Dayo, do you want to respond to what Sister Natu just said?
I just want to compliment what she said. Yes, she has actually said the right things. She has said what exactly, but everything she said from my own perspective is also possible on the main perspective also. The same thing that she said that, I like what Abby said because from my own perspective also, she was speaking from my own experience. Same thing with a man. See, experience, breakfast does not know any gender. Breakfast does not know any gender. As women, they shop breakfast. Now, so men too, they shop breakfast. If you happen to be dating a man that just shop breakfast after being too caring, after being too kind of too romantic in his last, this relationship, and you are still expecting him to like you two now, you've been through your own trauma, and then you are like, see, that's why I like what Sister Natu said. Give yourself time to understand each other. This is just a brand new relationship. Give people benefit of the doubt. Don't be rigid. That is what I'm trying to just say here. Don't say because he has not sent me messages or he has not called me, I will not call him. You don't know where he was coming from. You don't know what is happening to him. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Okay, this guy has not called me or sent me a message since morning. Let me at least check on him. That
No,
does not
that
strip him.
that 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 that, that
But
core
that your
part. That
relationship.
that no no no. That
Let me
core
land,
part
please.
for the
Let me land,
man.
please.
That core part for
Let me
the
land,
man.
please.
I'm not erasing it. Oh.
No, wait. Let me land,
Sister
please.
Nancy, please hold
I
on.
may
Let
not
Mr.
call
Dayo
you.
finish.
I may not call you from morning till night, but I may send you something in the evening. I may send you something. I may send you flowers. I may send you a gift. I may send. See, it's not about call. Let me give you this. I'm not a caller. I don't like calling. Even my wife she's hearing me now. I don't like calling, but I can do funny things to make my wife happy. Are you getting me? So as you said, some men don't like calling. Okay now, say for instance, a man may be busy in the morning, have to go to work, blah blah blah. He may not even have time to do, but it's not as if he's not thinking about you. Sometime later in the evening, he just sent you a message, or maybe send you something like a gift, or and you'll be like, wow. But all the while in the morning, you were like saying, no, this man's supposed to have called me, supposed to have texted me, or blah blah blah, and then you are not going to do anything until he does so. Let's not be rigid here. That's what I'm just saying. I'm not saying men should not come up. Of course, I said this earlier. I said we men are the hunters. We are the one that will set the pace. We are the one that will set the rules. We are the one that will put the relationship in perspective. And because I want to have a second date with you, I'll surely get back to you. But don't just because of say I did not send you message in the morning, I not call you in the morning. Now you are not like no, you will not, you are not going to call me or text me back. No, please let us have that one at the back of our mind. Not all men take advantage, and then not all men to take advantage, because men too have short breakfast and women have showed men shaggy. We know it. It's not a one-way
Okay,
traffic.
but it's a first date. How do I know? It's a first date. How do I know?
God bless you. That's why I said men must do everything possible to communicate with you the next day after. It may not be in the morning, it may not be in the but within that 24 hours, day after, he must communicate with you anyhow. It's a must. But
Mr.
what I'm just
Dayo, you're
saying
actually coming around with what you just
But
said
that's
now.
what I
You're coming
said, Uncle
around.
Dayo. Now,
That's
Uncle
what
Dayo, that's
Abby
what I
said.
said. I said that
no,
it's in his place. The first day, in relationship, I agree that it should now be, it's a level playing field for everybody. I agree. Put the effort in. Let everybody put their effort in. Everybody should be rewarded for their amazing, whatever. But we're talking about the day after a first date. That's the question here. And I think that the man should continue to chase until we're in a relationship. And now I can now be on his level. But until then, whether if it's in the evening, I've already said in the evening, text me, that's your business. But what I'm not going to take is for you to disappear for 2 weeks and then come back to me. What that tells me is that
Good
I'm your second
stories.
option. I am your second option. And guess what? We don't do options here. So that's that.
Agreed.
Thank you
I
so
co-sign
much,
that.
Abby. Mr. Emeka, are you still here, sir? Okay, Mr. Emeka is not here. Dr. Adama, do you want to say something?
No, I would like for us to shift the topic a little bit. And this is part of the dating. And my question is, should you know the person's medical genotype before you go on a first date with a person? So I'm coming in medical. So did you hear what I said? Did you guys hear what my question was?
We
Should
heard
you
you.
Yes,
know?
We
sir.
heard you. I'm a bit shocked, taken aback.
I think that's a good one. I think it's important to. I think I ask because I think it's important, especially if you want to have kids and if you're dating with intentionality. Like, okay, I'm dating because I'm looking for somebody that I want to settle down with. Then these are conversations or questions that you should be discussing on a first date or whilst you're talking to the person to understand. I don't think you should be going on a date and then getting into a relationship and then going to have a baby and then realizing, oh, we're incompatible in terms of genotype. I think that's a little bit risky. So I think it's a very important question to ask, and the sooner you ask, the better.
Cece, I want to push back.
Mm.
Remember love bombing. Remember all of these little red flags. I'm not trying to be funny, but I think I might be a bit concerned if a man is asking as far as my medicals in the first week.
I think genotype.
That's what I'm saying. It's a bit
Mm.
of an odd question. I don't know how. And yes, I do. I've never dated for fun. I date to get into something serious. I've always wanted to get married. So I do see that it's an important question, but I wonder how it's represented in a way where it's just like, whoa, 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 you're moving a bit too fast. However,
Okay.
I'm thinking about about it from this perspective where I'm AA, for instance, so I know that I generally have nothing to worry about, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm thinking if you're AS and that is a general consent for you, I
Mm-hmm.
do think that a better approach could be, hey, by the way, I'm AS, you know. But if you just say, oh, what's your genotype? I don't know. To me, in a week, it just kind of gives me a bit of you're moving a bit too fast, which may also be some sort of love bombing. So that's the problem I have with that. I think it has a lot to do with the approach. But I think that if you particularly have something to be concerned with and you actually have to be safe, I think you should present it and say, by the way, this is my situation. Very similar to even like HIV status and all of that stuff. I think you should be honest upfront and not waste anybody's time. Same with children. I have children. Are you okay with dating? Right? You're the one in that position where you know it could be murky waters. So
For
you need to
yourself, yeah.
present it. But I don't think it should be a conversation of, hey, I'm AA, hey, I'm this. I think that might be a bit, it can actually be a bit scary. You're moving too fast, in my opinion, anyway.
I hear that, but I think it's an important question. I think people need to be comfortable having uncomfortable conversations, because if
Mm-hmm.
you're dating, if you're interested in somebody, like for myself, I'm AS, and I don't know if you know my story. I've said it before. I had my daughter when I was 17. At that time, I did not know about AS and all this. The person that I was dating at the time, we just ended up doing the do. I got pregnant, and then bam, not until when I was like, you go for like your checkups and all these things, that the guy that I was dating at the time, my daughter's dad, said, oh, my family have sickle cell in the family. I was like, what's sickle cell? I had no clue. And he was AS, and then that's what made me have to go and get a test, because it's in his family, like heavily, right? So that's when I found out. My mom didn't even know like that I had AS. She didn't know anything about these things. So for myself, that's something that's important to me. So if I'm dating, that's why I date in terms of intentional. I know that, okay, I'm dating somebody because I'm not here looking to sleep around. It's not what I'm looking for. So my age, it's not where the trajectory that I want in terms of my dating life. So I say, okay, do you happen to know what's your genotype? Do you know, are you looking to have kids? Do you want to have more kids? This is my status. What's yours? It's never been an issue, and actually people appreciate it. So for me, I've never actually come across, and even like friends who are AA and they're dating or speaking to guys, they ask, oh, have you had STDs? Like, have you had sexually transmitted diseases before? They're having these conversations. I think it's just a level of maturity, and there actually isn't anything wrong with it. I think it should show the other person that, okay, this is a serious person. They're taking their health and they're being cautious, and they're actually trying to protect themselves and preparing for the future. Not necessarily with you as the person, but it's a conversation. I think we should be comfortable having uncomfortable conversations whilst dating. I've said it before, it's a data collection. So you need to collect the data, especially important things. Because for me, the worst thing is getting into meeting a guy, you're all into the guy, you start liking the guy, then you start, you become exclusive, and then 6 months down the line, you're getting
Boom,
excited
you
and you
find out.
find out that you both are incompatible in terms of gender. Then what? It's
Okay,
open a
can I
waste of
just,
Exactly.
time.
sorry, can I push back
So,
a bit?
Adana,
Sorry,
sorry, please, real quick.
Sorry, go on.
Was that Abio Adana? So real quick. So somebody said in the comment section it was like that this genotype thing is a Gen Z move or Gen Z push. No. A lot of
Mhm.
people have been hurt in the past. They have not taken this serious. I know someone in my church that had 5 kids that are SS, been going to like their whole entire life has been in the hospital, and it's important for you to know this because you don't want to put your family through this. I know of a friend, just the scenario Cece just gave. They were exclusive for 2 years, wanted to go see families, and they found out that they're not compatible. But based on it was like the worst breakup ever. My friend went through depression for years. So I don't think it's people that have been in that shoes don't see it as anything that's a problem. And I just want to, if you're not married on this platform and you have somebody ask you, please don't take it personal. I know someone that's
okay.
gone like through 4 relationships and found out all of them all the time was SS, and he had to like advise himself. So on the first date is a question that he has to ask because he doesn't want to go on the second date that he knows that nothing's gonna happen and be wasting his time or the other person's time.
You see, we don't all have the same context. The question here is how soon. I said in a week is a bit odd because to everybody, for me, for instance, career is very important, right? Career is important because I just want to be on the same level with my partner or him slightly higher. So my thing now is it appropriate to now ask about how much people earn in the first week of talking, not first dates, because that's the context. I asked how soon. Now, another thing that is important to me is your status in the country. So is it appropriate for me to push out a question like, what's your status in the country by the way?
Abby, I ask, my darling.
I asked,
I've
what
always
is
asked
wrong with
about
that? When I
career.
was you,
I've asked
yes, I
about
do
status.
ask. Yes.
Okay,
asked.
but let me tell you something. What you're saying is that you're asking, but my own issue is being asked. I don't want anyone to ask me my status in the first week because for me it's a red flag. Because I know there's a lot of men out here that want girls for paper, and I'm sure a lot of men feel the same way. So that's why I'm saying that we speak about safe territories when not, but it has to apply across the board. I'm going to be very uncomfortable if someone asks me if I'm British in the first week of talking to me. To me, it just screams ulterior motive. That's what I'm saying. So I don't
No,
know.
but
I
Abby,
mean,
Abby, I think
I think it's the way that you ask
I
because
think
you're
it's
not
the
gonna
way
come
you
and say,
ask.
"Oh, do you have
Yes,
her
it's the way.
passport?"
Exactly.
The way
And
Get
you
that's why I
me.
ask.
just said I am AA. I don't have anything to worry about in that department. But I feel like if you have something to worry about, a very good way of presenting that question is, hey, by the way, this is my situation. How do you feel about that? That is a way for me to not say, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm actually AS by myself. This is unfortunate. The same thing applies with HIV status and many other diseases that people need to know about. It's not just genotype. Genotype is one thing. There's so many other things. If you're the one in that situation, if anything is murky waters for you, I think you should present it as, by the way, this is one of my challenges in whatever, if that makes sense. But that's why I'm saying that if we're going to talk about genotype, to some people, to me, knowing how people can be, the same thing applies to immigration status. The same thing applies to job as well. I don't want anyone that is earning a certain amount of money. I'm sorry, I'm not even being rude about it, but you're just not the man for me because it just means that you're going to reduce my enjoyment and I'm not willing for my enjoyment to be reduced. So it's all of these things are important, but I'm not going to lie, even from a man's perspective, if I ask in week one how much you earn, will you not be concerned as a man that I just want to come and take your money?
But I don't think
Masalo.
it's something that you need to ask because if the person says, like, for example, I work in HR, right? I work in like tech HR specifically within tech industries. Okay, so I know if I'm meeting a guy and he says, "Oh, I'm a business analyst," I have a gauge, and he tells me his level, he tells me the type of work. I know off the bat what his earning bracket is. I don't need to know for him to bring me his payslip. If you tell me you're a doctor in the UK, I have a rough, or you say, oh, I'm a junior doctor, I know roughly what kind of salary you earn. Let's say, for example, you said, oh, I'm a doctor, like a junior doctor, or I've just qualified as a lawyer or as a solicitor. You have a gauge. You can gauge what somebody earns. You don't necessarily need them to bring their payment slips and stubs to you to tell you. You can gauge what they earn. And if they say, oh, okay, I own a property, in the UK, there's a certain amount of money you need to be earning to qualify for a mortgage. So you know roughly where the person sits in terms of their financial capabilities. Maybe later on down the line, you can ask them. But if the person comes to you, they're an engineer, they're doing this, they're doing that. If you verify that, yes, this person really works at JP Morgan, they're working in banking, you have an idea. And they say, okay, I'm a contractor. You know that person is making £400 or £600 per day. Abby, you can't tell me you don't know what the salary bracket the person is. So you
Yeah,
do
but
know the
listen,
salary. You
that
don't
was not.
necessarily need them to confirm it
I
for
hear you.
you.
That was not a literal question. It's just an example of uncomfortable questions that could be a red flag. It's not literal. If someone says to me, they're a content creator, you can't really know the answer. Specific things like, oh, I work in strategy, I work in whatever. You can Google. You can go on LinkedIn and find out. You can look for Indeed posts. That's different. I'm just giving an example of questions that could be uncomfortable, and then how do you approach them in a way where it's not a beat, it doesn't feel forceful in week one of speaking to somebody. How do we, because we also speak about
when would you want the person, so as somebody dating, if somebody had, like, for example, like for myself, having AS, it doesn't affect me in any way whatsoever. It just means that, okay, if I'm dating, I need to make sure that I'm not going to be with somebody who's AS or SS or whatever the thing is, but it doesn't affect me in terms of
Daily.
anything, in terms of my health, right? It's just something I'm now aware of because I had my daughter
For
then, got her
children's sake.
tested.
Yeah.
It's just something that I was made aware of. Before then, I didn't know anything about these things. So
Yeah.
I'm now more aware of it. Fine. So if you're dating, when do you want the person to now tell you that information? When would
I'm
be the
not
best time?
asking, so I'm not giving that information. I was asking questions just to get like feedback. And I gave an
Okay.
example.
So
I
this
said
is,
we
can I
speak
answer the question?
No, but as somebody
sorry,
with
one
the
sec.
AA, when would you want
Yeah,
somebody
but it's
who
because
can
Okay,
on
tell
can
the
you?
I say
same
something?
platform,
Can I say something,
it's because
please?
on the
Yeah.
same platform, we literally have talked about red flags. We talked about love bombing. And that's
Mm-hmm.
why I gave other examples. And I said, guys, we talk about all of these things. Where's the balance? And that's why I gave other examples. Like if someone asked you what your immigration status was, if a man asked me what my immigration status was on week 1, which I think is also important, I will not continue with the dates. I'll be wary. I'm being very honest. So I'm saying that in a sense, yes, it's an important information to give out or for someone to know, but I'm wondering if it might be too much information a week meeting each other. That's all. It's more about wondering where where the line is with all of this information and love bombing and someone doing too much in week 1, because we know that is also a thing. So that's all. It's more of like a question or like a thought-provoking question more than anything.
So this is what I want to say. This is why
Thank
I
you so
asked the
much.
question. We're talking about a first date. So I don't know. Everyone has their threshold or how long you want to keep talking to someone before you go out on a first date. So why I asked this question for me is important. Maybe because I'm in the medical and I'm someone, if I am doing a FaceTime or this thing with you, I'm interacting with you videoly, I can assess you. Like there are things that I look out for. Maybe that's just the kind of person I am. So Abby, to answer your question, the question now is how long do you wait before you go on a first date after meeting someone? Because while you're getting to know this person, you guys are talking every day, you're doing all these things. There are important questions that you need to ask yourself.
Oh, you've kind of gone off. I don't know. I can't hear anymore.
Dr. A, your
Dr. Dama,
your
you with
reception.
us now. I don't think maybe she's receiving a call.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, her question was how long do I wait? Yesterday I said that it's not how far but how well. I don't think that there's a reason. I spoke about intensity as well. Sometimes things just go really well that people think they can get married in 6 months, good for them. Others would spend 3 years. So that's intensity. That is people being intentional, etc. For me, I don't put time or money or numbers to things per se. I
What?
think that is a case. Okay, you're back.
Yes, I'm sorry. I lost you. You guys lost me. So for me, if I was on the dating scene now, there are things that I want to know before I go on a physical date with you. And how long do I want to keep talking to you before I decide, okay, let's have a physical date? So I'm not saying you ask that question, oh, what is your genotype the first day you're talking to that person? No. It's something that you take your time. First, you have to figure out, are you into this person? Do you like the conversation you're having? Are you guys compatible? Are you guys like you check those things out? Then before you get to the physical date, for me, before I get to the physical date where we're going to sit down, have dinner or anything, I would have asked this question. Thank you.
For me, I
Thank
don't
you
know.
so much, Dr. Dama.
For me,
Okay,
I feel like
Sissy.
first date is okay to ask that question. Personally, it's actually a first date. The idea of a first date is to get to know each other a little bit more. And I know people see it as wasting time in a sense, but I think that sometimes we overthink stuff. I don't know. Like I said, I gave other things that as people we can be uncomfortable with, and that's why I asked why we're choosing one over the other. Yes, I know one is a case of real life and death situation, and I get that. I've lost 2 friends to sickle cell, by the way, so it's not like I'm speaking out of my ass or anything, not knowing the importance. I'm just asking genuine questions about how soon would it be, because I know that a lot of men also feel like, whoa. We talked about even the whole idea of talking and calling someone in the morning after and all. I think it's very similar, where it's just like it might reek a little bit of desperation. And we can say we don't care, but I just think some questions are very funny in the first week of speaking. I don't, again, there's no time, to me, there's no timeline, but some questions are a bit funny because even I will be uncomfortable. So,
Hello,
In terms
hello.
of
Can
the
you
Thank
guys
you
hear
so
me?
much. Yes,
Oh,
Uncle
can you
Ben, we
guys
can
hear
hear
me?
you. Welcome to
yeah, we
the
can hear
studio.
you. Go on.
Yes,
Sorry,
sir,
oh,
we can hear you.
I just wanted to chip in something real quick about this first date and asking somebody their immigration status and stuff like that. Me, oh, I, why are you laughing, Sissy? Me, I don't see this as a big deal. For
at all.
instance, if I'm a guy who wanna go out with you and I meet you here in the Western world, I'm gonna ask you seriously for the first date itself. It's just that the way I will ask it, I'm not gonna be all serious about it, but I will ask, "Oh, by the way, you're in America, right? You have your green card?" Just playfully. Because if you don't have a green card, maybe you are just here on a visit, then I should know that, okay, if I'm going on this first date, the purpose is to to land the bedroom, oh, because I'm not ready to do pali for you. So I don't think it's a bad thing to ask. That's just what I wanted to chip in real quick.
Thank
I
you
don't
so
think so
much, Uncle
either. For
Ben.
myself, I like to travel and I travel for work. And I've always said I'm not prepared to date anybody who doesn't have their status together. You don't have to necessarily have a British passport in terms of like your naturalization and everything, carry a red book, but you must be stable in this country because I'm like Uncle Ben said, I'm not here to marry anybody to give you paper. It's not happening. And I say that off the bat. I'm like, hey, I love traveling. Do you travel? You can kind of gauge the person as well. If we travel, do you have any issues like traveling, or do you have are you like are you citizen in the UK? Like all these type of things, you can kind of know. I don't think it's a big deal to ask. If the only time when it's a big deal for somebody is if their intention is dodgy, but most people just be like, yeah, I have my passport. I'm born here. I'm raised here. While I was born abroad, but I've got my status in the country.
Seriously,
And you know
there are
that's very
there are ways to
important.
ask people not to come out
There's a way
rude.
to ask people without asking the
You can
question that
ask
will
them,
make them
yeah, you
feel.
can ask them how long have you been here? Were you here because of school, work, or visit? Don't always say, oh, I came here to visit and decided to stay. You just know how they got here.
I think it's
You understand what I'm saying?
these are important
No,
things because to me,
ah,
if the person can't
if
travel,
you are,
like
if
I
you are,
remember I was talking to a guy and he didn't even have his status. He was here like doing like student or something. I'm like, bro, it's not happening. Bye bye. Like, what are we gonna do together? You
You
can't
see,
travel.
to
You
even
can't.
take that to another
Nah,
level, I can't
no.
even date someone that hasn't traveled, doesn't travel. Like,
Exactly. I can't date somebody
we're not in
you
the
haven't
same
traveled. You
situation.
haven't gone anywhere. You've not
What
done
do you mean that
anything.
the only place you've been to is Lagos and London? I don't understand. We're not the same.
No,
So no, they
no.
have nothing in common.
So I need to understand
Lagos and
completely.
Ghana or Benin Republic.
Actually have nothing in common if you've not
That's
traveled.
Not
true.
to why are you like this? Not to what does Lagos and Ghana have to
I'm just waking up. I'm sorry. I'm just waking up.
But to me personally, I think it's important. It's just like people that have kids. I have kids. I tell people off the bat, I have kids. Like you take it, you leave it. It's up to you. I'll tell you that before we even get talking. I think it's an important information. So things that you think maybe are important to you or will affect, like Abby said, if it's something that you feel like will affect maybe how people receive you in terms of how the relationship goes, put it out there. But I think it's also important for even if it doesn't necessarily affect you, it's still conversations that we should get comfortable having. When we like shy
exactly.
away, we shy away from, oh, I don't want to ask this, I don't want to ask that. But these are things that are causing problems in relationships. So my thing is, when do you want to have these like finances off the bat? You should know. Like I don't understand people who are dating people. You don't know where these people work. You can do quick Google search. Okay, this person says he's an engineer in this company. Does he really work there? LinkedIn is free. All these resources are there. There's not much that people can hide nowadays. Just do a quick search. Check up the
Okay, I want
person.
to ask you something.
You
Besides the
know.
fact that my social media, my name is the same across the board, including LinkedIn. So
Mm,
chances are if you're speaking to me on Instagram, you can find my LinkedIn, and I'm fine with that.
mm-hmm,
But I work in a specific company that is a lot of people would be interested, would be intrigued, right?
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or a particular industry. So whenever people ask me, what I do for work. I tell them my role. I don't tell them where I work. Just because of the perks that come with where I work. And I know they can find this out on the internet. My own question now, because you're saying this thing where it's just like every analyst is not the same as I am. I'm in strategy and analytics, right? We're not the same in terms of how much we earn. So I'm saying this to say that if I gave you as much information as actually matters to me, it's too much information for a guy to me. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, where it's just like I've now come to a point where I'm wary of these things. The same way if you ask me if I'm British, I don't know. I don't think I'll be able to reply because I'm wary of men that actually would target me for that reason. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense.
It makes sense, Abby,
Really?
100%. It
I'm
makes
just trying to
sense.
think about all of these
Uh,
things. However,
um,
I
Abby, it
suggested
makes sense. It makes sense. A
okay,
lot of
so
sense.
I said if you're the one in a certain situation, I have a friend who is married to her husband today because on week one she said, "I'm not going to lie to you. I've just finished uni. I want papers," and he was okay with it. There are women like that. Personally, I didn't have. She. No, that's what I'm saying. You can do that, and it will work out. And that's why I'm saying if you're the one in the situation where you know it can be murky waters for you, and it's important, I think the better approach is to put it forward that I'm not going to lie.
okay.
By the way, I have children. By the way, but I don't have any. I get it because personally, as a woman, I would ask, please, do you have children? Because I'm not interested. I'm not interested, right? So
Okay.
I'm saying that. So
I
Sorry,
understand
Abby.
what you're saying, Abby. For someone like me, who my profession, I try not to tell people what I do. I have found myself in that position. So I quite agree with what you're saying. Go with whatever makes you comfortable. But at the same time, I want us to understand this. This is what I want to say. At the end of the day, our history, our past history and relationship is what makes us who we are. I asked that question because I almost found myself being with someone that had this. And I asked this immigration stuff we're discussing. I almost find myself marrying someone that I thought had a document, but I was going to end up giving that person the documents. And I didn't have a problem with it. But if only he had disclosed that to me. So for me, as a parent who have older daughters who are dating, those are the things I tell them to ask. Make sure he has his papers. Make sure he has
Yeah.
this. So that's where I was coming from. And I quite agree with everything you said, Abby, and I understand where you're coming from.
I wanted to say
Thank you so much,
something.
Dr. Adam.
Yeah, thank you, Cindy. I wanted to ask something right now, since we are focusing on first date today, and we made reference to social media. Now, if you really find this person interesting, whether a man or a woman, and you think that, oh, I think I like him, but then you were preparing for this first date and you wanted to do like a simple background search on this person, and you discover they have no social media present. You can't find them on any social media. Would you still go out on that first date?
No.
That's my question. Why wouldn't you go?
Because it's not, why would you not have anything? Listen, I'm not a social media person. You go on my Instagram, I have pictures on there from years ago. That's just my personal preference, right? Because I'm not really,
Hmm.
I don't feel like, I'm not a person that posts my life. I live my life, I live in the moment. I have my inner circle. I share pics with my friends. We have, do you understand? But I'm not out there posting my life and my reels for everybody to like to get a snippet into my life. That's just me personally. However, even with that, you can still find a Facebook for me. You can still find my LinkedIn profile. You can still find my information on Instagram. The few pictures that's on there's about 9 pictures. You can verify that that is me. So somebody with no digital footprint, nah, it's given red flag. You have to have a footprint somewhere. It's either you're not presenting yourself as the person that you say you are. You probably have another account or another profile. And then my reason is, for what reason? Because everybody has a digital footprint somewhere. I can go online now and search your name. If you give me your name, I can put your
Kiki,
name.
accept my twin sister.
I can find
Accept
your
my twin sister.
if you own a property. I can see if you've in the UK. You can go and check if the person votes on the electoral register. You can see their address. This is all information that's free. If you don't have anything out there of you, you're not the person that you say you are. And I'm not going out with somebody who I have no idea of why unless you work for FBI. even people that work for MI5, FBI here, they'll still give you fake profile so that you look like everybody else. So it doesn't make sense to me that you wouldn't have any digital page. If you're somebody like myself, who I'm not somebody, when I'm with my friends, when we're in the moment, I'm not the friend who is posting pictures on. I post my Instagram if I'm having an event or I've gone to do something. I'm the person that posts for 24 hours. Once that post is gone, it's gone. I don't post my pictures on social media. I traveled with my family recently. Auntie B was laughing, saying, Cece, I didn't see any of your pictures. I'm like, Auntie B, I live my life. I'm not the content for social media. But she has all my pictures. I share them with my friends, share them with my family. That's my private life. I'm not putting it out there for people to consume, right? And also with my job, I don't really put myself out there in terms of like all my digital footprint everywhere or on the internet. That's my personal preference. But you will still find something out there about me. If you search my name, you'll find receipts about myself. So for somebody just to be there incognito, oh, I don't have any social media profile. So what? You don't check Instagram, you don't see memes, you don't go on WhatsApp. It's a lie. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Anyone else want to push back?
Hmm.
No,
Yeah,
my twin sister
yeah.
doesn't have a social media presence. She doesn't. So if somebody's
But
gonna go off that and not have anything to do with her, she's probably gonna feel in that field.
But does she live in
Nope.
this country? Does she live in the
Yeah,
West?
she lives in the United States. She's been here for 15 years.
Okay.
She
Interesting
just does
conversation
not do.
today. Interesting conversation. But let just bring it home finally with one more thing, please.
Mm.
Hmm. We're still considering how a first date should end. Is
Uncle
it
Ben, we've
too
ended that
much?
already.
but Uncle Ben,
I'm still
I think
stuck
we're
on that
done
though.
with that.
There is still something I did not hear.
We've gone
If a
4
man,
topics
Me,
further. You're
I
still
was
going on
I
about
was
her
I was
ends.
going to ask a very funny question, Uncle Ben.
Go for
me,
it,
You're
Phoebe.
taking us back. No, myself. I want to ask a very funny
Go
question.
on, go for it.
So
Uncle Ben
what
is taking
if
us back. We've left that station.
both genders, if you're on a first date and the guy is like, um, can you be celibate in a relationship? What would be your response? Is it a red flag?
which kind of question be
I
this?
have a story.
Thank
I
you,
have
Mr.
a
Nazi.
story. So I dated this guy, even though it was a distant relationship, and we agreed to be celibate. Guess what? He ended up impregnating 2 women. So let me tell you, if people have done the do before, I don't know about that, honestly
Sorry,
speaking.
if you're on
But
a first date and you're both celibate, is that what you were asking, Sibi? Or he's saying, can we do
can you be?
celibacy? What was the
No,
question?
I'm
Why?
asking either gender, if the
Mm.
guy or the girl is saying, can you be celibate in a relationship? What would be your response? And
Are
also,
we,
do you see it as a red flag?
are we both being celibate together? Is that what he's proposing? Or he's asking, am
Or he's
I,
trying to initiate me?
or he's trying to say, oh, when we get in a
See,
relationship, let's be celibate?
let me just say my own now.
For me, it's a
Don't
no.
even don't even try to ask celibate or no celibate. I'm not celibate nothing.
Yeah, me, it's a no for me as well.
Oh,
But Uncle
can you
Ben, we
ask the
are
question again? I'm
Africans
sorry I
and we
missed it.
do know. Oh, okay, Dr. Dama. So the
Phoebe,
question
sorry, can
is,
you drop the link for Man of Prestige? Sorry.
okay, I will do that now.
Dr. A, were you speaking?
Yes, what was the question? Can you be selling what?
Can we
Celebrate
be
to?
celibate in the relation? Can we enter a relationship and let's be celibate? I think that's
No,
what.
it's not going to work. I'm sorry.
I don't do celibacy. I'm sorry. I've passed that stage of my life. So I'm not gonna fool myself. For me, sexual compatibility and sex is very important to me, and I need to get mine. So I'm not doing celibacy with anybody. Sorry,
Okay.
God, I'm
Hmm.
sorry. No, it's not for
But
me.
you do know that as Africans, you even when you go on a first date, sorry, not first date now. Let's say you're in a relationship. African parents actually frown at you know, I don't want to use the
CB,
word.
for you people that are still out here, baby, I have 2 kids. My mom is not worrying about me being celibate. That ship has left. That ship has left the port long time ago. That expectation is not there for me personally. So I'm not, and my daughter is 22. She's out there kind of, but I'm not even trying to tell my daughter to be out here being celibate. I just say, find a man, find a boy that you're compatible with, enter a
You
relationship.
know you can become a born again
You know,
celibacy, right? You know you can
no,
become.
I don't believe that.
You can.
I'm doing
From a
all this
religious point of
let's be
view.
for real.
Whoa.
Do
From a
what works
religious
for
point
you,
of
but for
view.
me, entering a relationship, me and my man, no, sex is important to us, and we need to get
Sorry, I
ours.
want to ask a
It's
question.
not.
I mean, first of all, my answer is indifferent. But secondly, sorry, this is a bit funny. Nobody laugh. But is there a situation? Has anybody been in a situation where it's actually full on, but at some point, let's say 2 years in, the kidney actually just stops working?
No.
It's actually
Where,
happening.
where are
I'm
we
sorry.
going now?
Say that again.
Abby, where are you taking us now?
No, I'm just saying
No,
that.
she said the thing stop working now. Did you hear her?
Another
How?
Like
angle.
all this sexual compatibility. Okay, people have not done the do for 2 years. The thing that starts working mid relationship.
What happened to Uncle Dayo?
Where do we now go from here? Because
How
these are
would it stop working? Like, what's happening?
It's just not working now. Like every time something is just is not working.
Wait, this is a real life story.
What if
Yeah.
what if it's a culture
You go and see the
traditional
doctor now.
Go and see a
And
doctor.
apparently, it's more common than people
Dr.
realize. with
Dama,
young
yeah,
men.
Dr. Dama,
And
is
it has a lot to
silent.
do
Could be
with-
stress.
Sorry, it has a lot to do with
This is my advice. This is the advice I'm going to give you if you find
Please
yourself
give
in
us
this
advice.
situation.
God forbid.
If you love this person and you want to do life with this person, seek medical advice.
Yeah, go see a doctor.
Huh?
Yeah, so at the
Yeah,
time,
go see a doctor.
saw
Yeah.
a therapist and a doctor and stuff. And what it turned out to be is like it can be part of the effects of masturbation, excessive masturbation.
Let me shut up.
Yes,
I'm
It can be, yes.
it's also part of the effect of even things like, unfortunately, sexual assault when they were younger, all of these things, being exposed to PORN. So it's more of a psychological situation.
Where are you taking us to?
I'm just saying that
No, but
sometimes
That is what I want to ask. So Abby is
Uncle Beno, hello. Where you did? Why they sound like that?
Bad tips from Dr. A.
when we
And
talk
they use
about
my phone.
compatibility and
Oh,
stuff,
okay.
the reality is that you can be in situations like this where yes, you're compatible, but it just won't work, and there's nothing. You guys just don't understand what's going on until you seek medical attention. But it's
Yeah, I
actually
think you need to
a thing.
seek medical
So
attention.
life can life sometimes, and there's nothing you can do about it. So
Yeah, but this is during dating. Is that what you said?
yes, that's what I'm saying. Like 2 years into the relationship, this and I'm saying that this thing is more common. People, you guys need to go and read about it.
I have a lot of questions because
It's
of the 2 years you just said. But I'll leave it alone.
I don't want to answer any questions, but I'm just saying
Yeah.
that sometimes you can be very attracted to someone, be compatible, sexually compatible, and things like this happen, which is why I'm not going to say that's the reason I wouldn't be celibate, is because I want to know that we're compatible, if that makes sense. But yeah,
Yeah.
I'm indifferent about celibacy.
Let me be general about that. If you're 2 years into the relationship and this issue is happening, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. I will see a doctor. I will see a counselor too.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on there.
I agree. And funnily enough, I watched something came up on Instagram, and it was an older couple, like Christian couple, and they were actually talking about the man having an issue. The husband was having like this PORN addiction. He used to, like, all these men that, they're exposed to things really really early, and being very religious, this kind of religious manipulation. Oh, sex is bad, sex is evil. But then when they get into a relationship, you have a wife, you're still carrying your wife, but then you're still going off into the bathroom to bash one out, which is crazy to me.
Yeah,
so he was having this problem, and his wife didn't know, and they were actually talking about it. I'll see if I can find the video and I'll share it in the backstage, Uncle Ben. It was really interesting. But it just talked about how they came out of it together. And it was literally having an accountability partner, really going into the depth, like the cause of his issue. And it turned out that, he had all this exposure to PORN really young, and all these kind of things that, I think Uncle Ben, you touched on this briefly in terms of abuse that, we're always thinking about women, but there's things that boys are going through, and it affects them when they get into relationships. And maybe that's why it probably stopped working. But like Mana Prestige said,
That's
you have to
exactly
get
what
help.
happened, Sissy. Kind of
I
similar.
mean,
It's more common
CC,
than we think.
Yeah.
it's not to throw our dearest country under the bus. The number 3 website in Nigeria is X videos. So
I can believe it.
yeah,
When you
so
suppress people sexually, then this is what happens, of course.
let me shock you. The number 1 website is Bet Niger. So look at those two top ranking websites. Is basically 2 bad habits that a man can ever possess. So I mean, go figure.
And it's very detrimental. I think
and somehow it's not our Jesus babies, but okay, I hear you.
it's very detrimental, but definitely something that you should, if it's go and get that thing fixed, get the oil hinged and get it back working, because it's important. For me, I don't know. I mean, if I was married already and then this started happening, like I mean, my partner now, he's older than me, but he's very, very energetic, and by God's grace, it will continue like that. But realistically, there may come a time when it's not gonna be, doing the do like it should be. And we've had that discussion. And I'm like, look,
yeah, it's a discussion.
Maybe I'm gonna have to get a little side some,
Oh God, oh Lord.
I'm joking. I just said, look, there's things that you can do. Obviously, if you're already married, you love each other, at that stage in your life, career will not be the number one thing that keeps you together. So that's why you need to base your relationship on a foundation more than just physical attraction. However, it is still very important. That's why for me, I wouldn't like settle for a relationship where I'm doing celibacy. No, it's not for me. But all the best to the people that are doing celibacy.
That's not too encouraging, CC, for the young.
For me, everybody can do their own. For me, it's not for
me. MOP. I'm not doing celibacy too. I'm not doing no freaky celibacy. I no celebrate nothing. Nothing you feel.
Solomon Bucci is listening.
Uncle Ben, from what I said, I think if it's coming from the guy, if any guy is saying, let's be celibate in this relationship, sometimes it's because down there it's very tiny, and maybe his bedroom game is not that tight.
But is this related to first date though? How do we get to is tiny on the first date? You ladies are scaring me.
If he's proposing celibacy, maybe there's an ulterior motive. I don't know. I can't say
That's
that's
what
true.
I'm saying, because
maybe there's an ulterior motive. Maybe he's not into you, but
But if we're asking about
sometimes they hide under this religious umbrella. They're like, okay,
I just think that maybe he's gay.
But also, if we're asking about genotype, I'm asking about size.
Hey,
about size. Abby, where are you taking us?
No, because think about it now. Imagine. It's
Abby,
like your
Abby, you can look at a man and tell the size. You don't necessarily.
Please, Sibi, let me not tell you a story. That's a lie.
Sibi, no,
Sibi,
no,
I
that's
thought you
a
were
lie
Jesus
from the
baby.
pit of hell.
I swear.
That is a lie from
I'm
the
seeing
pit
another
of
side
hell.
of Sibi today. God. Oh God. Oh God.
I've said this before. I was dating this guy. This guy was fine, chocolate, 6'5". That's my type. Oh, dark skin. Listen, we were, the chemistry was there. He was taking me on beautiful dates. Oh God, this guy was fine. I was like, whoo, cannot wait for the day. When the day came,
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry. I was like,
let me laugh.
The juices that was flowing dried up like the Sahara. I said, what the hell is he gonna do with this thing? Absolutely not. I said, uncle, you just have to use your tongue. That's just where we left it. And I blocked it.
Oh God. Oh God.
What?
Oh God.
Oh my God. On the wrong.
Sorry. That's it. So don't judge height.
Apostle was here of this.
If you're small down there, you should make up for it with your tongue. Yes.
You have to. And I'm telling you, the tongue game, that's why these men that'll be out here licking play, you know that they have small PP. So
I'm not even
will you keep quiet? Ouch.
They're overcompensating, but I mean, we're here for it. Do your thing, boo.
Wait, how do we go from celibacy to this part of the conversation? I'm so confused. I'm so confused.
I asked a question.
I forgot why I came into the studio. Jesus Christ.
You came into the studio.
CB, please. CB, do us start your session. Do us start your session so that we'll start talking our girls talk.
Yeah, move this to CB show.
Ma-
Congratulations, CB, for your show. Move this to CB
Come on,
show.
Thank
Zachariah.
you, sir.
I beg go. I beg. My hand no day.
I'm
I don't
just
know why not
saying,
they carry us go again. I
don't be
beg.
judged. Don't be fooled by those myths from the pits of hell. Oh, height. Okay.
Yeah.
You'll be
It will
fooled.
Please.
shock you.
Uncle Patrick did for chat self. Now don't confuse
Ah,
people.
Ah,
Anyhow.
leave matter.
Now don't
Uncle Patrick
please.
will
confuse.
advise yourself.
I
Uncle
just want to
Patrick.
ask this question. Make una no verse. Before me, I go pack my no come out. Una don't go past where my leg no
Yes,
go
I
reach
need to log
down.
off as well.
My question is, how should the first date end? Can it end
Oh
with a
Uncle
my
kiss?
Ben.
goodness.
Can it
Oh
end
my
with a
goodness.
kiss or no kiss?
You
That's
can
just
end
what
it
I
with a
want to
kiss if
know.
you want to end with a kiss if the chemistry is
It
there.
should
But
it
that
should
kiss should
end.
be fine.
It should
End
end how it's supposed to end, as long as both people are comfortable with it.
absolutely. If you want
Right?
to kiss, okay. Just make sure that you can kiss. Because some of you African men, you don't know how to kiss. And you'll be slobbering
Don't
That
on
part.
water.
Sissy
That
don't go
part,
there.
Sissy. That part, Sissy. That part.
You
Preach,
see?
sis,
You'll be
preach.
eager to kiss and you can't kiss. Stop
Well,
it.
let me speak to my
Okay.
brothers. You should go for the kiss. Go for the kiss.
Thank you, MOP.
Yeah, go for the
Not a,
kiss.
not a
Jesus.
passion, not a passionate, not a
Um,
tongue
Bring
kiss.
your
man
lips
of
here.
French,
No, we will find out if he doesn't know how to kiss at
you
least,
have
but
to
just go for the kiss.
specify, is it French or just the peck on the
That's why I said
forehead?
not a
One.
tongue kiss. Just be, just a cute
Yeah, it
peck on the
shouldn't be
lips.
French kiss.
No,
Get the
no, no. You go as far as she's comfortable. Stop the cap. You go as far as you're comfortable and she's comfortable.
Well,
after first date.
Sissy, this is what me I would advise.
Yeah.
If the man treats you right on the first date, he treats you like a queen, you had
Mm,
fun, you vibe together. When he drops you off,
mm.
because you want a second date, please give him a good kiss and encourage him by moving his hand to the bum bum.
I was
He
gonna
will never
Uncle Ben,
forget you.
you're crazy. Which bomb
I'm
bomb?
telling you, bum bum now.
You're
You know what I'm
crazy.
saying? You kiss,
Wait,
you
why
move
would you
the
be
hand
on
to
a
the
date
bum
with a
bum.
person that you even have to feel that way about Sissy? Why would you be on a date
I'm
with
not
that
saying
person?
you can feel like that. Doesn't mean that just because you're on a first date, you need to just give the guy. So I might as well just take you inside and we just have sex then. If you're already touching
Okay.
my bum, you're already kissing me passionately on the doorstep because of a first date.
Okay,
Bro,
the
it's never
first
that
date. Okay.
serious. It's
All
not
right.
that serious. You'll get a
Sissy,
peck. You can get a peck on the maybe if I really like you, you'll get a, like you can kiss a way that's romantic on the lips, that you're not shoving your tongue down my throat, you're not caressing my ass, you
no,
know.
it's not like that. Sissy, you're not
Oh
getting the
yeah, I think that
point.
then the person
I'm
is just
talking,
looking
I'm
at
talking
you as a
about
sexual thing.
Sissy, I'm talking about encouragement. You want to encourage the guy too.
The
Just
encouragement
a
is,
pet.
do you know what the encouragement is? Holding your hand, saying, "Oh my God, I had such a beautiful time. I can't wait to see you again." You lean over, you give him a peck on the cheek, and you walk away sexily and enter your house. Okay, that's it. That's the encouragement that he needs.
I agree with Ice Ice. Ice Ice say make sure you do not eat fish. Gentlemen, do not eat fish on the first date.
The encouragement is, I had a
What
beautiful
if
time. I
fish
can't
is
wait to
part
see
of
you
the
again. Why can that not be enough
MOP?
for you men?
MOP, let
Don't
us
eat
ask
fish, yo.
Ice
You don't know
Ice.
how like that. Don't eat fish, yo.
But
Jesus
what
Christ.
if MOP, what if fish is part of the food we ordered?
Oh no, we were not talk. I was not talking about that kind
Don't
of fish.
order it.
Really?
No, I was not talking about yakika. I was talking about fish. Don't eat fish on the first date. Take it easy. I will even say in general, take it easy. I still agree with CC. You take it easy on the first date. Because some, especially if you're a man or woman of a certain age, there's no need to rush. You're not teenagers.
Of
There's no
any
need to
age,
rush.
there's no need to rush at
Yeah.
all. You just give the person, if the chemistry is there, you'll vibe. You can give the person a peck, and you just give them something to anticipate for. Oh my God, I can't wait. You lean into the guy, you'll smell his cologne, you have that body warmth, and that's enough. That'll just give you that tingling feeling that when you enter your house, you'll be like, oh my God, he smells so good. Ooh, can't
But
wait
you
to
should cross the line. You should go for the
you
kiss in the
don't need to
mouth.
cross the
No, not
where are
peck.
you
You should go for the
rushing to?
kiss in the mouth. You should cross a little line. Not the peck.
And if
That's what I'm saying.
dating multiple people, are you going to be kissing everybody passionately, pressing your bum cheeks on the doorstep? No, I'm sorry, it's not that deep.
Okay,
Go
Sissy.
go for the lips on the first
Just
date.
give a kiss on the lips. If
Okay,
he's a good boy on the
Sissy,
lips.
I'm gonna ask this. How many
Mm.
of you have watched Love in Every Words by Omoni Oboni? The one
Is
with
that the
Odogu
film where the
Parana.
girl was kissing and the guy was caressing her ass?
Odogu Parana.
Okay,
I
yeah,
don't
Just
watch
that's
trying
Nollywood
too
to
much. I know
movies.
the part. I know the scene that you're talking about. That's too much for a first date.
that no, that is the encouragement we are talking about.
Uncle
You
Ben,
need to give us something.
they were basically having Carol on the doorstep. Please stop.
If you like, go
Oh,
and touch Bomb Bomb. Next thing you're on Instagram, they're calling you out for a essay. Be touching.
Or they block you.
Let them.
No,
If you are
no.
lucky, they block you.
So this is, see, now we're crossing the other line. I said cross the line.
Boundaries.
But if you, gentlemen, let me speak to you. If you see this, I think I think it was here, Uncle Beno. You were having
yeah.
was it here having a conversation about SH and stuff like that, right? Was it here? I
Mm-hmm.
don't remember. But anyway, the this SH conversation, right? We tend to bring it to cross the line with somebody who is authentically on a date with the person they like, that they just finish a good date, that they walk you to your door. Why are those two things crossing each other? If if that happens, I'm not saying it's impossible, right? But that's unfortunate. Don't you think that's unfortunate that we're at that space, that you went on a date as a lady, you went on a date with a person that seemingly you're comfortable, abi you're just an evil person who is looking to throw this person under the bus, and then we end up with the SH.
Because you men lack boundaries. Like Uncle Ben is saying, the expectation is because we went out to eat, we had a nice conversation. I've liked you, you like me. You now feel like you need to tongue me down and you need to caress my ass. Yes, you're sexually harassing me. I've not invited that just because we went on a date. And that's what men need to understand. Just because we went on a date and we had a good time, the reward is not you caressing me or touching me inappropriately because you think that's your reward. That's not your reward.
I
We
think
have not
it's
moved
I
to that
think it
level.
speaks
And
to
until men understand that there shouldn't be an expectation of some sort of sexual gratification, then you will always have these issues with not understanding your boundaries. Learn to keep your hands and your lips to yourself unless it is invited by the woman. Take the lead. Stop trying to rush things. A first date, you're already trying to
I think
caress me, rub
Not
my
Sissy,
ass,
not
rub my
rush.
breast.
I'm
And
Sissy,
stop.
Sissy, not rush. I'm
I
talking about encouragement.
It's not. You're saying
I think it
encouragement.
speaks
Somebody will see that
to,
as sexual harassment.
I think it
You're
speaks
overstepping your
to,
boundary. It's
you
too
know,
soon.
I think it speaks to how low social cues, the ability to gauge social cues has gone in recent years. I think it speaks to that because there's a lot that has happened in terms of vibes, in terms of feeling a person, in terms of conversations, in terms of being comfortable at an emotional level with a person. Before you get to that, to 2 hours, 3 hours into a first date, before somebody would just, because a man who would do that, because somebody said, "Oh, I'm just a huggy." Okay, it was on TikTok. Somebody said, "I'm just a huggy person." So people that tend to be huggy too, they tend to catch such accusations. I think
Why are you
Joe
hugging?
Biden,
Why must you hug everybody? Are you?
yeah,
Are you?
yeah,
Are
yeah.
you?
If you tend to hug everybody, you tend to catch stuff like that. I think Joe Biden fell in that category because he caught an accusation like that some few years back. Somebody was accused him of that. Is when you touchy feely, you touch people's shoulder, you don't know how to gauge if a person is comfortable, or you don't know how to respect people's personal space. People will be sitting right next to you, they don't know to put their earbuds on to listen to stuff, like small little things like that, because they think, oh, it's you will just see them literally turn. You might be sitting in a waiting area, they will just turn their phone on for the next 5 minutes and will be listening to stuff. Little things like that goes a long way. So I understand, but I think it's kind of weird that you go on a romantic date with a person and you're already on the edge. I think it's just a
It's
bad
not about
space for dating.
that's not what it is. MOP, you're not getting it. You can be on a date. It's like even with friends, right? You can be out with
Mm.
your friend, but your friend could say something to you that could change the mood of that fun time that you're having. Just because whatever that they said, it hasn't they haven't delivered that message, or the joke came off and you're already offended. It's the same thing. We can be vibing, we can having a great time, but you as a
Let
man
me ask you this,
the
Cece.
lead from a woman.
let me ask you
Don't
this, CC.
assume. Stop assuming.
Let me ask you this. And you shouldn't assume. You're right about that. But let me ask you this question. If you are on a date with a man and his mood changes, you're not able to pick that up.
His mood changes in terms of what?
It
Just
changes. Yeah,
very,
that's a good
just very
question.
randomly. Like you just notice it's a little bit cold shouldered suddenly. You're not able to pick that up within at least 3 minutes
Yeah,
at
you
I
can pick
can
it
most.
up.
pick
You
it
can pick
up.
it up. But
Yes,
what does
if
that
you
have to
are.
do? What does that have to do with him trying to kiss you?
Everything, because again, before we get to a point where somebody is going for a peck on your lip, you should be able to know if it's okay or not. If it's off, it's okay. I'm sorry, my bad. A little my bad. It
No,
should
this is what I mean.
as a
Men,
MOP, I don't
one-off.
understand.
men
No,
lack
no, no, no.
social cues.
MOP.
Okay, I've had a
I'm kind
friend.
of confused with that
I've had a
question.
male friend. Sorry, Dr. Air. I've had a male friend. This guy came to help me with my assignment. He was like helping me with my. I did not even think that this guy had any intention towards me. He was like my guy. One day, this guy came to help me with an assignment,
Mhm.
and everything was going good. As I walked him to my door, this guy just turned around and kissed me on my lip. I said, "What the fuck?"
So that's
Where did that
off.
come from? Because some of you men are just mad and stupid. You just see
Ah,
one little thing, you have your own intention in your head,
Sisi,
and you'll act on it.
Kilode.
You just act on it.
But Sissy,
How old? Give me a range. How old was
Yet
this
you've
person?
given this man no, you have not given this guy any anything, any green light. Like
So this
even
wasn't a date. This wasn't a date, correct?
it's not
Sissy, why
date.
didn't
The
you
guy is
slap
my
him? Why
friend.
didn't you slap him?
No.
No, don't
Why
slap
would
him.
you
Don't slap
lean?
him.
He was my guy, but I'm just
If you
like,
slap
bro,
me, you will catch assault.
I'm just like, what message did you read? You came to help me with you offered to help me with my work. He's like a maths guy. I said, yeah, come and help me with this accounting thing. He came to my house. We were doing the work late into the night. I had an assignment to submit. You're my friend. It's not like I don't know the
Yeah,
person.
he probably. I'm not giving excuses for him.
But you have you
That's
in
his
your
fault,
mind,
right?
you're having a thought that, oh, okay, I like this girl. Maybe she's invited me because it's something. Like I said, some
No,
of
but
you
he
men
should
have
express
your
that
own.
to you first. He should first express that to you that I like you.
But this is what I'm saying.
But
You men,
MOP
some of
doesn't
you
work like
men
that. You
move.
men don't know how to express. Some of you
That's
know
what
how
I'm
to
saying. Some
express
of
with
you
being
men act.
physical. That's why
You
you guys
act.
like
So
you
that
just
would be a
slang
different
Your own
conversation from what we're
emotions,
talking
and
about
those
then.
cues are not even those signals have never been given out to you. Those
So
signals have
so
never
so
been
that would be a different conversation from what I was talking about then, right? If you're on a romantic date, I'm talking to men now, right? If you're on a romantic date with a young lady, you should be able to pick up if she's comfortable or not. It shouldn't be so far off to the point that she could potentially accuse you of sexual assault just because you are going for a kiss, a peck on the lip. It shouldn't be that far off. If it's that far off, he missed it and he's socially awkward person. Do you understand what I'm saying now? I'm
It's
I'm not
okay.
I'm not talking about Uncle Beno's what he suggested
Completely
earlier.
understand, but my thing is, you should always get consent. I think that's something that we need to start doing. Hey, are you comfortable? Can I would like, oh, I had a beautiful evening. Like, I really want to kiss you. Is it okay if I give you a kiss? Why can you not say that? Why do you just need to
You
assume
you
and
could
deem
you
it?
could say
stop asking for
that.
okay kiss if you know
You could
your
you
breast
could
is
you could
fat.
say you could say
Please
that. You
stop.
could say that. But I want us to acknowledge that that could be the very reason why the girl, a particular kind of girl, don't want to kiss you. I just wanted to acknowledge that as well, right? It just
Why
depends.
wouldn't you want to
It just
No,
depends
no,
on the
no, no.
vibe.
Say that again.
say
Why would
that
a
again?
particular girl
I
Emily?
said
not
you
want to
could. I
kiss
said
you?
it's okay to ask for consent, right? It's okay
Okay.
as long as it fits into the whole vibe that's going on with them at that moment in time. But if the vibe is off, that could be the very reason why the girl chose not to kiss you again.
But if the vibe is off, then why would you be trying to kiss somebody?
I don't get it. The MOP just confused. Like I don't understand.
Because again, what we're talking about this like it's some kind of straight line thing. It's not. When you're on a date with a person, emotions are involved already, right? You went on a date with a person. At least one person is involved. One person is invested in this situation. At least one person, right? Maybe the other person is already feeling awkward and they want to go home. The other person, part of your social cues, is to be able to pick that up that that person has lost their mood. Of course, you should not be doing anything crazy at that point in time. But if somebody does not get it, right? And now we're now talking in this conversation, we're now talking about sexual assault already. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're on a date with a person. But now
But
we're now talking
the
about
fact
sexual
that you're on a
assault.
date with the person already implies you're on a first date already implies that you don't have a relationship prior. You don't know the person's social cues. You don't know their comfortability level. So you should never assume. That's what I'm saying.
I
So
didn't
you
say
should always
assume.
take
I never
consent.
said assume. I never said
No, but
assume.
you should anything that is being presented, fact
Mm-hmm.
check, ask, get consent. Before you move to the next level, ask, oh, are you okay? Are you comfortable? Be
That takes
checking.
me back to the part of the conversation about the I think that's what brought me to the stage about the what's the thing, the blood testing. It's not really a thing here in the US. Genotype, yeah, genotype, right? That takes me back to that part, right? We were talking about the questions you should ask people on a first date. You remember that? And Abby was pushing back heavily. There's a reason why Abby was pushing back. It's not because on paper, it's not. Yes, you should be able to ask how many questions you want on the first date on paper. Yes, but there's a reason that why that can throw people off on the first date. Do they have the right to be thrown off? Yes. Should they be thrown off? No. Can they be thrown off? Yes. Right. But there's all kind of in between and nuances in that. That's the point I'm saying here, right? So if me personally, if somebody's on a date and you're feeling each other and stuff like that, if you notice that you guys are feeling each other, there's nothing wrong with going for the kiss on lip. Don't rub this person down. Don't rub them on the thigh. There's a way to do that respectfully. But for the idea that we could be on the internet talking about this and I could be taken out of context right now, that is crazy. You guys are weirdo in this generation. That's what I'm saying.
But you're saying that but you're still not putting the caveat that you should be saying if you guys are vibing, having a good time, and you feel like okay, everything is going well, and I want as a guy, I feel like I want to go in for a kiss. Why can't you just ask?
Can I just say something?
Why do you need to go with the flow? Why do you want to take that risk of going with the flow? This is what I'm saying. A lot of you men, you like assuming.
No, you just said I assumed. I did not say assume. I did not say that. Don't misquote me.
Can I say something?
Don't misquote me. I didn't say to assume. I never said that.
No, but
it's very important to put it in proper context.
Going for the kiss. I'm saying put the caveat instead of saying going for a kiss. Just ask. Oh, I really like you. I really want to give you a kiss. Is it okay if I give you a kiss? Then you get the green light. What's the problem with that?
Can I come in, please?
Yeah, please go for it.
I do think that really and truly in this generation, if not for anything else, but because of how women have communicated to men, I would like for men to actually listen to women when we say certain things, even if you don't care about women, just for your sake, right? So I do agree with Cece that it's important to ask. Even with things like, I'll give you an example in bedmatics, things like choking and stuff like that, you need to ask because there's a very thin line. Sorry, God. I'm always throwing you guys off, but it's always a very thin line to where you take things too far. If you don't know someone, there's certain things that you should not be doing. I don't care how experimental you are. That's that. However, I don't like that sometimes we act like we are not part of the real world. We live in a real world and we know how things are. I literally said earlier on the show that people need to date people that like them on both sides, right? As a man as well, you need to actually have a certain level of, should I say, self-esteem to just not be chasing women that don't like you.
And thank you. I think that's what we're actually talking about, actually.
Yes. So I would say that, first of all, you've gone on a date with a woman that kind of has shown some sort of interest. You've not tried to coerce her into going on this date. You've not gone to go and put a ridiculous amount of effort just for her to come out on a date. You've done the right things. You've been respectful. You've been nice. You've shown some humor. So that's the first thing. She likes you to some extent to have agreed.
Before you go on a $200 date, gentlemen.
Exactly.
That's it.
Even because I even like a man that knows himself. I don't want to be with a man that does not know himself. Is a problem for me. It's also a turn off as well, because why are you not acting like a king that you are? Because me too, I act like a queen. So let's know what we're doing. But I just want everyone to remember that we're human beings and we know when we want to kiss somebody. So
that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
There's a little bit of flirting. There's a little bit of the vibe. You get to your house now. There's a bit of like looking in the eye. All of that stuff. These things actually happen, and the kiss should happen naturally.
Why? It should be organic. If it's not, you will know before you actually land it. You will know.
Exactly.
So
you
would know I have a question for you.
However, consent is very important. This is 2025.
Yes.
Don't play yourself. That's all I'm saying. But two things can be true. these things happen. We're human beings. We've been in the real world.
You see, I don't think we have shortage of that form of education. I think we should continue to preach consent to people. Please don't get me wrong on that, right? I don't think we have any shortage of that at all. But I think we have completely skewed, completely left. That to the point that people are even afraid of asking themselves to go out on a date. That's how far we've gone with this. You understand what I'm saying? So
I feel like the lessons are being put out there, but a lot of you men and you're not signing up for the classes and you refuse to take the.
I mean,
the test.
it's a little bit it's weird right now. I'm agreeing with you, CC. It's weird right now. I'm actually what I'm doing right now. I'm agreeing with you. It's very weird right now. The social social awkwardness on both men and women's side is at all-time high because people are no longer confident. As good as on paper as it is to make sure you seek consent, I'm telling you that people's self-esteem and confidence has been tampered with at a very high level. But you guys start paying attention to it, you will see it. But I know this because I know this for a fact. Even, let me even take this further for you, even inside marriage. Even inside marriage, men don't even know how to properly seduce their wife for kiriwa, for tatata. That's how far it has gone.
So,
So
my
you might think
question.
this is just about landing a kiss on a stranger. No, it's not. I'm talking in general. I'm putting this in holistic thing now.
Okay, so
Yeah.
my other question is thank you for that part that you just touched on. That back. Because Cindy brought it up and we just brushed it off like that. And I want to ask my sisters on the platform, these are matured women who having this conversation. One, should size matter when you are getting to know that person? That's number one question. And two, size and performance, are those two things that should matter? Because it's one thing to have the size and you don't know what you're doing in bed. I'm just being honest. So I'd like to hear from all of us. Let me start from me that asked
Obviously
the
from women,
question.
I'll mute.
No, no,
Where,
no.
where, where are we now, Tori Olong? Where are we exactly?
Uncle Mario, what kind of show did that land into? I mistakenly came in because we didn't talk behind the scene, but I came in.
MOP.
Ibola Jasi.
Now,
Why
first
you
date we
no
can't
now?
talk,
No, 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 no,
but
no,
you
no.
know this your sister, so hey, Modaro.
So I would like to hear from Abby and Cece. These are matured women. We know what we want. And we don't shy away from things like this because these are things. If you want to do a date and everything, you should know all these things. And for someone like me who has been married, even up to today, up to as of now, I tell my husband what I want in bed, and he obliges and fulfills it. And he tells me what he wants. So we are educating the young ones. So that's why I asked this question. Cece, Abby, Simbi, Natu, please, does size and how you perform
Can you please leave
matter?
CB alone? She's a Jesus baby. Please leave her alone. Thank you.
Simbi is far from Jesus, baby.
Who's going first? Abby.
I think
CC,
CC should go first. And then the
okay,
married woman, who is the one that's married here? Both of you are
Dr.
married.
A.
Yeah, yeah.
you guys should go before me. I don't know what we're talking about, please.
Okay, yeah, please leave my Abby alone too. Thank you. Thank you.
Ah, ah, Dickiness.
The size matter, I'll say. For me, I think size matters depending on the size that you want. It doesn't have to, I mean, everybody's different, right? So whatever works for you and whatever you can handle, go for it. If that person is not, but I feel like it can be, if the person is willing to put in the work, if they're not a, if they're somebody who's accommodating and they're somebody who's willing to learn, then sometimes it doesn't necessarily matter. But if you're somebody that's like, oh, size, then okay, go with the size. But there's some people, they don't have the size, but they make up in other, they're always a willing participant, they're always adventurous, they're always trying to find other ways. And there are other ways other than, for me, I always say, for women, it's not about penetration, right? A man needs to do more than just pound, Uncle Ben pounding yam tactics. There's a lot more to making love to somebody. It starts with the mind, it starts with, understanding their body, it starts with so many things. So sometimes not necessarily. But if that's what you want and that's what you want to go for and that's all you want to place, if you're going to pass up a good guy, a guy that's financially stable, a guy that's got his emotionally balanced, a guy that has a great family, a guy that has, you know, a good job, just because maybe he's not lacking or he's not carrying 20 inches that you want, he's carrying 8 inches, then sis, I don't know, maybe you don't have your priorities correct. But if that's the hill that you're willing to die on, then go for the one that you want, right? And check. You need to check. But I don't think necessarily it always matters. There has to be a good size, you know, it can't be like a micro, but whatever size is to you is relative. What I may want is not
But
maybe what Abby would
Sissy, if
want.
it's a micro, but he has all this qualification, like you
No,
just
I draw the
listed, family
line.
or it, huh?
No, I draw the line. Not micro, I'm sorry.
God, please.
Wait, so what was all that
For
speech
me
about, Sissy? What
personally,
was all that speech about?
no.
No,
I
no,
know
no.
other people. I didn't say for me.
Sissy, Sissy,
I was
Sissy,
speaking for
when you said 20 inches to 8 inches, I wanted to say no, not 8 inches, please. We can manage 12. If we want 20 and there's no 20, we can manage 12 or
Matthew, you
14.
are such a bad coded girl.
But
no,
hey, it says
no.
that's going below minimum wage.
So I think it
But,
depends. I'm not
but
speaking for myself. I'm just saying. But for me, no. Think
honestly, just like Sissy said,
there's a
performance
size that
overrides
I'm
size.
comfortable with, and
Yeah.
I'm not willing to sacrifice on that. You know, but if it's
Sissy, Sissy,
Uncle
did
Ben,
you
good
just throw
night.
me under the bus and add some
Ah,
grenade to it? Uncle Ben, no, papa. Sissy,
no, 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 Uncle Ben. Wait, Sissy, I agree with what you're saying. Even though size matters, but performance overrides size. It's not the one that you be screaming that you know how to lick plate. You get there, you just go and be pouring saliva. I don't know what is happening there. So performance overrides size.
Not to
But
start.
we're not, I'm just saying. I'm just
okay,
But
okay.
if you have a guy, he meets all your criteria and he's a great guy and the size is not there, as long as the person is willing to do other things and they're
exactly.
not
That's what we're
self-entitled, they're
saying.
not like, oh, okay, manage this in my micro P. They don't want to lick plates, they don't want to do different sizes. I mean, they don't want
Go
to
to
do different
your
styles,
go
they
to your
don't want to use
village.
sex toys, they don't want to do all of that. Then no, I'm sorry. Why?
Sissy, wait.
Yeah.
Look at the screen.
What's the screen?
Where did you belong in this screen again? I'm trying to check something.
What does the screen mean? We don't know what you're saying.
Sissy, you are
What be this?
AAN.
What be this? What be this? What is this?
Ay,
What
ay,
does that
ay, ay.
mean?
Sissy is
We covered this
AAB.
yesterday.
I actually think the
African British. That is Sissy. AAN. Ah, Modara,
Uncle
American,
Ben,
Nigeria.
Uncle Ben, hold on real quick. To UK brown sugar chucky, let me tell you, Big Bom Bom does not have anything to do with Kiriwa. I don't know for you, but you're saying that so if you have a bigger Bom Bom, what gives? I don't understand what that question means, but it has nothing to do with what the woman is giving you. That's just what I have to say. Sorry.
Uh,
If
please,
that
Sister
motivates you to
Natu.
do something to a certain extent, that's different. But
Yeah,
for
Bim
us,
Bom
it
Bom is
doesn't.
it will be attractive to him if he's someone that is into Ano. And Ano, a lot of men who are single are into
Hey,
Doctor,
it.
don't
Doctor
enter another
Adama,
thing.
Hold on now.
Doctor
I'm sorry
Adama.
now. She just read some comments. Why you guys? You know what? Let me just keep quiet.
Blood of
oh, wala wala
Zachariah.
wala wala wala
Okay.
wala.
You know what
Sorry,
you
can
wanna
I
go
say
do?
what I heard?
Mario
Make una
said she
carry.
wait. Mario said she should have stayed napping instead of being.
Don't mind Maria. She secretly wants to be here. She knows she secretly wants to be here.
And Mel said she's fasting. You're fasting now. It's now that you're fasting.
Sorry, Sister Natsu, let me tell you what somebody told me. I don't know. That's what I heard. I
Oh,
heard
okay.
that
Abby, you heard.
that's what I heard on the internet. You know, all on the internet now. We hear things, we read things. This is what I heard on the internet. That when a woman's bum is big and the man's skinny is not big enough, and for back shots,
You will never reach.
there's not enough space for
All of
the
But
that
that's
ball.
is
true though.
all of that is in you ladies' heads. All of that
No,
is in
but
No,
there.
it's not.
It's not in
That's
my
a
let me
Thank
head.
you,
fact.
end the OP.
MOP.
It's
She
my
just
head.
Thank you,
asked a very
MOP.
good question.
Thank you,
Don't
MOP.
use this counseling section in this thing. No, 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 no. Don't start the MOP. I love you. I love how you analyze things. But when it comes to this topic, just
I'm
leave it
just
for
saying,
good
women don't really
sisters.
sound like that, but it's okay. Continue, continue.
Yes.
Okay,
So
okay,
when we
this
say if you're into this thing, listen, why I ask this question is for someone like me that is married, I can express what I want in bed. My husband can. It is good for us to have this conversation, like Cece says, that makes us uncomfortable. Up to today, our men like side chick. Our women are out there seeking what? At the end of the day, oh, you see women writing all this episode. Oh, my husband is not good in bed. He doesn't like licking plates. He doesn't like. So why do men like oral sex if they don't like licking
African man
plates?
has collected stray bullets.
Yes, let them collect it, and I'll do CPR on you and administer everything that I need to send you off.
okay. Okay, this is waiting me a fit talk. My own be say when a man is going to the battlefield, your 10 fingers, your 10 toes, your third leg, your head, everything go into that battle. If you are not getting the reaction you are supposed to get, bite somebody. It's all part of the battle. Case closed. Now my own take with that. I don't know what to they talk now. I know Jesus
Bite
Christ.
What
Something
somebody.
they
the hell?
bite me for here.
What are
I
you
don't
What do you
even
talking
know
mean
where
by
about,
I
bro?
am
someone?
right
What do
now.
you mean by someone? Uncle Ben, do you know there are a lot of men don't even know how to tell when a woman has orgasm? Let me go deep now.
Wait, they don't know
Since
to
what
do. Say that again,
they
please.
cannot identify
Eh,
if when they are
I
having
beg.
intimacy with a woman that
YouTube
this woman has.
monetization policy
I
is
know, okay,
in
okay. They don't,
7
okay,
days. So,
let me go to
Biko,
moderator mood now. Let me go to moderator
eh,
mood. They
Shanu mi
cannot
ma
be
ba
able to
temi je.
identify when a
Ta
woman
ta ta.
has landed. Yes, she has
After ta ta
landed.
ta. Mm-hmm.
Yes, they cannot. But when you meet someone like experienced men like my husband, I call him
Ah,
United
lo
Nation because
baton.
he has dated women from all kinds of life. He
Lo
can identify if
baton.
you are faking that, or he will tell you you are faking it. You didn't, nothing happened to you. So a lot of men are not in that level, and a lot of our men don't know what their women's love language is. Natu says it all the time. So this is a homework for all the people listening to us, including men and women. Identify your partner's love language. It will help you in the long run. Thank you.
Are you talking about African woman or Western woman?
I'm talking about African women and I'm talking about African men not allowing women to express what they want in bed and when they are not satisfied because culture has made our women to say when you express how you feel, you are a whore. You're this, you're that. But men get to have what they want. At the end of the day, if your long term goal is to fulfill your partner's satisfaction, you should be able to identify and know what their needs and wants are. Why do I say
Okay,
this? They are just, hold on, Uncle Ben. There are some men, all they care about is doing the do. That's it. Whether she's satisfied
okay,
or not, at least me, I'm satisfied. That's it. But there are real men out there who their number one priority is before they do the do. She
They need to
has to enjoy
satisfy
it
you.
first because it
Yeah.
takes women longer to arrive to that point.
We need to
Thank
do
okay.
a session for
Let
men then.
me
Can I say something?
MOP no verse.
Yeah.
Let me give Dr. Adama a little pushback. I'm now interested in this conversation. In fact, I don't verse.
Wala, wala,
Dr.
wala.
Adama, Dr. Adama, you said a lot of African men don't even know what their women want. All they know is that the women is giving them satisfaction. Let me ask you this question, and now I go know if all the women here really know what's up. Do you really know what gives a man satisfaction during Kiriwa? If anybody know, talk and may we hear. Do you know what really count as satisfaction to a man during Kiriwa? Let's go. Tell us if you know it. Even in the chat. Since you now won't go this route, may we go there together.
They
Nobody
would have
talk
they
again.
would have interjected you
No,
by
I no.
now.
Let me
They
interject.
have no answer.
Let me interject, Uncle Ben. No, let
Oh
Abby
yeah.
interject.
Ṣebí
Uncle Ben,
gbogbo yín ti
no.
mú NSC kẹ́ tó wá sí studio ilé
The
ni. All of us
the
die here today. Let's
no
go.
problem. I'm equal to the task. Uncle Beno, I think this thing
Uncle
is
Bear
just very
language.
is very straight to the point. I don't think that is one size fits all. And this is what I think CC, I don't know who said, I think it's either Dr. Adama or CC that tried to say the whole idea is for you guys to be able to talk as well. And one of the things I look out for in dating is someone that's open-minded enough to experiment, right? So it has to be on both sides. People have to communicate. What do you like? What do you like me to wear?
Yeah,
And also,
okay,
I
sir.
want to add that a very big part of women actually getting into it is actually how they're treated prior. I think for women, it is very much in the mind as well as the body as well. So most of the time, there has to be a lead up to it, even if it's planned. I think for women, if a woman is engaged mentally in that sense, I think she's good to go. So I think it can be very different, but I think people need to talk. People need to talk. Even if you go on a date with your wife, do some small flirting to get into it. But I don't think that it's fair for us to just assume that men just want to straight up. Because there's evidence of men finishing, doesn't mean that they had a swell time, if that makes sense. Right? We can make it more interesting for them. And the only way we can is if they actually have that conversations with us. So I don't think that's a fair question.
So in other words, we should put our finishing on hold, basically.
No. I'm saying that because a man there's evidence of a man finishing does not mean that he had the most amazing time. A man might want, for instance, he wants you to touch him in certain places that may not be normal, right? There's a lot of things that, thank God, though. It's more than 5 years. Happy. Okay. So there's a couple of things that I feel like a lot of men don't even like to admit. But if people are open-minded, it should not be something that anyone should be shamed about, and vice versa, right? There should be no taboo or anything. So I'm just saying that as a couple, I think it's important for people to talk. Talk. Nobody's going to beat you. Say what you like, and vice versa. That's what I think. But we can't answer that question because how can we know what all men like? Men are different.
But Dr. Adama just claimed
No,
now that so far the man is satisfied. What do you know is the really satisfaction for a man?
I
Because
put
when
so
they
many
get that
things in
thing
the
wrong
chat.
all
Uncle
the
Ben, can
time.
you go and look at them and then
CC,
comment?
But that's what I
what
just
do you put
said.
in the chat? Let me
you
look.
didn't hear everything that Abby just said. Did you hear everything Abby just said?
That's what I just said. Men arrive regardless. Men will always arrive. It doesn't mean that
Yes, now.
they kind of.
Oh,
Do you
So we
understand?
always
so
arrive.
You always
so it's
arrive.
Don't you guys
so
Women don't
arrive?
always
Don't you
arrive.
guys arrive?
Do
People
we?
just
No,
touch
no.
you,
Let
you're
me
like, you
ask
guys
you back.
arrive.
Let me ask you back, like Uncle Beno just asked you. Do we always arrive?
9 out of 10 times you arrive.
9 out of 10. I mean, what you're saying that 9.5 out of 10.
You guys arrive, whether it's in 2 minutes, in 2 hours. You guys tend to arrive. There's always evidence of your arrival, but there's not always evidence of women arriving.
so if I get this right, Abby, Dr. Adama CC, to you, when a man come, that is when he has derived satisfaction.
Pretty
No,
much, yeah.
Do we agree on that?
no, Uncle Ben, no, you did not listen to me properly because I also said that if you have open conversation with your wife, she can know that you know what he might actually arrive does not mean he was satisfied. You can always make these things more interesting now. If I now go
But
and
like, can I answer for my own self that I've been married to my husband and he's listening? My husband gets satisfied when I am satisfied. That turns him on more. That is when he's like, yes. And the screaming and everything, he will be like, yes. My husband, because for him, it's always about pleasing me before himself. Because, like I say, we women, he takes us a lot. He knows he knows all the secret place things to do and stuff like that. So for
Dr.
me, my
Dada, I don't
partner,
like how you're putting
yes.
my brother on the spot.
Yes, I'm
I don't
putting your
like how
brother
you're
on the
putting my,
spot now. Now to
don't
you,
put my brother.
you've
I
heard his voice on
don't
the
do that.
background. No,
We will
okay,
call
you're
you a
gonna put
family meeting. Meet us a family meeting after this live.
So wait, oh, we should please you first, right? Before we worry about ourselves.
yes, you
Absolutely.
should please us
Yes,
first because you know why?
yes.
For us, we have to be into what you're doing. You guys are like Abby said, you guys arrive no matter where you're going, you will arrive at your destination.
No matter where you're going.
9.5 out of the time. So if you make
Wahala
us a
dey.
Welcome,
priority
Uncle
and you do
Patrick.
this thing,
Welcome, Uncle Patrick.
and do me a favor, you
This
see all these things you guys always do, every little thing, you guys are bring that finger. One day I'll break that finger. So for someone like me
Ah.
that don't like seeing fingers, because that's all they know is finger. No, finger now.
So Uncle Beno ask, do you even know what it is to satisfy a man? We should satisfy
Dr.
you.
Adama, don't turn to something else for this platform.
Blood of
So
Zachariah.
Uncle Beno, let me make sure I got your question right. You were asking them, do they even know what satisfies us men? And then the
Yes,
answer from
what
Dr. Adama
we
is that to satisfy them. That's the answer she gave.
do they even know what we as men we consider satisfaction?
Can you
That's
tell
my
us? I've dropped
question.
a whole bunch of things. Tell
That is
us.
a homework. Go and
That's
ask
No,
men.
this is not homework because
You
I'm
will be
about to
shocked.
answer
I
their
think they should go
question.
and find out from Bedmatics.
I'm
You
not
will
going
be
to find
shocked.
out anything because who I'm dating is different from who Sissy is dating, is different from
Exactly.
who Abby is. So it varies from everyone. I can only focus on my own husband, who I am with, what his satisfaction is. Not to is focusing on how on her. For you to come say, let's go do an homework. No, educate the young people you said you're trying to help. Because as
Yeah.
for
So
me, I
what
have
is it?
enough education on my man and what his satisfaction levels are.
Exactly.
Okay,
So
let me
tell
That
let
us,
me come in, my people.
Uncle Patrick.
okay, sir.
I'm
I'm
embarrassed. I'm
I'm
ashamed.
going to start with size.
I will mute, sir.
Uh, I'm going to start with size. You know, God created us differently. I have a very close friend when we were younger, before getting married. Two girls don't run come up from the house. Say, no, I can't take this. It was too, the size was, it was oversized. I'm serious. So if you want to look at size, God created us differently. It could even be micro. What do you want the person to do? To pie himself because it's micro?
Sissy, don't you dare unmute your mic.
Do you want the person to pie himself? And you know, it goes beyond size, the ability to use it efficiently. Men too have places in women that they don't, you know, but you just have to accept it the way. A lot of things that men see in women, by the time you are beginning to grow, you know, a lot of part of your body that may not appeal to your husband anymore. For example,
Uncle
maybe your
Patrick.
yeah.
Uncle Patrick, we live 100 years more, sir.
What of boobs are falling? I don't date one girl before. Let me be vulnerable. The young girl, it's not as if she's wayward. She just even finished her NYC. Her boob was like slippers. I mean, you know, nothing, no flesh there. That was my first experience. So I never seen this kind of one before. So what do you want me to do? So there are a lot of things that we have to, you know, even though if it's small, like Sissy said, if the man is teachable and he uses very well, you know what I mean? Use it very well. Like Sissy was saying us right, you know, and all those things. There are a lot of things you can teach the person now. When the man, you think all these millionaire big men and then all of them get big bowler, but they are marrying most beautiful women. I better forget that one. So it depends on you, but size, I will not castigate anybody for size. We are created differently. Yes, we are created differently. So if all the woman here, where woman they put eyelashes, they put this thing, they go do BBL and all those things. They do lips. So make man too begin to go put something their bola they big now, but men not they do that. So make na cut us some like make na pity us now, just a dry brotherhood. I beg, leave that thing. Let me stop from there anyway. I don't know what to say again. Don't know the point you guys are at again. Hello?
Uncle P.
I hear. Oh, I just
Uncle
shocked.
Patrick, we were taking notes, but I was confused. I wasn't sure if I don't enter one chance. I'll be waiting the apple. It was Dr. Adama's fault. Was it Abby who changed the
Yes.
conversation today? It was.
So you people are just talking about size. I'm waiting this size. Size now. If the way God created us different. Like I told you, my friend, if you see my friend Bola, no woman go. He's married now. They have children, but I just okay. Maybe it was the wife's side. I didn't even ask. But then 2 beautiful girls don't run come up for one run late in the midnight around 3. Say no, am I gonna die? My friend called me and say, man, see what's in the happen. No.
Uncle Patrick, can I ask a question, sir? Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Can I ask that since this your friend in question is now married with 2 wives, with 2 children, sorry, not with 2 wives. Since he's now married with 2 children, is it fair to say that there's a woman for every man and vice versa? Since the other girls ran away. So, we're not castigating men. You can introduce toys and all sorts of things to help things work, but it doesn't mean that every woman wants to do that. And in my own opinion, no, I know that I always take things a little bit too far, but in my own opinion, no, it can be likened to even some level of disability. If you're not willing to cope with certain things, I think it's fine. I think it's honestly fine. How this topic started was me asking if we can ask questions like genotype and all. Can we ask questions about size? Because to some women, it matters. I've actually seen situations, well, not personally, I've read situations where it is so small that it is not usable. This is not a case of some people, they cannot use it, Uncle Patrick. Let's tell the truth.
You can, why not? You can ask the question. I'm going to be vulnerable.
Now, some people actually
as a Jesus baby that you are, how did you find out?
No, Uncle Ola, you know that I read a lot. I research, I read. So that one.
Let me tell you, Abby, for every man, as soon as you get older, generator they go down. Let me be vulnerable. It don't happen to me before. I went to doctor. I went for program. I went there. I saw a 75-year-old man. That's why I like these Oyinbo people. Came with the wife. They were even kissing at the session. 75. They will introduce ourselves. But before you know it, the thing picked up. I didn't even use anything. Maybe what I was going through that time, I didn't use nothing.
Yeah, it could have just been stress or like
yeah, but what was asking me is what is happening? You are not like this. What is going on with you? He didn't go down. He didn't go down actually, but everything I wasn't really performing the way I used to perform. This is not like you. What is going on with you? So I take a leap of faith. I schedule appointment with the doctor with my insurance. They schedule me for a session. I saw people, big men, men. The one that surprised the 75-year-old man. The man even came with the wife. So we should be open. I appreciate what you guys are doing. We should be open. This is a Western world. Let me round up with one time when my kids were young. I took one of them to hospital. So we're waiting for the doctor. I now pick up the literature. They put it. Can you believe the topic they were teaching how women can give their husband kerewa when they are going through chemo, they have cancer. I was shocked the way they can do it, so that man will not just be left without kerewa for months, for years. That was what they were teaching, the sizes and everything. I said, oh my God. I know, say it's an African woman. Say, you want to kill me? No, I can't do this, But just to please the man. That's what they were teaching. Even when you are going through chemo, you have cancer, how you can please your husband sexually. So what you guys are doing?
Uncle Patrick, sir, I'm sorry to interrupt your flow. The question we have here and the dialogue we're trying to have is, no matter what you guys are going through, and I'm someone, I advocate for men, you guys always land in terms of the whole world. You always land. For women, is not like that. You guys are good at, no matter what, you will land for women. So how can we have this conversation where
wait, before Uncle Patrick goes, do you want to land? It's a question. You do?
Yes.
Are you sure? Very good. The only one person is answering. Do you want to land?
Yeah, that's a very good question.
Tell me who doesn't want to land, Mopi? Who doesn't want to land?
Dr. Adama, that's a very good question. Okay, I went for family life today. Getaway. You know they do getaway. I've gone to after I'm married about maybe 4 times, and they were talking when they talk about Kerouac. So they ended the video with a lot of women that have never landed in their life, and these are women that have children. They have done with having children. I just opened my mouth. So, Dr. Adama, that discussion should be between you and your husband. Tell am say, oh boy, when you don't land finish, you go just turn your head, begin to snore and sleep. So me, I never land. We need to find solution
No,
to
no,
this.
but Uncle Patrick, we're having this conversation for the viewers. For me, I said
Yeah,
my
no, I'm
husband's
saying now for the
satisfaction
viewers.
is
I'm not saying for you. I'm saying it
okay.
for every woman. You
Mm-hmm.
have to discuss it.
So,
You
okay,
understand?
Uncle Ben, Uncle Patrick, why do you think our women can't express in the position, like in that distance, say, okay, or whatever they call their husband, their bedmate, whatever, I have not landed though, but you have landed. Because me and my God, the thing that when I don't land like this, he'll say, I want peace today. He will make
If you
sure.
say it that way, Dr. Adam, I will make sure you never land. I will ensure it. If that's the way you're going to say
No,
it.
it's not the way I'm going to say no, MOP. I'm just showing off talking this way. But for me, I married a man who, like I said, I land before he does. And I say for we women, it takes longer. And I know a lot of women listening to us and probably on the comment section are dying in silence because they don't have partners or married to someone where they can express and say, listen, oh, I've not landed. For my
Adama,
husband, who is experienced, who knows when his wife and my body and everything, he will know. Even when I fake, if you want to fake anything, he said, no, you've not. He will say,
Adama,
relax. So
Adama, in
that's,
Hausa
go
land,
ahead.
if you tell your husband that you have not land or you want to land, you are going to be tagged as an ashao.
Sister Dama,
I'm
Dr.
telling
Dama,
you.
for example, if my wife land, I will know it. Are you getting me? So it takes an experienced man to know that this, and if that man doesn't know it, now left for the woman to say, man, I'm not going to be die in silence. Let's do it. I want to land. Or no, do. You know what I mean? Say the way you are treating me, it's like you are satisfying yourself alone. Like the women I talked about in the video. Most of them, they don't even know. They've never experienced it. Let me use our last language. I've never experienced it. Some of them have not experienced it. I know when my wife landed. You know what I mean? So women, it's good that you guys are discussing that so that the younger women can pick it up from there and say, you need to talk. Say, man, no, you need to take me to Jerusalem. Let me put it that way. I, I,
Uncle
I,
Uncle
Patrick,
Ben,
Uncle Patrick,
okay, Uncle Ben,
you
are you
know,
ready to
you
tell
know,
us what men enjoy in this thing?
Uncle
Because you keep saying that.
Adama. So for some insecure men that in the beginning of their marriage or relationship, their wives have not been complaining about landing, or all of a sudden after 10 years of marriage, she wants to
uh,
start landing,
like,
and she starts telling you
now too,
why. Yes, sir.
our men need orientation. Serious one.
Okay,
You
no,
know, the
that's what I'm
world is
trying to.
changing. The world is really changing. A
Yeah,
lot
but
of
some
men,
men,
a lot of men of my age don't lick plates. Are you getting me?
yeah.
The world is really changing. I tell you, a lot of things is changing that that's not been before.
Uncle
When
Patrick, but
But
the
Uncle
truth is
Patrick,
that
a lot of women your age too, they don't really want their place to be leaked, right?
yes, very good, very
Uncle
good.
Patrick, so if women, they're different with them. Some women don't like licking of plates. They'll rather you play with them than lick their plates. Do you understand? People are different. You just need to know who you're working with. But the problem is that if people have been married for over 10 years, and all of a sudden your wife discovers what an O is and comes up to you, and then some men will start saying, insecure men will start saying, why all of a sudden she figure out this thing? Is she doing something with someone? Maybe she's cheating on me and someone has made her experience it and now she wants to make me do it. Do you understand? There are a lot of men that are insecure out there.
Yeah, you are
And
right.
there's so that's another reason why some women just don't say anything because if you're married to a petty man, Sorry.
There's a way you can, let him understand. Take him to seminar, go to marriage seminar, even church. Church discuss it now. Those are the things they discuss in church. To your surprise, during
Traditional men don't
counseling.
go to seminar. They know everything, sir.
No, even church does it too. They discuss it. I'm serious. That's one of the things they discuss during counseling, marriage counseling, and all those things. Those are the things they discuss. You guys are matured now. It's better, you discuss it, talk
So
about it.
let me ask you a question. On to Uncle Patrick.
Yes, sir.
If a woman, let's say your woman, right? Let's say she wants to discuss it.
Yeah.
She heard this panel today say, hey, talk about it, and she wants to discuss it. So after she now sat you down on the edge of the bed, say, Baba, I never learned. Or another scenario, right? After you have done your normal, you're about to go in the shower, and then she goes, I want more, get back to work. Which one will get you going, sir?
Whichever one, we've known each other for long, so I'm not going to be
If we
mad
take
at.
that factor out,
I'm not going to be mad at that I've never learned, and that was what led to me seeing a doctor. I told you I have an issue there. That was what thing they happened to this man? I beg, you need to do something. So I'm not
All
going to
right.
be mad over
So
that.
let's
Whichever
go
way she takes
with
it.
I receive your answer, sir. Let's go with what Abby said earlier. Not every man's head is correct like us on this stage. The average man, what do you think would probably get them going? The one that says I never learned, Abby the one that says I want more.
You go
Oliver
know your
Twist.
man. Some man like say then they coconut head. Maybe when you cook better food for the man or something like that, you may not. Some men when you as I say, well, waiting be this. I never satisfy you. I beg. You won't kill me. That's some men that realize you know your man very well. You give him time. It may not be
Yeah.
that day, sir. Maybe probably you are eating good, just cook with me. You went as on, I love you. You did so things to me. The man would ask, oh, I'm sorry. You didn't do this. I didn't enjoy it. Yeah,
Right.
you said now, Ola.
So if I heard correctly, Dr. Adama earlier said that African men know they receive such message very well. Dr. Adama, are you there? Did you say something to that effect? That they something about they struggle when you tell them you haven't landed, or the
Oh, I did
insecurities and
say
stuff.
that. Yes, I did say that.
Okay, it was Natu. Yeah, it was Natu that said that, and I think it's a common complaint from women.
Yeah, you are very right.
Yeah, that
But then
women
you
don't
can't be
receive it very
satisfying
well.
yourself and neglect her.
Mm.
Ola,
Mm.
I've crossed many roads. I've had some. I'm not perfect. Number one, my wife used to complain one time, say, man, you don't listen. When I talk before I talk, based on my brain. Before she said anything, I have solution to it. And I found out that this is causing problem. You know what I did? Whenever I want to talk now, I would just hold a paper with a pen. I said, I'm not going to talk. I said, I will now give her, please say whatever you want to. Okay? I'm not going to be offended. I'll write everything down. Ola, I'll make a book. And after she has spoken, say, when you are done, let me know. Instead of interrupting. That has really
Yes.
helped me, Ola.
Yeah.
I will say I'm going to work on this. And by the time I begin to attend myself, I will look and say, this man actually wrote everything down. I said, I'm not going to be offended. Say whatever you want. We are learning. I will just be ticking everything, and that's okay. I will go from okay, after you have done. Okay. I will tell you, so we may not end this today. Maybe another day. And we are talking about 1 hour serious talk, 2 hours. I said, okay. We now go back to it. I said, I promise you. Sorry. Somebody said it's only a matured man that apologizes. Apology doesn't take anything away from you. You don't have to be dragging. Okay. I hide it. I'm going to work on it. I promise. You want to hold me if I didn't do this? From there, compared to before, say, this man, I used to say, well, you won't let me talk. No, sir, before I talk, we will not get to an end. We just dabber everything. So if she comes up with the fact that, man, I will listen, but wow. Because if I didn't change, that would debar me from Kerewa, you know what I'm saying? So it's not what it's just
Uncle Patrick, you dey fear
Baba Fo, Baba
restriction.
Fo, Baba, so it's not worth it. I hear you, Uncle Patrick. I hear you.
Um, thank you, Uncle Patrick.
Uncle Beno, what were you driving at with that question you asked them? You see, all of them have gone quiet. They never answered the question.
They will not answer the question because I swear to you, only a woman who truly know man deeply, African man deeply, we know the answer to this one. Every woman, I bet you, ask 100 women, what do you think men consider satisfaction during Keriwa? They will give you that same answer our sisters have said over and over again.
They say you always
Oh,
land.
where he comes. Y'all don't really know what men consider satisfaction in Kiriwa. Not all men, no, but different men. But majority of African men, if I tell you now, we no go live here. So what I'm gonna do, maybe when maybe Simbi will use this one as her second episode for her show. Then I can give you my own answer. But the reality is this: on a serious note, it is not come that really is the satisfaction for a man.
That's a fact. That's a
It's not,
fact.
I don't come. No. If it is, I don't
Sometimes
come.
it's the worst thing that happened to us. That landing, Wiga.
It's not, I don't come. Even for those of you who don't know as women, if you know how hard some men struggle to hold it back so that it no go come.
Yeah.
I don't think women consider that fact. That sometimes when your man is going like, Sisi, don't throw me under the bus. When the man is doing pa, 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 then suddenly he stop, he breaks. He can even pull out and stay for a while. He is trying to push it back in. So you in your mind, you're thinking, oh, when a man comes, so far he comes, it's okay. No, that is nothing for many men. In reality, what gives us satisfaction is we were able to get you to come. When you come, when we know that you come, that is just first level of
Of
satisfaction to us.
satisfaction.
Yes, she don't come. That is first level of satisfaction. The second level of satisfaction is we want to
Who else is
knock you
snapping
out.
there?
Not knock you out as in wicked. No. We want you to come in such a way that when you land like this, you are all weak. You just want to put your head on our chest and just slip off. You don't know.
Even if it's lie, you lie to us.
You don't know. So for many men, that is like the ultimate real alpha male. Like, oh yes, last night, I finish her. And no be say I finish her, say you stress, she stress you, throw you here, throw you there, carry your head stone ground. No, is I finish her on the basis that we go all
Like
round.
you conquered. You conquered.
Exactly. You come in such a way that the next thing, even you are too tired to get up where we leave you.
Is
And
Uncle
when we
Ben
get
not
up,
at
you
work?
just get the bed
Uncle Ben,
there.
are you
You
not at
don't get
work?
now only me
Uncle
there where I
Ben.
dey now. Wetin happen? I run go inside one small room
Now
because of
talk me this
I
now.
get
You didn't
wahala.
hear Uncle Patrick say he doesn't want to tamper with flow of things in it. The beginning of tampering with the flow of things is the beginning of
Uncle
wisdom.
Ben, that's not to something else.
Thank you, Gary Uncle Patrick. May we close this
Thank you,
chapter.
Uncle
Don't mind these
Patrick.
sisters. They won't throw us
Yeah.
under the bus. They don't know, say we just they watch from afar. You see, all of them don't run come out now. I
All of
beg, may we
them.
call it Gary MOP. More na give una final take, more wrap it up here. They don't
Oh
run
God,
now. What is what do you work with? Hey,
he
so
shocked
really,
me. He shocked me. They disappeared.
He shocked me.
they don't run. I don't know, say na different thing, I mean different thing to us. Yeah. I don't We want you to come as many as, but don't get up. Just stay there. Make it be said now. We even they help clean you up, self.
Uncle
Abeg, make we round
Beno,
up.
Uncle Beno, I did not run away. It's just that this moment, you and Uncle Ola are actually gaslighting us. We already answered these questions. We said it's not one size fits all.
So Otidoro grammar and sing. You don't talk to gaslighting. Now firewood it go be. No be only gaslighting. Abi.
Happy day,
I
Now don't
Nigeria.
start
we
now.
answered
They
the
won't begin. They
question.
won't begin their terminologies now.
Anyway,
But Uncle Beno gave one
everybody
thing. You
do
said
what they
it's not
want.
one thing, but he gave one thing. He gave one thing, and we all kind of agreed to it. I think Uncle Patrick
Yeah.
also agreed.
Yeah, nice man. The way men feel.
So you're saying that three of you are representation of all the Nigerian men.
Probably a good representation because we're all different. All three of us on this stage are very
I'm
different.
going to agree. My own conclusion is open communication. Everybody should open their mouth and tell their wives and their husbands what they want. And everybody should be open-minded enough to receive it. How about that?
Is Abby qualified? Abby is not even married.
You see,
Hey, Uncle
Uncle Patrick is qualified.
Patrick, is that where we're taking
she
it?
go, hey, she go, hey.
I will hold on
Oh
to
my!
this.
Wait, you're in Lagos again, right? You went to Lagos, didn't take me.
Well, I'm in Abuja at the moment, but yeah, I'm in
Is
Nigeria.
Abby
Look at you!
married?
Look at you!
Uncle
Look at you!
Patrick,
Are
this
you
thing that
married?
you said, I'm going to hold it against
Are
you.
you
And it's
married,
going to
Abby?
come in handy in the future.
Oh.
No wahala. Uncle Patrick
Abby,
1, Abby
Abby,
0.
Abby,
Yes,
Abby.
yes,
Do you eat cereal?
yes, I do. You want to recommend me to
Go look for Coast City Booker in Abuja.
what did you
Thank
say?
me later. Coast
Coach?
City Booker.
Okay, all right, sis. I think I've actually seen them before on TikTok.
Yeah, you should.
All right, thank you, sis.
So who's gonna take me to Abuja now? That's it.
It's Uncle
You have
Patrick that
dragged
will
you
take
have
you.
dragged sisterhood. Uncle Patrick will take you.
Uncle Patrick will take you.
You
Yeah, I did
see, you
Abuja
see,
before
this
now.
topic took a turn. In a shout out to that question that Uncle Beno asked, because oftentimes we like to say, it depends, and I like to say it depends too. Ultimately, that's usually my answer. But there's some things that are, when I push against do what works for you, right? I said no. There are principles that actually work across the board. Men, we like admiration. We like egos to be stroked. We like to feel like we've conquered. At the very minimum, you should be able to say, okay, men like to feel like they've won, but you want to sit us down and tell us that you're not landing. That's what all of you said. That's what all of you concluded as. Even Dr. Adama, she left it at that. Yeah, just tell them that they didn't land.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
now we are
We
left
didn't
with
say we are not landing. We said some women are not landing. We are landing. I beg.
and then you're surprised where some husband are left with a sleepy prick because you told them you didn't land. So yeah, I think it's going to be a conversation for another. It's going to be a great topic. I think that's
Seriously.
may God help
Seriously.
us. We just
If
want to straight
women
shooter.
know,
You give back to
see,
a beautiful
MOP,
girl and handsome boy. You say you know land. Where you want land go?
MOP,
You don't land.
eh,
You don't land. I really want to help, but I'm confused. My ego has been shot.
see, MOP,
Yes, sir.
MOP, Baba. If women knows how strenuous it is to do pelvic muscle
To
exercise,
do ta.
pelvic muscle exercise, if they know
To
how
be
hard
fair
it
to
is
them,
to
they
do
said we shouldn't be
pelvic
pounding. They've
muscle
told us that we shouldn't
exercise,
be pounding. They've told
You,
us
Yeah.
that.
Uncle Ben, stop. You guys are due for that. Stop it. Stop it.
Nigerian men. See, this is
you say
gaslighting.
waiting.
So after this Kerewa, you want us to bring malts and
You guys
say
are due for that.
Agune chamber. This one we should be doing like what's the name of that woman? Use wife for you people because of that.
That's why I said, Shebi, you want to land. No, don't do it. That's why I asked Dr. Adama, do you want to land? Only her answered. And you notice she disappeared. Maybe somebody's taking care of her. But I said, do you want to land? She's the only one that said yes. I'm not sure you guys want to land for real. But
MOP, we said yes now. We answered.
nobody
You
answered
said
me.
tell
Only
us.
Dr. Adama
No, no,
answered me.
no, I answered. I even asked you. I said, tell me one person that doesn't want to land.
You threw a sarcastic
Yeah,
question back
that's
at me.
true.
You see?
That's true.
See,
Yeah.
make I just tell you now, in case you don't know. When you see a man in the gym and he's doing stair climbers, una go think say e dey easy, it's hard, but we have a reason for doing that. It's because of that satisfaction I'm talking about. But maybe it's a topic for another day. Maybe we just deliver it because make una not let us go that route at all. Oh. You know, in fact, another day anyway. Thank you, Gary MOP. Sister, now tomorrow na carry una wahala dey go. Una don't overstress
All
us
right,
again.
Uncle
Hi,
Ben.
everybody. Good
Thank you
night.
for
All
having me.
right.
Thank you, IB.
Happy
We'll
everybody.
talk soon. We'll talk soon, everybody. Uncle Beno, take care. Yeah?
Good night,
Uncle
Uncle Ben.
Patrick,
Happy
Thank
take
to
you,
care.
meet you.
Baba.
Mm.
Happy to meet you, Uncle Ben.
Yeah, artist not to leave me. Happy to meet me. Ke. All right, Simbi, thank you. See, Sisi don't even sleep. Go. Only wahala, troublemaker. You don't sleep. Go. Forget saying this studio. Funny. You listening, Ke, Sisi? You say you listening?
I've been listening since.
Blood of Zachariah. For the first time, Sisi listening. You no talk anything. Yeah, this word go good though. Okay, Sisi. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Hmm. Oh my God. This my sister saying all of them be case. Blood
Uncle
of
Ben, it's just
Zachariah.
you and I in the studio now.
Simbi, I know they follow you talk nothing. When you start your show, make una go dey drag una case. Una
No,
take
Uncle
us
Ben, I
round
just
the whole
asked a
globe today.
question. Then they took it to via another route. That wasn't me. I asked a question and it just, you know, took another
The
route. It
question
wasn't
you
me.
ask is called instigating question. You put fire
Really?
on the roof. Go Shikwombi Simbi Odaro. I don't even get your time again. Go do your show. Make una dey do una this thing. Una leave us alone. Ah, we talk about first date. Una carry first date. Dr. Adama they bring it different issue. I know say at the end of the day, una won't put the matter for our head. Now only God save us from our hand. Make una they go. Thank you, everybody. We see you all tomorrow. God bless you all. This is really fun. Thank you all.